Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
And welcome back, everyone. Hope everybody had a great Independence Day yesterday. I know I certainly did. And, man, was up late, all the normal things. Got a little free time today. Went out with the wife and the son to a movie, which I don't usually get to do. I used to love movies. I actually worked in a movie theater for a little while. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, it's been awesome. It's been a good time. Hope everyone else is having a great evening. I really do. I mean that. Not just saying that, for whatever reason. But it's an interesting thing these days. A lot of people, they'd almost rather be miserable than not. Shocking to say, but that seems to be about the way it is. Stand by 1 second. I gotta check something here. If I fade out and come back, don't be shocked. There we go. Just like that. Everything's better again. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I had some lag going on or something. I don't know. I've been doing a lot of updates, and sometimes it just lags out. There's no big deal. I got it fixed. It's cool. No big deal. Dano, you worked at a movie theater? I actually had a lot of fun at I was a manager for movie theaters while I was in college. As one of my many college jobs, but probably the most enjoyable, and certainly the longest running. And I was a manager, and I was basically like the Swiss Army knife. I was the guy that they would bring in to fix a theater when things were going wrong, and that sort of thing. And it was a good time. I had a good time with it. It was not bad at all. And I really had a great 4th of July as well. I know a couple of people have asked me about that, and certainly I have indeed had a good 4th of July. However, folks, every 4th of July brings out what I consider to be maximum pearl clutching from all of these people who have these yappy little dogs that every day of the year, these little dogs bark and scurry around and raise hell and keep people awake and all this nonsense. But the one day a year when, oh my Lord, the fireworks, well, actually, I guess there's 3 days a year, but one of the few days a year that fireworks are going to make that little dog shut their mouth and hide under the bed or bark incessantly for their owner, all of a sudden now it's my problem. And I've come to the conclusion it's not my problem, and fuck those guys and girls. If you own one of those yappy little dogs, you can deal with the one day a year that they have to deal with the you can let the dogs deal with the one day a year that they have to deal with our noise. And also, realistically, why wouldn't you get them used to the gunfire anyway? You live in the South, for crying out loud. It's, what are you thinking? So anyway, give your dogs edibles and they sleep through it. Yeah. I have a husky, and my husky is gun dog. She doesn't care. You can fire guns around her. She doesn't care. Same thing. I have buddies of mine that have GSDs and Malinois and other large dogs that are around hunting and that sort of thing all the time. They could care less. You could probably fire off a bazooka and they might yawn or something, but that was about it. But for some reason, on the 4th of July, especially, all of a sudden everyone's problem that their like yappy little dog is scared of fireworks. Why? Why do I care? First of all, why? That's a you problem, not a me problem. You know, it's a me problem every day of the year when your little dog is outside in the fence, screaming his head off. Then it's my problem, but you don't care. So fuck those guys. If you've got a yappy little dog, I hope I didn't offend you too much, but you know, the pearl clutching just has to stop, gentlemen. It just has to. We can't deal with the pearl clutching over yappy little dogs. I'm just here to, you know, I'm here to be the hero that we need, not the hero we want. And I'm just telling you, the yappy little dogs, just say no. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't think I've ever owned a dog that was actually scared of gunfire. And a lot of times, you know, my stepfather had pointers and setters, hunting dogs for hunting birds, and they had no problem. They loved the gun. The minute you fired a gun, they wanted to know where the bird was so they could go get it, and or the rabbit or whatever it was, whatever game that you had just shot, they wanted to go find it and bring it back to you instantly. And they would go nuts. I will say that they would go absolutely batshit crazy because they wanted to go find whatever it was that you had shot. So, you know, that's just the way that works out. Now, because it's a holiday weekend, I expect a very light turnout. This is going to be more of an even more informal a show than normal, and you know, we're gonna have some fun with it. And look, I understand that a lot of us, we operate in the same workspaces. We go to the same streams. You know, people from here, you know, they go to Speakeasy server or his stream. They're over at Glenn's stream. They watch Andrew. They watch whatever, and they watch some of the other guys too. And the amount of copium, raw copium that's been going on out lately because of everybody's supposedly really pissed at each other or whatever. I don't really get it, right? Like, look, Bass got his ass drugged by Andrew. We all know it. We all saw it. I hope we watched it, you know, and so it'd finally be over with. But like anything else, it's not actually over with. And people just keep talking. We're a week and a half out from the debacle, and people are still running their mouths about it. And it's all over the place. Like, people are actually doing entire streams dedicated to, I don't even fucking know what. Everybody should just shut the fuck up and move on. I'm going to be one of them. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to talk about it. And to be honest with you, there are just some people in this space that I'm just as happy to not interact with as long as they're going to be this way. Slow times need content. They can't make their own. They don't know what to do. So, you know, and there's so many things. There's so many more exciting things out there going on in the world right now if you just pay attention. There's some really interesting things. Did you guys see what happened with Tractor Supply this week? This is some fucked up shit. It's been about a week and a half that it really hit the fan. The fit hit the shan. But let's roll back a couple of months. So there's a guy in my state, in Nashville, actually, and he's got a weird name. What was his name? I don't fucking remember. Hang on, I'll stand by. I'll find it again. Anyway, so there's a guy here. He's a video producer. He makes music videos, and he's really good. And he ran for office on the Republican ticket as a write-in vote and lost. I believe in Nashville. And he I don't know how he's involved with Tractor Supply Company, but at some point TSC, he started hearing about TSC, which is almost exclusively staffed by conservatives. right? Like, it's not that they don't want anyone else. It's just pretty damn rare to see anybody else, to actually, want to be work at TSC. That's not a conservative. And so this fellow, he went out and he started hearing about this stuff. And what he found was, I'm sorry, I'm looking for his, I can't fucking remember his goddamn name. Robbie Starbuck. How could I not remember a name like Robbie Starbuck? Okay. So they ended their DEI program. That's right. So he started figuring this stuff out. Robbie Starbuck, again, write-in candidate on the Republican ticket. He is a Latino. He's married to, I think, to a Scottish mix lady. They have some kids. They live in Nashville. He does music videos. Simple breakdown. He starts hearing about this stuff from at TSC, where in the stores it's all it's pretty normal, conservative, Southern kind of stuff. But in the management, they apparently were trying to do DEI. They were contributing money to a bunch of things that we just wouldn't agree with, like a lot of the Transformer dancing in front of kids stuff. And he found out about that. And he started documenting all of this stuff, right? Like all of the things. And he did a pretty good job documenting it. And then he lowered the boom on him. And he got it, got a lot of press. And basically it was kind of like the Bud Light thing, right? It's kind of like the Bud Light thing, except it didn't go away after one news cycle. Now, this is what you've got to remember if you're gonna be one of those guys that wants to go out and tackle your company or another company, or you want to help, or you want to be involved in any of this stuff. One of the things is that you don't only have to have receipts, you have to have enough receipts to last more than one news cycle, because just like the Bud Light thing, it pretty much went away in one news cycle, because really there weren't a lot of emails showing that this was just anything more than the one lady's opinion or any of that kind of thing. And so TSC, which is a publicly traded company, we're kind of counting on just it would go one news cycle, maybe a week, maybe two, and it would be gone. But that didn't happen. What happened is they kept the momentum going. They kept releasing documents. They kept it in the news. They couldn't fight it. And TSC ended up having to they weren't really paying attention until their stock price dropped. And I think they lost about $3 billion in market cap, which is pretty significant. Their stock price was trading at like 256, and virtually in a matter of days, it was trading down around 100. That's a massive loss, 156 points or something like that. And it went through the floor. So all of a sudden, all of the people who don't normally care about the guy on the street's little protest were taking notice. The board members, the CEO, the CFO, the COO, all of these guys who operate permanently under this idea that they have to go along with this woke stuff, or this is what will happen, right? Their stock will tank, they'll be protested against, all this kind of stuff. And that's what happened, except reversed. It was the conservatives that came out and made a big stink about it. And the investors, a lot of whom are farmers. You have to understand, TSC really came out of the idea of a co-op, and a lot of farmers own stock in this. A lot of conservative people own stock in it, and they started selling it off. And it tanked the price, the confidence fell, and they lost $3 billion in market cap virtually overnight. Now, what does that mean to, for you guys that don't really understand finance? They can't pay their bills. That's their buying power, right? They're buying. That's how they pay everything. And that's honestly where all of the executives get paid out of is basically borrowing against their market cap. So they can't expand, they can't open new stores, they can't do all of this stuff. And so they backed up last week, as about 5 or 6 days ago. They killed their DEI program. They're going through. They're stopping the contributions to these organizations that do things that we wouldn't agree with. And it's an interesting thing. So it's just like how the government says, well, we do not give money to abortionists. We do not support abortion with tax dollars. But what they do is they support Planned Parenthood. When they support Planned Parenthood, that money then gets sent out in into various locations. And what it's really doing is it's going to the abortion clinics and that sort of thing. So you have to understand, first of all, how money works, and then you can kind of see this stuff really clearly. And, TSC very could have failed. They really could have literally gone out of business. And this is what you have to do. But the thing is, it can't last just one news cycle. You have to have all of the evidence. You have to have all of the stuff to hand out to the press to make it really clear that it's not just one guy that they can fire, that this is a corporate environment and there's a lot of people all the way up to the top that had to sign off on it. And that's how this stuff gets done. And it's encouraging because this is a kind of pushback that we need, guys. This is how you get it done. It's great to sit here on message boards and shake our fist in anger at the gods and fuck my focus on my camera up. That thing's still trying to catch up. It's great to shake your fist at God, but it doesn't do anything, guys, unless that happens. You have to fight them where they live, and where they live is in boardrooms and on the stock market. If that stock takes a dive, it's bad. Okay. So again, you have to think about this stuff, man. As the old man yells at cloud meme. That's right. You hit them in their wallet and they will start listening, because that's exactly what the left has done for years. They go into these companies and they say, you better follow our ridiculous demands or we're going to end you. We'll have protesters here so fast you won't even know what hit you. And they'll stay for weeks and we'll pay them to stay here and all this stuff. And none of that needed to happen with TSC. The biggest problem is just make their stock price tank. And the CEOs, they get really unhappy about that. So, yep. Yeah, if you anyway, so that was very encouraging news. That's way better than listen to Based Oracle prattle on for a fucking half an hour or 3 hours, however fucking long he went the other night, about how he didn't get his ass drug in that debate. Fucking dumbass. Anyway. But I thought that was really encouraging. It's even better that it happened here in Nashville. And it's even better that it was a Latino dude. See, the thing is he's kind of had the perfect storm going on. They couldn't really yell at him for being a white conservative male when he's a Latino, and they couldn't really get mad at him for being a crazy Latino. He's married to a white girl. So they really couldn't come after him on much, right? I mean, hetero didn't help, and he's got kids, so that's that's kind of a downside. Yeah, I saw that, Chief Wahoo. That was gay. Tell me you're gay. So your 401k was wiped out in 99, 2008, and 2021. Yeah, I mean, so in 08, 06, 07, 08, somewhere along in there, my wife had just converted the 401k stuff from mostly stocks to, I want to say, I forget what it was. It wasn't stock anymore. It was in like metals or something like that. And she had just done it just randomly. and then the bottom fell out of the market. Really interesting. Yeah, from the Nelson. Ha ha. Yep. Based having his chat open for only his simps. That's just dumb. And then I saw I saw Sarah was on earlier today. I watched like a few minutes of it. I didn't get unfortunately I had to go to see the movie with my wife. I had some other things going on. And the Based is just yeah. And I don't know, she had this ticker running that Andrew owes her $200. I'd love to hear about that. If somebody can get a hold of her, maybe she can come in and talk for a few minutes. I'd really like to understand that. Yeah, I bet his chat was fire. That's awesome. What's up, Glenn? Why don't you jump up on stage, buddy? Have Mr. Boulay give you the link. Jump up here and let's talk. Unless you're doing your show. Yeah. The interesting thing is that we have, it seems like, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 creators kind of all circle in the same sphere. Yeah. Hello, Tina. How are you tonight? Sarah went too far. What did she say? I didn't see anything. So iFi, I did see that iFi was on there, but I literally, all I did was pick up my laptop, and as I was closing it, I saw that iFi was on there. So I guess I went to a panel discussion. All right, Glenn, get the link from Mr. Boulay. You're exhausted? That's good. Tina, would you like to come up? Oh, I got one for this. Hey, hang on, I got something. Let me pull it up. I got something for this.
I'm an independent woman in the prime of my life.
You're 35 and alone. I run train on chicks like you. Oh my God.
Bradley, I told you I am not a widow, okay? I am divorced. I'm an independent woman in the prime of my life.
You're 35 and alone. I run train on chicks like you. Oh my God.
Bradley, I told you I am not a widow, okay? I am divorced.
I had something for that. I had something for that, Chief Wahoo. I saw that coming. I really did. Sarah, are you in? Are you in? I'm not trying. I thought that was fucking funny. I got another one for you guys. I got another one. This is cool. Hang on. Stand by. Oh no, what did I do? I fucked up. Hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. My bad. I'm sorry. Who did a great impression of BO? Who did that? I don't know that she hates everyone, you know? I don't know. Whatever. Here's the deal. It doesn't matter. The guy in that video. He did. Fucking A, he did. He did. I got another one for you guys. Just give me a minute. I just gotta, let's see. All right, let me do this for you. Do you know? You hear this? Do you hear it?
Babe, would you rather kiss me or kiss the prettiest girl in the world for $1 million?
That's fucking funny. You're a solid 6. Well, you're not even a 6. I pulled you. That was awesome, right? That was great. That was great. How many people can name that tune in 2 notes? Yeah? Yeah, all right. I missed a bunch of stuff going on in the chat. It was funny, though. It was good stuff. All right. Let's see. I'll giggly at him if he wasn't married. So, and this is it's nothing against Sarah, but you have to understand something I think everyone needs to understand. I don't think Sarah understands this, so she takes this personally. When she doesn't, she should not take this personally. This is the way Andrew is. He's been shafted so many times by female content creators that have, basically, I wouldn't say used him because that's not really accurate, but they kind of like manipulate things, or they'll take they'll use his network to get ahead, much like Based Oracle did. Start building their following or whatever, and then they'll turn backbiter. And right, wrong, or indifferent, Andrew is like, yeah, fuck that. I won't do that anymore. I'm not going to do it anymore. And now he's come out really clear that he will not help any female creator. I'm actually really shocked that he went on Sarah's stream. Now, she, from my understanding, that people tell me if this is correct, she's made allegations that the only reason that, or one of the biggest reasons, I did not, give me 1 second. That one of the biggest reasons that he had gone on Sarah's channel to set this whole thing up, or why she contacted Sarah to set this whole thing up, was to be able to zing her with the the last one I saw was one about members only. I don't know if I missed that. So, Andrew basically has a rule against working with female creators. Now, the reason that he's reiterated that, and he actually came to me, and actually, I don't feel like I'm just betraying any confidence here. I'm sure he told other people this as well, that he would not work with any female content creators. He didn't want to. He wasn't going to go on their streams. He wasn't going on their shows. If they happened to be on, he wasn't really going to, he wasn't really that interested in being on a show with the female content creators. And basically, if he had to interact with them, fine. But if not, he doesn't care. Because in his experience, they're literally, that's fucked up. In his experience, they're literally they've all backbit him, every single one of them. So in his experience, why would he do that? Why would he give them access to his platform? Okay, that's a stupid thing for her to say. Right. Well, see, Josie, I think at least does her best to be good faith. He really does. I mean, she really does. I haven't seen her online in a while. I don't know if she's going through some stuff. Whatever. But I believe, I know that he said that. That's one of the reasons why I didn't want to get into it, but when Andrew raided me and I had we had 1,500 people, 1,000, whatever people it was, still hanging on. That's why I raided Speakeasy with that raid instead of Josie. Not because I have anything against Josie. It's because Andrew, that would have broken the unspoken contract between Andrew and I. Plus, Speakeasy had raided me earlier in the day. Yeah, and it's nothing against Josie specifically. I think he actually likes Josie and respects her, but he's just tired of all the female drama in the streaming world. He has better things to do. He has more important things to do. And if his wife wants to deal with the female drama, that's great, but he doesn't want to. I support him in this decision. Andrew Wilson, 2024. Go for it. Actually, he wouldn't run for president. He's too based to be president. So a couple other things that I think is really important that I feel like, did his debate tonight get canceled? That sucks. I think it's really important to understand that Andrew Wilson has every right to do what Andrew Wilson fucking wants to do. It's just like Sarah has every right to be a tool about the whole deal, right? That's fine. She can be, but she has to. Here's the thing: why do people fucking forget this, guys? Look, if I'm a dick to Chief Wahoo, right? And I don't know Chief Wahoo, but let's just say that he and I are buddies, and I think he fucked me over on something. He doesn't think so, but I'm a dick to him, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck that guy. I'm going to be a dick to him. He doesn't understand why, but you know what? He's a dick to me right back. Right? It doesn't bother me. I go on with my life. He goes on with his life. Nobody gives a shit. My camera's really freaking out with all the moving around I'm doing tonight. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, why can't Andrew have the right to just not want to do it? I would too, to be honest with me. Honest with you. I'll be honest with everybody about this. I saw what happened the minute he clicked out of Sarah's stream, which he didn't actually do. All he did was click off the stage and he re-entered immediately. Thanks for subscribing, Tubular Wheat. Hey, by the way, I'm going to test this. You guys tell me if this comes through. I'm going to, and not from my mic. I'm going to move my mic out of the way. Tell me if this comes through. I'm going to do a test really quick. I think I've got this all sorted out. Tell me if this comes home.
Unreasonable Man donated $35.
Is that coming through clear?
This is a test super chat alert for $35.
Clear? Well, awesome. I've been fucking with that for a week. It was quiet. I think it's from a speaker, huh? Hang on, stand by. Which channel is it coming in on? I think it's coming in on this one. All right, I'm going to do another test, guys.
An Unreasonable Man donated $53. Super chat. This is a test super chat alert for $53.
Is it coming through the stream? Me. It's supposed to be through StreamYard. Yeah, so if it came through that last time, my mic was off. So it's coming through the stream. It's just not very loud, which is cool. Progress is being made. And I like progress. All right, I'm going to mute my mic again and try it again. When it does it for under $20, it doesn't read it. So annoying. Yeah, it's no fun, man. This sucks. It like was working. No, it was not. It's not working. Oh well, whatever. It'll be fine. I'll figure it out. It'll be fine. I'll figure it out. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, no, it's weird. Yeah, it's fine. It's just a weird deal with the way that everything works together, and it's so the what's going on here is that to stream the way I'm streaming, I'm using my camera into Streamlabs as a virtual webcam. Then I send that over to StreamYard, and that's how I get on YouTube. Streamlabs is kind of like a weird version of OBS, and one of the crappier pieces that they kept of OBS was the sound interface, and they didn't even keep all of it. And they've been redoing it and changing it, and it's almost there. But you know, it's just not really. It only kind of works the way it's supposed to work, and I don't know. It's kind of stupid. Whatever. I mean, at least it kind of works. Muted is better than not at all. So anyway, so back to all this nonsense. You know, look, Andrew's a cool dude. Andrew is the, as a matter of fact, Andrew, as far as I'm concerned, is the dude. Andrew's been as cooler to me than anybody I've ever hung out with when I've come into a new space. As far as like being willing to help, being willing to, you know, just to even have a conversation. You know, do you know how hard it is if you are the new guy coming into a space just to have a conversation with somebody that actually knows what's going on? Is pretty hard. And there's a lot of people out there that say they know what's going on. And so Andrew has had my respect since day one. Brian has to some degree as well, but Andrew really does. And an interesting part of this is, in my mind anyway, it's interesting. Maybe it's not. An interesting part of this deal with Sarah and Based and all of the other actors that are taking part in this. The interesting thing is that Andrew actually has every right to be pissed. You know, he left that. He went on Sarah's show, discussion, interview, whatever. She wanted to do interviews. So Andrew interviewed with her, and he had I thought the interview was really good. Didn't get to see all of it, but that's okay. I thought it was good. Andrew pops out. He pops back in. Nobody knows. He's sitting there watching. I come up. A couple other people come up. He sees the interaction that Based Oracle has and all of the nonsense that he's spewing. But what he doesn't see is he doesn't have Sarah just saying, hey, calm down. Andrew just left. We shouldn't be talking about him if he's not here and all that kind of stuff. Or whatever. It just didn't sit right with Andrew. And I understand why. He's allowed to feel that way. It's okay. And it's okay for Sarah to be mad with Andrew over it. And that's why he doesn't, that's why he will not raid specific people. And that's all of that. Welcome, Hawaiian CC. Christ is indeed risen. I hope you had a great Independence Day in Vegas. Well, I'll actually be out in Vegas here in a few days. Well, I guess maybe a week, I think, something like that. Again, I like going to Vegas. Vegas is pretty cool. I used to go every year for SEMA and occasionally for SHOT. I just don't get out there that much anymore. I think a lot of people feel that way. I don't know that I 100% do. I think that Sarah just kind of made some mistakes. They were pretty innocent enough mistakes. If that proves that Andrew, if that proves Andrew's point, which I certainly 100% can see it doing that, that doesn't mean Sarah's in any way a bad person or anything like that. It just means that Andrew's viewpoint has validity to it, and he can do as he chooses. Even if it was invalid, he can do what he chooses to do. He's a grown ass man. He can do whatever he wants. So, this is what it is. And yeah. Cool, man. I hope to be out on the lake tomorrow, actually. Twitter been going wild about Biden having supposed medical issue while on Air Force One. Don't think it's true. I don't know if it's true either. If we all, and obviously we've all seen the stuff going around about Kamala potentially being the candidate, which I don't think that's it. Yeah, me. I need a little bit more reference there, man. I'm sorry. Today's stream show how Sarah really is. I wish I'd been able to see it. Maybe, and I actually, while I was messing around with everything else, I just kind of tried to look and see if it was still up. It's not there, so it's fine. It's totally cool. If you're done with it, hey, I do I don't blame you if you're done with it. I mean, again, we're all adults. We can do what we want. I'm just chatting about what a weird deal it is. She's trying to grift him for 200. She thinks she's funny. She clearly forgot women are not funny. Didn't he make her like $1,000 or something the other night that she would not have made? Am I wrong about that? I was there. I wasn't there for the whole thing, so it's weird. Yes, I agree. Make it female. I'm not really sure what the make it female thing is, but sure, I agree with you. All right. And Michelle, who comes in here all the time, is a mod for Sarah. So, Michelle comports herself really well. I think she's probably right now. I think Playing with Fire has some kind of debate going on right now. So Michelle's probably over there modding and getting stuff done, which is awesome that she's able to do that. I like Michelle a lot. I think, again, I don't agree with her lifestyle, but certainly she seems to be a great person. That's what I remember now. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but it seemed like she made quite a bit of money. Great minds discuss ideas. Everything. Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. I'll leave that up. Well, I'm going to get this way. I always have a few topics I want to talk about, but I like to have the conversation kind of just go where it goes. Again, I just find it interesting, all of the is it just me? Is it just me, or is it everybody on one side of this space that we happen to occupy seem to want to just be jacked up all the time? I don't know. I always have a few topics I want to talk about, but I'm always willing to kind of go down rabbit holes because sometimes it's cool. And yeah, no problem. No worries. Glenn, what's up, buddy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Getting closer and closer to having that TTS fixed, but it just doesn't
hold on.
work.
Let's try this.
Try that.
Hold on. Let me get my screen right.
Get your screen right. There you go. Look at there's Glenn. Today on TED Talk.
Did that go through?
Nope. It may take a second though.
No, it just played on my end.
Oh.
I really think it's StreamYard, bro. I really think it's StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm starting to think so too.
Because StreamYard is doing your mic out, right?
Yep.
To the audience.
Mhm.
And so is, so you're going from Streamlabs virtual camera to StreamYard, and they're choosing StreamYard, your audio, your mic out. Now in Streamlabs, you could select in your mixer what you want audio out to, right? But you don't get that feature with Streamlabs or StreamYard.
So what I did is I took the voice meter.
I know the banana thing.
Yep. I put all of this. I put the signal into where it goes out through the microphone input, and it just doesn't. It just does not. It should be sending everything off of the mic and Streamlabs into StreamYard on the same input as the mic. It's just not doing it.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, the thing in theory, it's supposed to work that way. I don't think.
Well, apparently, it does work that way for some people. But here's my thought. All of that
worked with StreamYard.
Yeah, it used to. Yeah, so it used to work that way. The video gamer guys used to do it that way. Here's what I think happened. I think Streamlabs has been updating all of their sound stuff. So I don't think that. I think that's why nothing works with it right now, because they're dumping most of the OBS codec that did the sound. And there's a video about it. That's why they have all those options now that they didn't have before. There's a video about it on Streamlabs website, and and they say that Banana should still work with it, but it's not.
Yeah, I'm gonna like tonight's stream. I'm gonna try doing it just through Streamlabs without StreamYard.
So you can go Streamlabs through StreamYard.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm just gonna go Streamlabs straight to YouTube. I'm gonna bypass StreamYard, and and see if it works there. I think it will.
Yeah, but the problem with Streamlabs is adding other panelists is a pain in the neck.
No. I figured that out. With
you figured that out.
Yeah, with the Collabo cam or whatever.
Yeah, Collab cam.
Yeah.
Okay.
That once you get that figured out, it works out pretty good.
Okay. Yeah. I'll work it out later. I'm not really overly concerned with it right now. Nobody's sending me any real big TTS or anything, and it does kind of work. It just doesn't. I can't get the volume up. The biggest problem is that I think because it's going in. You
have to go into yours on the website, change the volume there, and then also go into settings, your mixer, and then pump up the volume there.
What I think what's happening is that it's using, since it's sending the signal to the mic signal.
Yeah, you're putting in the same track too, so that's also
putting it on the same track, so that muffles it down.
That will distort it, especially if you're talking. It's sending two signals at once.
Well, what happens is it goes through the speakers as well.
Yes, as a monitor.
Yeah, so it goes through the speakers. It's picking up through the mic. So you're right. It's distorting it and it makes it sound very muffled. So it's weird. Don't know what to do about it.
What are we chatting about today?
Well, I was talking. Did you? I mean, I've been talking about a lot of things. I'd like the whole thing that just happened with TSC and how they got broke down by for going woke, and how that's the pathway forward, because that's exactly what all of the leftists have been doing for decades. And we, the right just tends not to do that, and that's what we need to do. The guy who led that charge is local to me, actually.
Yeah, the guy, that Hispanic guy,
Robbie Starbuck.
Yeah, I like the better version of Beating Cheeks.
He is. He's like the Neiman Marcus version of Beating Cheeks.
Yeah. If like Cheeks.
Hey, Flo State's in the house. What's up?
What up, Flo?
And then Sarah did a hit piece on Andrew and the debate. I guess everybody's.
Did a hit piece?
I feel like it was a hit piece. Chat, was it a hit piece? Somebody let me know. And she had iFi on for a while. And iFi the other night.
Why would she do a hit piece? Like Andrew made her like what
a bunch of fucking money, right?
$1,000 at least, right?
At least $1,000. Yeah.
I mean,
I would guess. I mean, it could be 900.
If anything, I would be thanking Andrew.
Yeah. Well, she says he owes her $200 for minding her own business or some shit. I don't know.
He got you $1,000 and he still owes you money?
Flow State says it wasn't a hit piece, just her perspective on the situation. Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't seen it.
I don't think you can. I think she might have deleted the video.
Or she probably put it down behind members only.
Yeah, it could be.
I mean, really,
it started out as members only chat. I remember, because that's why I didn't actually hang around, because it was members only, and I'm not a member over there. I probably could have, but I just didn't. She's a leftist. They don't logic. That's probably true.
I mean, she's entitled to her opinion. It just doesn't make her opinion correct.
Yeah. Your buddy Steve Sandman, whatever.
Sandman?
He sent me a where they did their show the other night.
Yeah, I got invited to do that. I forgot what ended up happening.
They were just talking. They're just like obsessed with red pill, man. They're just like really, like, I don't know what I don't honestly.
You can't say red pill is the solution, but then point out the flaws in it and be like, well, this is where they're wrong. This is where I don't agree with red pill. That's where I go, like, that's why I always say, like, I agree with the descriptions. I don't necessarily agree with all the prescriptions.
So I'm going to throw this thing out about Sarah. She felt like, hang on, I'll just put it up here. Fuck, I forgot I got the button. She felt like he asked her to moderate so he could set her up for the moderator comment. It wasn't proper shit talking, but she does feel backstabbed. Well, I'm sure Andrew felt really fucking backstabbed when Based ran him down on her channel and she didn't do shit about it. So, that's
think about.
But hold on now. You can't say that. You can't say no, Sarah. Sarah,
I mean, she said it, but she said it, so she can say it. But like, okay, think about this though. Like, think about this. If everything has been true about those two, right?
Yeah.
She reached out to me
That's
I
right.
didn't know what was going on about getting her in contact with Andrew.
Yeah, you and I
set up
talked
the
about
whole
that.
thing. Like,
Mhm.
so she did this all. So you could tell, like, even from that perspective, she wasn't fully honest about why she was wanting to push it back or try to change the topic or whatever. That was her boo, but nobody knew that, right? It wasn't public knowledge until after that.
Well, she should. I mean, so here's the thing. Okay, here's my point of view. Okay.
I mean, I really don't care. Like, I mean,
Right.
Like,
that's where I was kind of gonna go with it. I don't.
Like,
I
it
don't
doesn't
know that I
really matter.
care.
Like, she. Oh, here.
Oh.
I see Andrew.
Andrew's here. He's got the link if he wants to come up.
Yeah.
Andrew, come on up, buddy.
So then Andrew already knew. Like that's even. So then, it's not like I don't think he was even saying anything about the moderator and the whatever. If it wasn't for base trying to say that I was gonna be it was like a bad faith or a one-sided moderator.
Right? Yeah. Base threw that out.
He kind of
first,
opened that
Andrew.
door for that comment to happen, and is like,
he did.
Well, maybe you should talk to your boo to tell him to shut the fuck up. Mine is,
Yeah.
you know,
So-
like, don't be saying dumb shit.
So here's the thing, Matt, though, is that she was Andrew's only real outlet to based Oracle. He wasn't talking to Andrew or anything. How can she complain about that? And he made her a shit ton of money. Hey, Andrew, what's up, buddy?
How does he owe her still $200? That's stupid.
You know, sometimes people make up the dumbest narratives that you can disprove in minutes. Okay, so you ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
man.
If it's true that I set up Sarah because you're smashing the moderator comment, then how come it is that I DM'd her, asked her if she'd set up the debate, and gave her the reason why I wanted her to set it up, because I thought he would show up if she did.
Yep.
That's what I DM'd her.
Yes.
Then it
You told
was,
me the same
I
thing.
think the next day or the day after, when it was fucking Glenn who told me the shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I DM'd Sarah and asked her if it was true. And she didn't really answer. And I was like, well, that's not really an answer, but do you think that you can still be an objective moderator? And she said yes. So it would actually be impossible for me to have set her up for this, considering I asked her before I even fucking knew, and can prove it with DMs I sent her.
I mean, I didn't catch the whole thing. First of all, it was members only, so I watched like 4 minutes of it and left. And then I've heard a bunch of people have been talking about it.
And I told you what information I was given privy to, and I didn't even know for fact. So I said, "Hey, this is just what the rumor. This is what I've heard. This is what someone close to the party said."
That's that, right? We've got the DMs.
Yeah.
Easy peasy, right? And by the way, just so you know, right? If I had done it for that reason, I would just tell you because it's fucking hilarious.
Right. Why would you hide it, right?
It's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
Says he's a piece of shit and that he's a fucking liar, right? That wasn't Andrew.
Yeah, I would just tell you, like, if that's what my motivation was. My motivation was just that I thought she could do it, and the reason I thought so is because out of the blue, this chick called me up through Glenn Lawrence, okay, just out of the blue, and interposed herself into this debate, which was already set up. And I asked her then, I was like, why the fuck are you involved in this? It's got nothing to do with you. That's really weird. That's the first thing I said to her. I'm like, that's really fucking weird that you're getting involved in this to the point of a phone call to tell me that it's beneath me. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What does it have to do with you? She's like, well, I know all the parties involved. I'm like, oh, okay. So if I know two of my neighbors and they're feuding, that means it's my business, right? Like, what are you talking about? It made no sense. But hang on, but it all came together later. It all came together later, and I was like, oh, now I see why you got involved. Now I understand why you interposed yourself. Now I get it, right? But I had no idea. I asked her motivation early, and she was just like, it's just because I know everybody. And then later, I asked her because she said I'm involved with everybody, and I was like, well, do you think he'll do the debate if you moderate on your channel? And she's like, yes. And so she said, I'll ask him. And she got back to me in like 30 seconds. She was like, okay, we're on. And I'm like, huh, okay, that was quick. But I still hadn't put two. I still never put two to two together.
Response.
Yeah, if they're like in the room with you.
It's your girl.
Well, or if they're in the room with you, right? But I never put two and two together. Like I was when you said that, I was like, huh, okay. I was not aware of that. And by the way, it's not my business. Like, you know what I mean? I don't fucking care. So that was not my motivation. The only reason it was even brought up in the debate is because the guy mentioned that it would be biased for the moderator to go shooting with me the next day. And it's like, but it's not biased for you to be fucking a moderator? Like,
no,
what?
You didn't know that? Only shooting with the moderator is considered biased. You could pork the moderator allegedly and it be not biased.
Yeah. So, no, I don't know why you're entertaining any of it, Andrew, because it's fucking funny.
It is kind of fucking funny. And then, look,
because it's funny.
These fuckers
because I don't ever want you to forget. I don't ever want you fuckers to forget that when I'm on, I like to have fun too. You know what I mean? I like to have fun online too. And when people try to have fun at my expense, I really like to have fun back at their fucking expense. I really like to take idiots like fucking Bald Oracle and run his ass through the fucking to the ringer and show him just how fucking clear cut different we are in this field. And yeah, I enjoy doing that shit like that to haters who run around all over the internet and talk all kinds of shit. I'm one of the few content creators in my class who will actually engage with the haters, but that's because that shit's fucking fun. It's fun for me to do that shit. It's like, you want to talk shit? Well, fuck you. Let's fucking see how you do. And you know what? They fail. They fail miserably. When they can't just snipe and talk shit and they actually have to confront you, they look ridiculous. They look ridiculous. They look retarded. And it's fucking hilarious to do it to them. Just be like, okay, really? Well, what's your evidence? Well, I would have brought evidence, except I didn't know that I had this debate. I didn't know I had this debate planned for 40 fucking days. I had no idea. I don't know.
Along the lines of like, he didn't know that he could bring evidence and show video, or like, you're making claims. You have to provide evidence. You're not in person. You can't hand them the evidence in person. So obviously you're going to show it on, the stream.
I mean, to be honest, Andrew, they ought to be sending you fucking thank you.
Oh, hang on. Here's the other thing. Shut up, Flow State. You're all up in my fucking emails, kissing my ass. You get up my emails, just my staff. Oh, God, why is this guy kissing your ass? Just begging to get you on his channel. And I'm like, okay. I said, okay, last night. I go, okay, I'll go on your fucking channel. I got some time tonight. And Flow State suddenly is sick, right? And suddenly Flow State has a cold. Suddenly Flow State has other places to be. Please, Andrew. Oh, please come on my channel. Please come on. Okay, I'll come on your channel, right, for your little ambush. And I'm going to wreck you, by the way. It's going to be easy. You're just as dumb as the rest of these seething fucking idiots. It's going to be easy. And, please, Andrew. Please come on, Andrew, please. Okay, well, I said yes, I'll come on. And this guy suddenly was like, I'm busy. I got other stuff to do. I'm just not quite ready yet, Andrew.
I think he's asking for the link right now.
Well, that's Andrew's call. Andrew, you want him to come up? I have the mods give him the link. I can have the mods give him the link.
Give him the fucking link.
Mods,
get this fucking retard on here.
Get
on here. Hang on. Get on here, you fucking retard, and let's see how you do.
I think he wanted to debate you on like morals or secular moralism.
Oh, great! He wants to.
Now you really get wrecked.
He wants to debate on subjective ethics. Well, they're subjective, so whatever I say is ethical. Stupid.
Wrecked before you started.
Yeah,
I like
it's
how
awesome.
everybody's gotten 12 hours of content off of Andrew's wrecking based Oracle.
I've stopped talking about it. Okay, like
I've done, but it just keeps coming back.
You know, I had a really good stream today. We were talking about actionable information guys could take, you know, to better themselves, you know, prepare themselves, you know, for relationships and stuff like that. I was out of the TMZ. Okay.
Andrew,
Glenn, you don't get to ruin my good time, Glenn. So
fine, fuck it. Let's just go back to it. Let's go.
Yeah, it's the 4th of July, and I was having some fun, and you're ruining it.
My bad. Back to the regular program.
People get wrecked.
I mean, I could
Okay,
give.
I'm gonna go over here and get a beer real quick while we wait for Blow State. Here we go.
Let me see. I'll send it to him in email.
Oh, you're gonna fight Blow's mates? Blow mates. Blow mates.
No, Andrew's got a party going on over there.
Oh man, we've been partying for 2 days. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing I have against based Oracle is I didn't get to come up and hang out with Andrew for 2 days. Fucker. Because he couldn't get his nuts together to show up.
I just emailed it to him. So I sent him an email.
Dear Mr. Wilson, it would be one of the great privileges of my life to be able to be on the other end with you one day in a debate. I would sure hope that you would consider. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, but that shit's funny to me. It's funny.
It is actually funny.
Dear Mr. Wilson, it has been 1 week and 4 days since you have responded. I am now going to forevermore be a seething hater with 4 members of my channel, and we are going to dog you forevermore by tagging you incessantly on every social platform in order to talk shit, but never be able to back any of it up. Ha! That'll teach him. We got him, boys. That's right. The 3 of us got together, and we have seethed together. Yes, that'll teach that evil Andrew. Ha! He thinks that making $5,000 tonight was a victory, but really, I gained 4 subscribers.
Oh man,
dumb as a box of rocks. These fucking people.
Have you caught any of the cope streams from
all of them?
Bro, I've been checked the fuck out, dude. I did a stream this morning covering covering Rachel on Tim Pool, and then she's going on the big show, Timcast IRL, the 24th.
Nice.
And so she'll be on the big show the 24th. So I did the coverage this morning of that, right? Otherwise I wouldn't have streamed today, right? It's the 4th of fucking July weekend. I was taking 2 days off. Yesterday, I just fucking plugged the phone in, didn't even think about it. I just fucking went out and had a great time.
That's awesome.
Nice.
I kind of did too. Glenn yesterday was like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm like, "Nothing. I'm not going to do anything either."
Yeah, I ended up doing a stream like early this morning, and then it was good. We had some good conversation. Yeah, it was overall good. We still made fun of some people, but you know. So, did you hear that? I guess like GSC. Oh, here we go.
All right, I want a nice clean bout. No hitting.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the red corner, wearing a gray hat and a red shirt, Flow State, and in the blue corner,
BPF.
Icon BPF, Andrew Wilson. All right, gentlemen, you guys got your instructions in the dressing room. You guys both know what to do. And begin.
Well, I've got a beer here, Blow State. What are your criticisms? Whatever you were going to do in your ambush interview, we'll just get it done right here. We'll just do it now.
My only criticism is that you're incredibly defensive.
Turn your mic down. Turn your mic down. Turn your mic down. Holy shit! You trying to blow my fucking eardrums, dude? Turn your mic down, or turn the gain down, or something.
It was really fucking loud, to be honest with you.
How's that?
That was a little hot. A little hot.
Put your mouth close
Still
to
hot?
it and
No,
say
better.
say something loud. Yeah, it sounds better now.
All right. No, my only criticism is that you completely misinterpreted the invitation. It's not an ambush. I actually want to have this discussion with you. It's
Well,
an
let's have
interesting
the
topic. I've debated.
let's have the discussion. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to have it right now.
Well, I want to have it right now, so let's have it.
Well, I'm not going to have it right now.
Well, you're not going to have it right now. Oh, that's crazy. It's not an ambush, though. It's not an ambush. It's
like
just that. It's just that. Unless I'm. Well, who's ambushing you? Is anybody talking? Is anybody talking but me and you?
No.
Okay, well then you're not being ambushed, are you? So let's go ahead, right? And just go ahead. Tell me whatever it is that you wanted to talk about. Let's do it right now. You have my undivided attention.
Is this?
Go ahead.
Sorry. My back.
Well, your avatar is back. No camera yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna camp down. I don't know why my shit's being laggy. No, I wanted to come up here and clarify that it's not a bad faith invitation. It's not an ambush. I don't know why you're under the impression it is. I actually think it would be a good discussion, and you're a good debater. I've had this conversation with Jim Bob a couple of times on his channel. So it's absolutely good faith invitation.
Well, let's do it right now. I've got the time right this second. You're here right this second. Let's just do it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. Are we doing this, or what are we doing here? Do you need me to go to a quiet place? I'll go to a quiet place. Will that make you feel better? There we go. We'll go to a quiet place. Since everyone's playing Trivial Pursuit right now. There. Nothing but the hum of the refrigerator in my voice, man. Go ahead. Floor's all yours. Let's hear it. What's in your mind?
Maybe bad reception?
You got bad reception from me?
No. Maybe Flo has bad reception.
Flo, you with us? Not here.
Well,
you scared his internet.
How convenient. That isn't that amazing. Wait a second. Let's just do it right now. Well, suddenly I'm having internet connection issues. Okay. All right.
Oh, that can't be considered a rage quit. There was no rage yet.
He'll be back. He's got the link. He'll come back. He doesn't mean. Nah, he wouldn't do that. That would
come back. Baby, come
it would be
back.
terrible to claim you have internet issues if you really don't.
Oh man.
Well, I know he's had him on my stream too, where he's fallen off like that. But
I think he had him in here the other night too, but it was, I don't know. Andrew, glad you had a great fourth, man. I did get a chance to catch most of your wife's Tim Pool episode this morning.
Was good.
Pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I forgot the other girl was even there, to be honest with you. She just, I thought she left. And all of a sudden she was there. And I'm like, wait, why haven't you talked in the last hour? So, and we were just.
Yeah, that chick, Lily Pad or whatever.
Yeah, Lily something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was basically fucking worthless.
Basically,
like,
so, yeah.
It's just like, yeah, and here's my sentence. I came all the way out to Tim Pool to say 2 sentences.
Right. And the dude, Stein or whatever his name was, dude, that what a
simp on a blimp.
Yeah, simp on a blimp.
I like Stein. I've worked with Stein in the past, and he's never been anything but cool to me. But he's just, we poke fun at each other a little bit.
Seems like a weird dude.
He's back.
Flo's back.
All right, let me try this again. Sorry for the internet issues.
All right, I'm gonna mute my mic just so you guys can have the floor to yourself.
All right, what's on your mind, Flo?
So, well, nothing news on my mind. Do you still want to come and have the debate, or are you not interested? You seem kind of like you're not interested.
We're here right now. Let's do it.
Why are you in such a hurry to get this over with? I feel like you're ambushing
because I have lots of shit to do with people all over the internet who are inquiring. Yeah, I'm in a hurry. You might not be in a hurry. You might not have shit to do. I have shit to do. So let's just do the debate right this second and get it done. Then you can say you've debated me. I'll say that I've debated you. Everyone's happy, right? Let's just do it and get it out of the way.
No, it's cool. I'll circle back around in a month or two and see if you're interested then.
Oh God, so passive, Flo.
I mean, if you don't want to have the debate, you don't want.
I want to have it right now, Flo. Right this second. We're talking. I'm right here. You're right here. Let's do it.
Nobody's interrupting you.
Yeah, let's just get it done.
I don't feel like you're interacting with me in good faith. You just said a bunch of lies.
What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck?
Agitated.
Okay. Oh, did I make some jokes and it hurt your feelings, Flo? Did I joke around and it hurt your feelings? Did I do something? Sure did I do something which was obviously satire? Obviously satire, and he got upset, Flo. Did I hurt your feelings?
I'm not upset. I think that you're upset, and so I'm just gonna.
No, you're upset
until maybe you're not.
You're the one who's upset, Flo. No, you are. No, you. What the fuck is this bad faith nonsense? It's the epitome of good faith to say you're here and I'm here. Let's have the debate. What's bad faith about that? What are you talking about? That doesn't even make sense, Flo. You're here right this second. I'm here right this second. Let's do the debate right this second. What's bad faith here? Why are we having a meta debate? Why are we having a meta conversation? Why are we having a conversation about the debate that we could be having right now instead of just having the debate? That's bad faith.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, why don't we just get it done? I can let Andrew open if you would rather go second, Flo, or however you want to do it.
Well, he's a challenger.
I'm not interested in just checking a box off. I'm not interested in checking a box off. I'm not interested in having a dick measuring contest like you and Base did. I would like to have a good discussion.
Why would
you seem like you're in an agitated mood?
What does that mean? I seem like I'm in an Are you my mom? What does an agitated mood for me look like?
I'm starting to feel like it. It's starting to feel like it, isn't it?
Are you my wife, Flo? Do you know what it's like when I'm in an agitated mood? Because I don't feel like I'm in an agitated mood. I feel like I'm in a fine mood, and I'm ready to debate right now. Let's debate.
And he's already got a beer in his hand. Go for it.
Yeah, give me your position. Let's do it.
No, I'm not going to have that debate right now. If you want to debate something else, that's fine. But
why does it have to be on? I mean,
if it's not on my terms, I'm not doing it. You fucking people, dude. Like,
I mean, I can understand.
You got a great opportunity right this second. I've got the time. I'm on a channel. right now. No one's interrupting you. No one's bothering you to have a good faith debate right this second. And nope, I don't want to do it. Nope.
I mean, you can restream from this channel. That's fine. I don't care. You know, Andrew's not doing any. Andrew's not. Why would you not?
For all the reasons I've literally just said.
Wait, those reasons
until you have time
might actually be able to win.
To devote to it. If you don't, then you don't.
I have time right now to devote to it. Right now, right this second. What are you talking about, dude?
I don't.
You don't.
Sorry
you
that
the you're
last minute.
you have 35 minutes to have. You have 30 fucking minutes to have a meta conversation about it, but not time to do it. Really, that's interesting.
Yeah, first things first. I need to come up and make sure that you're not, just talking out your ass entirely about me.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What are you talking about? You want to have this debate? Let's have the debate. Why are you stalling? Why are you wasting all of our time? Just have the debate, dude.
No.
I'm
not ready now.
You're not. Oh, you're not ready. Oh, okay.
I
think just me. I'm ready, but you're not ready. Well, when are you going to be ready? 4 months, 6 months? When? When do you think you'll be ready?
I figured I'd just check back within a month. Maybe the base oracle thing will turn over. You'll be a little less touchy, and we can go from there. But if you're trying to just rush this over with and check it off the box, it's not going to be a good discussion. It's not going to be a good debate. It's not going to get at the issue.
What is
I feel
the
like
issue?
you're just trying to push this out of the way. You don't owe me anything, Andrew. If you don't have time
I'm aware.
for it, you don't have time for it.
What?
But I'm not trying to have
bro. I have time for it right now. I'm ready to have a great, good faith debate. Can you tell me what we're debating?
Andrew's had many good faith debates on my channel. I'm not. I kind of don't like that you're making the assumption that he wouldn't be good faith and he wouldn't have a good debate right now on my channel. Second, to me, Andrew sounds like he's in a good mood. He's laughing. He's joking. It's probably the best shot you got at actually winning. So you might ought to take it.
Well, and if I'm wrong, I apologize where it's due.
All right. Well, let's try it. Well, let's try this a different way. What is it that you wanted to debate with me?
I want to debate whether or not you can have objective morality without religion or God, or a religious God. Can atheists have objective morality? I believe they can. I assume you believe they cannot.
Well, no, I don't know. It's semantic. So semantics are important in debate. So this would come down to some. We would have to get into some meta ethics here, and we'd have to get into some semantics. So, is it your position that all morality is subjective?
So one good reason I can't. Oh, God fucking damn it. One reason it's not going to work right now is because for whatever reason my internet's lagging out. I don't know if it's Glenn's little motion. Whose mugshot is that? Don't reset the whole thing.
Leave the legendary Beaten Cheeks' mugshot alone. I turned off my cam, so hopefully that helps.
Okay, can you hear me now, Flo?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it your position that all morality is subjective?
It actually didn't help that much. I don't think all morality is subjective. I think that there's objective morality. I think it can be attained without God.
Okay. So when we're talking about semantics then, and that's what we're talking about, semantics and then meta ethics. So we have to start at first principles then. When you say objective morality, what does that mean?
That is more than just a cultural whim.
So it's not. So you think that subjective morality is just cultural context, cultural contextualization,
right,
of events? That's it. Okay.
Right.
So then.
Right.
So then.
People say that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Good.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, people will make the argument that morality is all cultural, right? And the Mayans are brought up a lot as well. They thought it was okay to sacrifice people. Does that mean it's okay? I do not believe that to be the case. As an agnostic, I believe that is objectively wrong to sacrifice people, and there is a way to get there.
Okay, fine. Well, let's see why. Why is it wrong to sacrifice people?
Why don't we have this debate later when my internet's not lagging and my ex-wife isn't about to show up at the house?
Okay, Flo.
Is that all right? Like it's.
I mean, we just there's nothing. This is like been a great faith exchange so far. Why not just finish it?
It is a good faith exchange. This actually is not a good time for me. I don't know how many times I can tell you that before, until you believe me.
Oh, okay. Well, it was. I don't know. I think. I
appreciate you.
It seems like you're just ducking a little, Flo. That's all I'm saying. Just seems like you're ducking a little.
That's fine. It can seem however it seems. But anyways, I'll circle back around in a bit. Thank you for the time. But all right, take it easy, guys.
Bye.
Well, you tried. You tried.
Thought we were getting somewhere.
I did.
Me and Flo are like this. We were buddies, man. We were about to buy a doom buggy together and shit. And then suddenly the ex-wife showed up and ruined it all. This is very.
Yeah, why are you not in this? Why are you not on? Why are you not here working?
She hides from Andrew. Andrew shows up.
That's right. Yeah,
he hides.
That's true.
You know, it was.
That was okay. I mean, that was close to cool.
I saw that. So there's that. What was that? $200. What is that $200 thingy that Andrew allegedly owes?
Sarah.
Yeah, what was that about?
I don't know. You'll have to ask. She's in the chat, or she was.
I'm gonna ask Andrew about that. Like if he.
Old Joe, did you have something that you wanted to say?
Wait, what? What are you talking about? $200?
Yeah, there was like a comment made. I guess Sarah made a comment about something like you owing her $200. I don't know. Somebody
you told her that you would super chat her $100 if you.
I don't know the reason, but somebody told me that, and I was like, "What?"
I don't know the fucking reason either.
I was like, "Didn't she just get a whole bunch of money the other day from the Crucible, crew?"
Oh no, you have to understand though that had nothing to do with me. It had nothing to do with me. That always has to do. Those big audiences always show up for those people's channels. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's in the chat. She said Andrew said he'd donate $100 if I minded my own business,
which you didn't do. So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Calling me up on the phone is not minding your own business, Sarah. What are you talking about? That's not minding your business. That's the opposite of minding your business.
It is.
Just letting you know. It's like if minding your business definitionally was getting involved, then it wouldn't be minding your business. What is she talking about? What is she talking about?
I have no idea. I'm lost.
She's going to be like, there was some satirical thing that you said on your channel. There's some satirical thing that you said on your channel. And therefore, it's funny. No.
Andrea, I'm glad that you had such a great fourth, and I'm actually glad that I can add to the humor tonight, or at least my channel can. So that's always a great thing. So, yeah, it's good times, man. Good to see you. Glad you're on the channel. Yeah, just it's been a pretty cool chill evening. I don't know why Flow State thought it was going to be not chill. So it's almost always chill here. So.
Oh, old Joe says, ask Andrew when he debated two gimps at once. That was fucking hilarious. I remember that pretty well. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you debated two gimps at once?
Yeah, it was really funny. So Alex, PWF, he called me up and he was like, dude, he said, there's this guy named Mr. Slave who him and his dominatrix debate people. And I was like, what?
Oh, yeah. He tried to hop on one of my streams the other day and I was like,
yeah.
No,
I was like, what? He said, yeah. He said, do you want to debate with him? And I was like, well, yeah, of course. So he set it up. So anyway, this guy's on the floor on a chain and shit. And, we're going back and forth. And the dominatrix is laughing at him. We're all having a good time, right? And suddenly out of the blue, this gimp comes crawling in. A second hidden gimp. There was a second hidden gimp in a boob suit, dude, in another room, who comes crawling in cuffed to talk shit because he could hear the debate from the other room. I think it's so embarrassing.
These people.
I had nothing to do with me. Alex set it up. I was just having a good time. I just thought it was fucking hilarious because it was hilarious. But yeah. So yeah, that's probably one of the all-time favorites of mine is the two gimps versus Andrew debate. That was hilarious.
And I thought me and Speakeasy debating against Cat Ear Boy was something crazy to talk about. That takes it to a whole nother level.
Yeah, it was next level shit, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, the gimps were so fucking pissed. And, I was trashing their dommy mommy and shit. It was pretty funny. It was fucking funny, dude. It was just straight up a fun debate. So.
Oh, that's classic. That's classic.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Clovertack wanted to know if you had, for $5, did you shoot anything for Independence Day?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was literally a bunch of friends came in from out of town. And we spent all day doing that.
Yeah. Dang, I missed out, man. I missed out.
You did miss out, man. We had the fucking RPD out and shit. It was great.
Oh man.
Yeah.
If only that debate had happened the way it was supposed to. That would have been great.
Yeah, but
I know.
The thing is that by not keeping my word, I was successful. The thing is, by not keeping my word and lying about everything that I said, that was 4D chess.
Well,
it was 4D chess.
And all his like streams or videos talking about leading up to the debate, he had said, "Oh yeah, I'll prove that Andrew makes X amount of money." So when you call him out on it, he's like, "That's not even what my argument was." You're right. You didn't give an argument. You just made an assertion and then didn't say, "I'm going to prove it." And with these examples,
it doesn't matter. This fucking retard's not even worth discussing ever. He came on. He made me a bunch of cash like I knew he would. He was a fucking idiot. Couldn't back up any of his claims like I knew he couldn't. It's just fucking worthless. So every once in a while, it's good. It's good when those fucking when the fan to hater pipeline. Sometimes it's good to drag those fucking haters up and tar and feather them publicly so that people can see exactly what their real criticisms are, which is just, I'm mad, I'm not you. That's it.
Now, Andrew, am I right in understanding this? Okay, so when you do your opening, you're the challenger, you're doing your opening argument, right? You at that point are laying out what you are debating, the terms, the definitions, and you're whatever, you're going to mention you're going to show instances or you're going to explain on these 3 or 4 accounts, are where I see or has the evidence to prove that this is happening and this is this, right? So then
Well,
that kind of sets
opening
the tone for the debate.
well, opening statements in informal debates have 4 parts. So this is your opportunity to frame the entirety of the debate.
Yeah.
This is your opportunity to frame the entirety of your position, frame exactly what's going on, make predictions on the other person's arguments. You can defeat a person in your opening statement. I do it probably 50% of the time. you can just completely level them in your opening. That's your time to shine, where nobody can interrupt you, nobody can push back, nothing. And so you segment these into 4 parts. The first is you go over what the proposal or proposition is. In this case, there was no proposition. There was no logical proposition. It was just a proposal. And the proposal was Andrew it's an assertion, right? It's not a proposition. It's just a descriptive is. It's like Andrew is this thing. It's like, well, okay, well, here's your chance to lay out why we're here. So we're here because Andrew Wilson, liar and a grifter. That's your opening. Then you're going to move into the context body. Your context body is going to explain why it is that you're arguing the position that you're arguing and the things which lead up to that position. And then you're going to move into your actual arguments. And then you're going to give a strong outro tying all 3 of those segments together. And that's what you do with an opening.
And since he didn't do that, he allowed you basically to lay out the debate.
Well, no, he did do that. He did do that. He just failed at part 3, which is the argument section. So he stated why he was there, and then he stated the run up to his positions, why his positions exist. So I understood that fine. So the proposal is Andrew's a liar and grifter. Got it. I understand that. Okay. So the lead up is these are the things which I view, which I think make him a liar and a grifter. Okay, got it. But now we get to the argument section. The argument section for something like this is, and here's the proofs, which I'm going to present, which are going to demonstrate why I have this reasoning that I laid out for why this guy's a liar and a grifter. Total abysmal failure. None of it ever brought up. So on the outro, it's very weak, even on the outro at the end of the debate, because the arguments could not tie the other 2 sections together. So if you can't tie these together, the entire thing falls apart. If it was a logical proposition, it would have been worse. It would have been even worse.
Well, when you brought up the the things that you listed, right? That kind of like pivoted the argument from him kind of having you answer for things to where he is now having to answer for things, and that kind of like that gave you the control of the debate, right? Because he didn't present anything to. No. What won me the debate in the intro was just the prediction that there would be no counter arguments. Yeah.
So there's not going to be any arguments that are laid out. What's going to happen is a sequence of questions which are trying to get me to make your argument for you.
Yeah.
And so people who aren't attuned to the Socratic method don't understand that method is for already existing propositions, right? Not accusations, but propositions. So it works really good for testing logical positions. But the Socratic method does not work very good for interrogation. It's it's a tool for only logical interrogation. So if A, then B, and if B, then C. But it doesn't do a lot of good to get normative information out of people, right? It's just not very good for that. And so if you levy accusations, what you should do is you should have like a key log of proof and then demonstrate your proofs, right? And then have them speak to that. But what's interesting is that it wouldn't have mattered anyway, right? Like, let's say in his intro, he had levied the proof that I made hundreds of thousands a year on YouTube, or just hundreds of thousands a year, period, which I don't. But let's just say he demonstrated this somehow. Well, so what? Right? Like, so what does that show? Well, it doesn't show anything. So what are we proving? Right. What are we proving? But what happens often in debates is people use a sequence of intuitions and looking for agreeableness to their intuition. It's like, so we can all agree on this, right? And most people are like, yeah, right? But what happens when someone goes, no? People are like, no, I don't agree. What does that mean then? Well, then you have to make demonstrations. So it's just, the difference and distinction in it should be night and day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just thought his opening statement didn't really lay out his game plan and what evidence he had to, support his claims that you are a liar and a grifter. And I thought that would at least be where he would make that, address, like, I'm, with this evidence.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah.
Right. That was that old boxing.
Tyson.
Yeah. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Or the timer goes off.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, you made a very dumb debate the most entertaining thing. Your facial expressions at times were just hilarious. Like the charisma. You do put on a show. You do put on a show.
That's because I'm an entertainer. That's the point.
That's good showmanship.
Yes, it's the point of being an entertainer, is to entertain. That's correct. And people enjoy being entertained. Go figure.
Are you not entertained?
So what happens? People generally operate under two models online, and they're very bizarre to me. They've never made any sense to me because no successful creators follow them, but so many people follow them, and this is the main reason why I think people are not successful creators. So model one is to make money online is the unforgivable sin, right? To do this. Now, not a little bit. Like if you make $20 on YouTube, no one cares. Make $100 on YouTube, no one cares. Make a couple $100, no one cares, right? But if they feel like you're making more than what you would make at a skilled job as a doctor or something like that, that's too much, right? It's an arbitrary line. Nobody knows exactly what the line is, but when you cross whatever that arbitrary line is, you're now a grifter. Okay, so that's mode one. It's a huge failing mode. And then mode two is I won't be taken seriously if I also entertain you. So that's the second mode, right? So I'm a very serious person, and I take these issues seriously. And it's like, good. I take these issues seriously too. But why does that mean that I have to be fucking boring as watching paint dry in order to get you to listen to my takes on these positions? In fact, the opposite is true, right? If I want to get you to listen to me, I want to capture your attention and keep it, right? That's the goal.
Yeah.
So people fall under these two modes all the time, right? To make money is to grift, and to be entertaining is to not be serious.
Yeah, no.
And so what ends up happening is they're inside of a field where they're trying to get people eyeballs on them. That's what they're trying to do. I'm trying to get you to put your eyeballs on me so that you will then listen to what I'm saying. That's what they're attempting to do. Well, how do you plan on doing it? By talking like this into a camera and hoping that you just will like it. That's 90% of people's plan. No, it's 99% of people's plan.
Clear eyes are awesome.
On the camera, and I'm going to talk into it like this.
Wow.
Are you? And people go, what the fuck, dude? People go, what the fuck is this boring shit? I'm going to go watch TV, or I'm going to go do anything other than this. So it's just like I don't understand these modes. I don't really understand these modes of operation because they don't really make any sense. You're on an entertainment platform. Be fucking entertaining. You know?
Yeah, entertain me, bitch. Dance, monkey, dance.
Hello, everybody. How is
well, I think
this evening?
I think there's a pretty big distinction between creating a spectacle and being a clown, right? You don't have to be a clown to make a spectacle. You know, it's not
And not
necessary.
all clowns make spectacles, but all spectacle makers are clowns. Or is it the other way around?
Well, I don't know about that. Well, what I'm saying, yeah, I'd say it's the other way around. But the thing that I'm saying is like, look, if you're on an entertainment network, you should be entertaining if you want to grow. But what happens is, here's the truth. The truth is that most people refuse to put in any work, and most people refuse in any way to try to embrace the entertainment portions of their personality that people gravitate towards. And since they refuse to do that, they don't grow. And because they don't grow, they get upset at people who do, and they try to look for excuses to not themselves accountable for why it is that they suck. Oh, I suck. I only have 5 people watching me. But that's because this other nefarious force is trying to keep me down. It's because this other evil, malevolent, force is suppressing me somehow. You know what I mean? That's the cope. That's the cope. And it just kind of cracks me up because it's like you don't have to do that. You can just have a fun stream that people like to watch. And I don't know, we can't do that. That would, I mean, well, how would people take me seriously then? And it's like, okay, whatever, dude. It's such a self-defeating mindset that it's kind of laughable to me.
It's like the victim mindset.
It is exactly a victim mindset.
Yeah, that's what it reduces to. Yeah, I failed to do some other force. Go a bunch of different ways. I failed because of YouTube. I failed because I can't really talk about what I want to talk about. Or I failed because I'm not allowed to do this. Or I failed because these.
I failed because Andrew Wilson
got together and they tried to. Yeah, right. I failed because this guy who I never had to engage with even one time. Right? I never even had to engage with him, but decided to anyway. Therefore, it's his fault. It's like, that's like coping 101. You know what I mean? So
Can you guys hear me okay?
If you're smart, you just don't do any of that. Yeah, but you sound very Canadian though, so that's unfortunate.
Not Canadian enough because I'm from far north of the border. Hey, Andrew, do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? You got a moment? There's a few things I've been curious about.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, and I know you've talked about it a ton, is it okay if I chat a little bit about the Dillahunty debate? Because as a fan of that moment, I'd really like to get your specific answers on a couple of things.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think he was prepared for you?
Not at all.
What about it was he not prepared? Because I totally agree, but specifically, what don't you think he expected?
An internal critique.
Meaning you looked where he didn't want you to look.
Yeah, correct.
So my
which was at his position itself.
Exactly. What do you think's behind it?
So the question becomes what? Well, because these guys only offer up very specific propositions, which are winning inside of the proposition. So atheists are the laziest debaters on earth, and so are agnostics when it comes to theist debates, because their position is just convince me, right?
Yeah.
That's it, convince me.
Yeah.
Burden of proof is on you, and it requires, it's a massive burden of proof, so convince me. And so all of it revolves around that. I was able to get in a proposition the alternative way, though, where I said, okay, what we're putting up here is Christian ethics against secular humanism. So this opens you up for an internal critique on secular humanism, but doesn't open me up to a critique on defending whether or not God is real, but rather what happens if we grant that he is not, but I come to the same ethical system as Christians do. What is the secular humanist response to that? Because it seems that secular humanists can come to the conclusion that men can be women, and Christian ethics would not come to that conclusion. So it's seemingly superior even from an atheistic standpoint, and there's no defense against that argument. None.
So Grid One and I have been chatting about this, and you can tell me if you think I'm wrong, but I've always believed watching Dillahunty that he debates basically in the style of a magician. He operates in areas where people aren't used to looking. And I believe that a lot of the stuff that he says, he full well knows that he's lying about, but he counts on the fact that it's a sensitive topic and people aren't going to challenge him. Do you see any validity in that viewpoint? Like an example would be when he debated Jordan Peterson, or he debated Dinesh D'Souza and started talking about transgenderism in a way that forced them to say something that would be politically incorrect and perhaps damaging, or not respond. And that didn't seem to have any effect on you. You were willing to say the truth is basically what I'm saying.
I think that in the moment, that Dillahunty basically just went, okay, I'm not actually prepared for what happens if this guy yields the position, and I can't just say God not real, or if God real, prove it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess.
And instead it moved over to something he was really ignorant of, which is, what are the cultural ramifications of Christianity versus secular humanism? What are the actual cultural ramifications of this? And it's like, that's not a thing that atheists are ever prepared to really dive into, because they don't know.
Well,
the atheist experiment has not been good. It has not been a good experiment. It's not created a more stable society than a Christian society. It has not created this kind of utopian dream where it's just science rules and everybody is kind of a product of the mind. It has not created that society. It's done quite the opposite. It's creative stagnation, nihilism, and degeneracy.
I agree with that. And I think that if I had to boil it down to one simple question, and I realize we can't answer for somebody else, do you think that Dillahunty actually believes a man can become a woman just by saying so, or is he doing so in order to win a debate?
No, I don't think any of them have ever really believed it.
Yeah, well, that was.
I think though that they take great pleasure in going, haha, you have to call me a woman. Haha, it hurts you to do this. Haha, we're trolling you and there's nothing you can do. We have the institutions. I don't think any of them, I mean, of course these guys know that at the end of the night, they're sucking a dick, okay? Like, they know that, they know it. But they're just like, if as long as they can kind of do the ultimate gaslight and be like, haha, even though this is what's going on, you can't say anything, haha. That is kind of the world that they live in.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what I'm pointing to, and I agree. This dishonesty and bad faith. And there was a term that I had known at one point for an honest interlocutor, and I've forgotten it now. But basically, if you're
delusional, delusional.
Let's say you're trying to convince someone of something. You need somebody on the other side of the table that's going to be honest. If they're bound and determined not to be convinced, then your task is pretty much hopeless. But there's a term for that person that comes to the table with an open mind, and I wish I could remember it. So question number 2, and I won't keep you for long. I would like to, I myself think that was a moment in debate history, but having viewed a lot of your debates, I think your greatest debate performance was one where I actually feel you didn't win. And a lot of your audience might feel differently. But I watched your entire debate with Rob Noor over Christian nationalism. And I would suggest that anyone that wants to see good faith in a debate, anyone that wants to see somebody answering very tough questions with a great degree of honesty, should look at that debate. And in particular, how you handled when Rob asked you what you would do if you found yourself in a position where your internal moral compass disagreed with maybe some of the things you were hearing from the church. I'm not going to, we don't need to go into it, but the way you answered those questions, because a lot of people would have, you didn't need to, first of all, and a lot of people wouldn't have. Do you have any comments on that debate or how you feel it went? Or?
Yeah, so this was early on in kind of my debate career against pros. And Noor was always a guy who I enjoyed really getting into these issues with, because he was always really cutting and able to show me a lot of the errors in my thinking. And so in some of those earlier debates, especially, like, he really hammered a lot of these points home when it came to these kinds of, like, I'm busy. So when it came to kind of these ethical, when it kind of came to these ethical questions, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, my wife was pestering me.
Oh,
So anyway, yeah. So he was always really good about helping me shore up some of those kind of shortfalls, and I'm really glad he did early on, because it gave me an opportunity to reevaluate a lot of those positions and make damn sure that if they came up again in the future, I had good answers for them.
He's a fabulous debater, and he's a good guy too, and he has good things to say about you. I really like Rob Noor. Okay, here's my last question, and then I'll drop down. I think if it was me, and you can tell me where I'm wrong here, if God, like, so I myself am agnostic, but I have seen people sell all sorts of stuff, right? And if God was a big part of what I did, and I was good at putting a message forward that was supportive of God and that brought other people into the faith that I supported, would it not be acceptable to just say, yes, I do this, and yes, I make money at it?
Yeah, sure, that would be acceptable.
To say that Christianity is part of who you are as an entertainer. It doesn't mean that you're not an entertainer, but it's a big part.
Well, no, now you're making the leap. So
sure,
I knew where you were going with it, right? But now you just made a second leap, right?
Sure,
hang on, stop for a second. So assertion one is, would it be okay for you to say it? Yeah, sure, it's okay for you to say that. But then the kind of assertive jump is, well, then why don't you? Well, because that's not my mission. That's why. That's not my ultimate mission. My ultimate mission is political in nature, not to be an apologist, of which there are many who are better and more skilled than me. And so I will leave the apologetics to them. You know what Christianity suffers from? It suffers from a lack of people who can be politically engaging and win. What happens when these apologists get on the other end of political debates is they get fucking crushed. They get smashed to bits, smashed to pieces, because they focus all of their energy in the sector of being convincing when it comes to theological debates around only very tight niche philosophical positions that most people can't even follow. When you put them in the normative arena of politics, they get fucking smashed to bits. They get beat. Their head gets beaten in with a rock, dude. And it's sad to watch. And I mean, high level guys, they can't take on any normative policy or political positions at all and win. And which thing do you think it's through to more people in these sectors engaging with society how it stands now in a way which is political, or having niche philosophical theology debates? You tell me which I should burden my time with.
I wonder if these people who don't engage, like you say, either are too weak.
No, they can't. No, I didn't say they don't. They can't. They get beat.
It seems like some of them are more interested in protecting their personal reputations than speaking the truth. That's my opinion.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. I mean, I think that there's plenty of guys who are crucified for having the wrong theological position too. What I'm saying to you is that theology, and specifically the branch of philosophy, theology, is very complex, and it starts with metaethics. Metaethics and starting principles are super complex. These are complex forms of long form logical arguments. And it takes years of devotion to become highly skilled in those specific little niches. And so what apologists do is they focus all of their time on learning thousands of years of history, tying the thousands of years of history into a theological, philosophically grounded position for or against God. That's what they do. Now, I say against God because their Christian apologists could be fighting with a Muslim, and they both believe there's a God. Maybe they have the same first principle starting points. They both believe that there's a God, there's an almighty creator, right? They have many kind of universal similarities. But it's exactly knowing the distinctions between these two gods and the history in each one of these sectors of their church history that makes you highly skilled in that niche philosophical, theological debate sphere.
So
And those guys are great. Those guys are great. But the same thing applies to politics. Politics is doing the same thing, right? Now you're moving into the political sphere of philosophy. The political sphere of philosophy takes every bit as much dedication as the theological sphere does.
Well,
And so it's like, yeah, go ahead.
I'll have to take your word on the theology piece because I'm quite ignorant. But if we keep it in the debate sphere, would you say there's something about your debate style that would make you effective whether you were debating theology or instant coffee, like I'm going to take on Kat soon about because she insists my instant coffee is no good? I just but no, would there be something about your style that would make you effective in any arena?
Yeah, it could be very effective in straight apologetics, yes. But that doesn't mean it would actually convince more people of the truth of God or the truth of the religion which I follow. That doesn't mean that it would, just because I was effective. The truth is that apologists can't seem to get out of apologetic circles. They stay inside kind of the same circle jerk because they don't focus on politics, because politics is super difficult. Okay. And there's nobody on the right who really engages in political philosophy from a Christian starting point. They're missing this massive audience, which is there for them to capture. And so Muslims are doing that, and Christians are not.
What advice would you give those folks then?
I wouldn't give them any advice at all. I would tell them to continue on the practice of being great theological Christian apologists. I think that's what they should be doing. And I think that they're called to do that. And I think they're good at it. And I think there's a huge need for it. I just think that there's also a need for the other end of the coin, which is the political aspect. And that's widely ignored. And so why do you think that my critics endlessly demand that I only do apologetics? Why do you think they demand that?
Yeah, I don't know that they did, but if they do, I couldn't answer that question.
Well, because they would want to keep you in a box.
All right, because they want to keep me away from the political sphere. If you were a Christian, you wouldn't be engaging in politics. If you were a real Christian, you wouldn't be engaging with these OnlyFans hoes and these red pillars and these fucking politicians. And that's all worldly. Why would you engage in any of that? The whole point is that it's a massive shaming tactic in order to get me to remove myself from the political sphere and stay solely in the realm of hypothetical theological.
Yeah, I myself don't agree with the removing from the sphere approach. I don't think that's productive.
Well, you show me anybody else who's as effective as I am in the political sphere on the right. I'd like to know.
Hey, Andrew.
The funny thing is, you even get Christians saying that, he should be in the he shouldn't be debating with.
He should be a better Christian and not. Whoa. Why do I have so
shouldn't
much
be
echo?
debating with those 18-year-olds. You just dunk on 18-year-olds, Andrew.
Yeah, well, all of it is designed to get you to remove yourself from the political sphere.
So here's one thing I'll leave you with, because I'm going to jump down and you can take this for what it's worth. But Joe Rogan said once he got to a certain size, he simply had to start ignoring comments. He said he couldn't stay in that anymore. And he gave that advice to Jordan Peterson as well. It seems as though once you get past a certain point, if you spend too much time thinking about what everybody thinks, for those guys, it became pretty stressful. That's what they said anyways. But hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah, we've been We've been past that for for a while. But the thing is you know what I think? I have a counter to this. And my counter is that I think that if you are a person who is bothered by that, and it makes you lose sleep, and it makes, you know, you allow people to kind of get in your head, that's exactly what you should do. But the truth is that most of these guys would like nothing more than to reach out to one of these haters and bring them on and tar and fucking feather them publicly. They would love nothing more than to do that. They just don't. The difference is that I do. And I think it's endless amounts of fun. It's endless amounts of fun for me to do, because like it never even had to happen in the first place, but you demanded it, you know. So here, take the medicine that you demanded and choke on it, right? So
Hey, thanks a lot, Andrew, for your time, and Grid One, thanks for having me up.
No worries, man.
Yeah.
While I got a second here, Shadow Buddha wants to know your thoughts on Christopher Hitchens.
Hitchens.
Thank you.
What does he want to know?
Apparently, just your thoughts. I'm not really sure.
I don't pay much attention to Hitchens or any of his work. So,
okay, fair enough. And then I had another one from Low Paladins. If men pretending to be women harm society or children, then they could argue against it as a secular humanist. For example, it may not lead to long-term happiness for the person placated.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right. Welcome, Sarah.
Hey, Grid.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Oh, I guess you want me to. Well, I'm waiting. No, Andrew, I just don't think that was right. You know, with you throwing me in the middle of all of that. Not only as a person, but as the moderator. That's not where it belonged. It shouldn't have been there, because there's nothing I could have said or done to intervene in what was being said. There's nothing I could have said to at all in that moment, because I was held to that role of moderator. And, you know, I just don't think that was right. I think you could have argued the argument without throwing me into it altogether.
Could your boyfriend based Oracle, could he have argued his argument without throwing Glenn in the middle of it?
That's not my worry, because Glenn was not moderating that debate in that moment. I think that at the end of the day, you know, that is between the two of you, and I did not need to be put in the middle of that. Not.
Yeah, but the thing is that, so base criticism was, to me, that you were going to allow somebody to go shooting with you the next day, who was also going to moderate this debate. Therefore, he could not be objective. Therefore, he wasn't able to be unbiased. That was his argument. So my argument back was to point out a detail, which was pretty obvious, which is, wait a second, is the current moderator who you have a relationship with of some kind, is that biased as well?
Well, let's think that through on how you actually said it that day.
Yeah, I said you're banging the moderator. Yeah,
a little more different, but yeah, in any event, I still don't think that was appropriate. Whether it's true or not true doesn't even matter in this instance.
Well, is it true?
It doesn't even matter. It's not.
Well, I know. Yeah, if it doesn't matter, then you should answer, because it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter whether I am or not. It doesn't belong there. It's not something that's even like part of a public knowledge or something that is being put out there in any terms or whatever.
Well, let me give you a counter. Let me give you a quick counter here.
I just think you could have done a better job of making the argument without throwing me.
I just think that you could have let me know up front that you might have been banging the guy after I'd asked you. So after I had asked you about a debate and been like, hey, do you think you can come in and moderate this debate? And do you think you can get him to agree to it? And you're like, yeah. So then I sent you another follow-up, and I was like, hey, it came to my attention that you could have, a physical relationship with this guy,
I
which you
believe the words
avoided
were, "You're
answering.
banging this guy."
Yeah, which
Yeah.
you avoided answering. So then I was like, okay, fine, fair enough. You can, that's true. It's your business, right? But you can't avoid being biased, right? And you said yes. It's like, okay, fair enough, right? But I'm able to use that as an instant example, a counter example to this guy bringing up Glenn Lawrence, who also had nothing to do with the debate, right? But he brought him up. And it's like, what's good for the goose, good for the gander, right? Tip for tat.
But Glenn was not in that debate. Like,
why does he have to be physically present in the
what
room?
I'm saying is
why does the guy need to
you
be
asked
physically
me-
present
what
there?
I'm saying is, Andrew, is you asked me to moderate it. For whatever reason, on God's great earth, you asked me to moderate it.
Well,
So
I wasn't aware that that you were. I wasn't aware at the time you were banging the dude, Sarah. I wasn't aware when I asked that.
But being
Okay.
put in that position, means that I'm on neutral ground. But that also means like you can't come after me either in that moment.
Well, I wasn't coming after you. I made a comment to base.
But what does that do to me? Like that's throwing me in the middle of something that I'm not trying to be a part of.
So much female narcissism. So stop bullshitting. You got in the middle of that as much as you possibly could. You stuck your nose so far into this affair. You stuck your nose so far into this affair.
I went and minded my own business.
For what? A week? You minded your business for a week?
I was like a couple weeks, actually.
What do we do? Did we send you a trophy? I mean, it's like, but you did everything in your power. You did everything in your power to interject yourself into this thing for weeks.
One time.
Weeks. You've been following it. Weeks. You made content about it. You interjected yourself every chance you got. And then suddenly in a debate, oh, there's a physical relationship. And oh my God, Andrew, it's off limits. How could you? Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
All I'm saying is,
how could you do this to me?
I think you could have still made the argument without putting me in the middle of it. If you're asking me to moderate and you think that if there was any type of bias somehow, which you haven't spoken to, so I'm going to assume there wasn't any issue.
Let's clarify that point. Just one thing, because you keep saying one thing, Andrew's saying another. Andrew said when he engaged you to be the moderator and he had to go through you because, and I talked to him about this prior to all of this. He said the only reason he went through you was because he thought that was the only way base would actually show up. So if that's the truth, and he asked you not knowing any of this other stuff, and you said yes, knowing that you were in a relationship.
Yeah. That seemed to me to be a little bit dishonest. To be like, well, sure, Andrew, I'll set up this debate. Absolutely. Come to my channel. It'll be great. And then I have to find out this kind of key pertinent piece of information after the fact.
And in full, just again, just to keep everything kind of clear here, Andrew literally said he asked you about it the next day when he did find out about it. And that was actually Glenn and I that told him that.
I wouldn't have even known. I literally wouldn't have even known, except other people let me know that was going on. And I was like, oh. So
he had no idea.
So couldn't I make the same? So hang on. So couldn't I make the same criticism back then and just be like, look, kind of shady to not let me know that so I could make an informed decision? You just kind of made it on my behalf that, well, it's not pertinent information for you to know, even though, I think it kind of was pertinent information for me to know, honestly.
Well, let me ask you this. Was there anything you felt that was unfair within that debate on my behalf?
No, not at all.
So then if I know going into that I can provide
that's not your choice to make. It's not your choice to make for me. You don't get to make that. Hang on. You don't get to make that choice on my behalf.
Would I call out hardcore if I was to do that unfairly? Like,
but I
I'm
mean,
not that
how,
stupid.
why would this have been hard to do? To just be like, due to some personal business that I have going on, I'm going to recuse myself from this.
No,
I don't want to moderate. I don't.
I'm
Hang on,
saying if
hang
I,
on. How hard would it have been to just be like, look, there's some personal stuff, so I'm going to recuse myself. Right? That's it. And then I
but
would have been like,
even with
oh,
you believing that that was true, you still took on the debate. So either way, there was no point. If
well,
I
I was kind
knew,
of. It
if
would have
I
looked
know
real
that I'm
bad,
coming into this
Sarah.
with no conflict
Such
of
bullshit.
interest and you're
Such
accepting
bullshit.
it,
No,
but
no,
you're
no,
accepting it, you said, I don't
no.
give a no, I believe your words were, I don't give a shit who's hosting and whose channel is on and who's modding. I just want to
That's
get
right.
it done.
Right.
So
But the thing is it's not your choice to make for me. Right. It's obviously very key, pertinent information for me to know. Right. If I'm going to do a debate on your channel, if you might be, banging the guy I'm debating, seems pertinent, right? For you, you don't even
I
have
have
to
a
tell me you're
better
doing
question.
that, but it seems pertinent to be like, there's a personal relationship here, and I can understand that, or there's something going on here that makes me think maybe I should recuse myself, right? And it's like, okay, then I have the option at least of knowing that there's a personal investment there. So it seemed a little sneaky, to kind of not tell me about that. So, from my perspective, it's like, all's fair in love and war, right? You're going to
So
keep that away from me. I can kind of hit you back, and then we're even.
I kind of have to ask
so
here.
it was only said out of a way to hit me back.
Well, no, I mean,
No,
it
he
was said
didn't
in
mean
a
that.
response. It was said in a response to him bringing up Glenn. And after he brought up Glenn, I used that as an example. But I mean, it didn't hurt. What I'm saying is, it didn't hurt my feelings to use it as an example. I wasn't like, oh, wow, damn. Should really think about how this could affect Sarah, the same way she thought about how it could affect me, that she could be banging the guy I'm debating, right? Well, I'm just saying. That's just being fair here, right?
And more importantly, why would Base put you in that position if this is actually involved? If he was involved with you, or even thought that people thought that he was involved with you, why would he agree to you being the moderator? That's a huge thing.
All
I
I
can't
did
even
was
understand how
translate the information. I simply took it from Andrew. I sent it to Base. Base
but
said okay. I
that's
sent it back to
horrible
Andrew.
behavior. That's such bad faith to know that there
That's making
is this
assumptions.
issue.
Well,
What assumption?
I mean, the thing is, didn't you make the assumption that I wouldn't care? That's big. That's a pretty big assumption.
Well, do you care?
Well, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I may have made a different decision had I known that. I may have been like, blah, blah, blah. And the other thing is, because you didn't flat out tell me, right? I just kind of assumed, well, maybe this is just idle gossip, right? So she just doesn't want to entertain the idle gossip. That's what's going on. Maybe that's all it is.
You never
But
know.
it doesn't seem like it is.
He could have broken up with me and tore my heart to shreds, and I could have hated his fucking guts. And that would have actually worked in your favor. So you never know. You never know
that's
what's
still,
going on back there.
that
But
would still
either
be
way,
pertinent information for me to know that there was a, relationship of some kind. So like my wife has, I've moderated debates for her, but I'm always upfront with the person. Hey, if you want to do this on the Crucible, that is my wife. I am going to moderate, and I'll be fair, right? But it's totally up to you. You know now what the relationship is. So, from my perspective, who cares? If you know what the relationship is, you have the information, you agree to it, that's fine, right? That's on you. But it just felt a little sneaky. So, while you have so little bit of self-righteous indignation, just know that I
why
have a
would
little
it be
bit of
sneaky?
self-righteous indignation
You
too.
came out of nowhere and asked me to do that. Why would I? Like, why would that be? If I asked you if I
Well,
could host and moderate,
because clearly I was not under the assumption you were banging the dude I was going to debate, Sarah. Right? Clearly I wasn't, or I wouldn't have sent you a follow-up message asking, like, wait a second, hang on a second. Well, there's this thing that's going on that I now know about, and it just makes me kind of, what's going on here? Which I think is reasonable, honestly. but you know,
I don't think it was a reasonable question the way you asked it. I think had you asked a little more respectfully, I would have actually been a little more respectful with an answer.
it's the wrong tone. It's always the wrong tone.
Well, I just don't think, I
we
mean,
gotta
again,
tone police the whole fucking
no,
world, you
I
know.
mean, if you want,
Sarah's never heard the word fucking before. You've never heard that word. You've never heard the word fucking. No one's ever asked you if you're
not gonna
fucking
come at
somebody.
me saying it that way and expecting me to be like, oh yeah, let me just get right back to you on that. I'm so excited to answer this question. Like something along the lines of, are you banging this dude and blah, 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 blah. Like that's pretty degrading the way that that's asked. And I have no
Oh my
respect for
God.
that.
Oh, it's just such tone police. I've heard your show.
Oh, I know.
You broads are some of the most foul-mouthed heathens I've ever seen. But oh no, don't you dare come to us and ask a coarse, crass question. Even though if you watch our show, we're fucking calling women whores and skanks and bitches and fucking everything under the sun. But you know, Andrew, it wasn't really that respectful, Andrew. You weren't that respectful.
Have I not always been respectful when I work with you?
I mean, yeah, but I don't think I've been disrespectful working with you.
Well, again, with a question like that, was like,
okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Sarah. Do you think that if you were a male on the other end, that I would have asked you that question any other way?
I can expect you to ask it that way if I were a dude. Yes.
Right. So what you're asking for is special treatment.
I'm a girl.
Yeah, special treatment.
But I've also
Andrew, because I have a vagina, I deserve special treatment that you wouldn't give to people without a vagina. And it's like, no, I don't think so. I think that I would just straight up ask Glenn, hey, Glenn, you fucking this bitch? And he'd go, yeah. Or he'd go, no, I'm not fucking this bitch. What the hell's wrong with you?
Hell no,
and
I ain't fucking that bitch.
Right. And I would go, all right. Yeah, I'd go, all right. Yeah, that makes sense. You know,
Glenn had a question too.
But Andrew, when it comes to the ladies, right? You really can't treat them like you treat the guys. And it has to be with Kigla. There's a special way this is done. We have to use the Sarah decoder ring. Make sure that it's done up to her snuff. I mean, it's like it's the Schrodinger's feminist thing. Honestly, it's like I deserve to be in this space. I work hard. I have a good channel. I'm as good as any of these men. Got to treat me different though, because I'm not a man. Got to treat me different because I'm not a man. And it's like, well, you kind of can't have both. You kind of have to determine, like, are you good enough to hang out? Are you good enough to hang out? Are you good enough to hang out with the boys, or do you want to be treated like a chick?
I don't think I've asked for that. The boys.
So are you saying?
Come hang out.
Are you saying?
I don't.
Oh, come on!
I've got.
Come on! Nobody tonight asked you to come hang out. Nobody did, but you wanted. Yeah, after you were in the chat asking for it.
I did not ask.
Well, yeah, she didn't ask. I was
but
asked
showed up,
to,
but still showed up. But still showed up in the chat, right? It's like, come on, you're over. You get involved in these spaces constantly. You're all over these spaces. You're all over these channels, right? It's like, on the one hand, I'm good enough to hang with the boys. On the other hand, you really got to treat me different than you treat the men in the space.
Well, you can't expect me. I'm not saying that I'm crying over the way you talked to me in that moment, but what I'm saying,
it sounds like you're crying about it.
No, what I'm saying is if you are going to speak that way, then I don't have to be responsive to that. That's just nah, I'm good. I'll answer the other question. The main point of the question is, will there be a conflict of interest? And that's what I answered to, because to me, that was the question that needed to be answered. No, I don't believe there's any conflict of interest in this moment. Not at all.
Yeah, I get it. But if you're saying the criticism is that I treat
to have Michelle come on too and co-mod, or I would have even just had her, or we could have gotten something totally different. If it was an issue, if you even felt like there might be an issue, I would have happily said, fine, I can turn it over. We can have anybody come on.
But the fact that I had to approach you after finding the pertinent information out, rather than you just like letting me know, Yeah, I think it's kind of sneaky. But the thing is I didn't say anything about it. I didn't bring it up. Talk no smack, post debate, nothing, right? All that happened was this, is that you basically are upset because you feel like I treat you like one of the guys.
No, I'm upset because you threw the moderator in with the debate.
Do you think if Glenn was there and I said to Glenn, or I said to Grid One, hey, if the person I'm debating, the chick I'm debating, hey, you're fucking Glenn. What are you talking about? Do you think Glenn would come on and be like, now, Andrew, the way you said that really hurt my feelings. Really upset
It's
me.
not even about that. It's just standard procedure. Like the moderator's off limits, no matter what. Like I'm on a neutral standing point.
What do you mean? The moderator's not off limits in a debate.
Why would the moderator be off limits?
Go after fucking moderators all the time if they're shit
I'm talking
mods.
about in terms of your argument. Like if you had the opportunity to completely get a different moderator if you wanted. So it is what it is. But all I'm saying is like,
yeah, I wasn't going to back out. I wasn't going to back out of a debate that I requested because I learned later that this thing was going on, because that would be a bad look and I can handle it. But that doesn't mean that it was right. That's one. Doesn't mean that that was right for you to do. It just means that just because I know I can handle the shit, and so I keep my agreement, that doesn't mean that you doing that was correct. That doesn't mean you acted correctly. It just means that I would do it anyway. And was very gracious that entire debate. Sent people over, sent you tons of super chats. I'm sure you got plenty of subscribers. I'm sure that the video is doing extremely well on your channel. I'm sure it's one of your highest rated, or it will be. Right? You did not suffer from this debate, not one iota. There's just like no way that you did. So that's the truth. And really what your gripe is here, when I ask you the question, do you think I would treat any of these other people who would have happily moderated that debate any differently than you? The answer is no. So you're really just asking for special treatment. Treat me differently than you treat everybody else or how they treat you.
I mean, to be fair, you could have said, yeah, you know, there is some involvement there, and Andrew, I'd love for you to have it on my channel. It would be really good for me, but let's get somebody else to moderate. I can suggest these three people, pick one. That's kind of a better way to handle it. Just, you know, looking.
Look, I'm not even, listen. Let's not even, we don't even have to make it a thing. I'm not mad about it. You're not really mad about it, right? You just wanted to bitch a little bit because you're a woman. So you came on, you bitched a little bit, right? This type of thing. We don't even have to make it a thing. I'm not going to make it a thing. I'm sure I'll be on your, I'm sure I'll be on your channel debating down the road, right? It'll likely happen. So we don't have to make it a thing, right? But you do need to tell me and just be blunt. Do you want me to treat you like I treat all the other creators in the space? Or are you specifically requesting that just with you, I use kid gloves?
All I'm requesting is that if something appears to be private information, bring it to the public eye.
Okay, well, now hang on. That's some bullshit too. Okay.
No, what I'm saying is,
this was not. I did not bring this to the public eye. Come on now.
Let me explain it. If I didn't give you an answer to that question in the message, right? And if there's nothing publicly discussed about it that's very direct or anything like that, then that should tell you maybe I shouldn't touch this for some whatever reason. If it's behind the scenes or whatever, assuming it is, then why would you feel like you're doing something that is obviously not disclosed to the public eye? Just the same as, if it were something about I don't know, like my private life that you learned backstage from somebody else or something, like you wouldn't bring that to the public eye, because if I haven't talked about it, then it's off limits, right?
Yeah. If you sent me a DM and you were like, nobody knows but me and Based Oracle are boning, no, I wouldn't have said anything about it. Of course not. And I've never done that to anybody, by the way. Then there's two reasons why. The first reason is because it's bad etiquette. That's true. But the second reason is because I just don't give a shit enough about fucking people to care. Right. So I just don't care enough. But in this particular case, this was already very public. Very, very, very public. And by the way, if it is very, very public, then either you or BO had to tell people about it. So, like, I don't know what you say about that. If it can't be public unless you told people. So, like, you know what I mean? How could people find out about it unless you told them?
I think it was just going based off rumor and gossip, which is fine. People are going to talk, whatever. But if I'm not coming out and speaking to it, and I haven't said anything to it and whatever, then that's where it belongs for whatever reasons and why it belongs there. But the last person I would want to even ever speak something so personal would be you,
Well, I mean,
especially during
how
a debate.
personal? But like, how personal is it really?
Well, what I'm
Like,
saying
what
is I've talked about relationships before online. I have no issue with talking about that, but I've never said who. I've never said names, never give descriptions, things of that nature, and that to me is protecting other people. So whether it is with somebody who is online or isn't online, there's a reason why it's kept personal. It's for protection of others, for personal space, for having something private. And let's pretend that
then you should have recused. Then you should have recused yourself in the beginning and said and let me know the pertinent information, because otherwise, it just looks like a setup, right?
Do you?
That's
feel
what it looks like.
Do you feel set up?
Well, whether or not, that's not your choice to make.
Was anything?
Yes, it felt like a setup. Yes, of course it did. Yeah.
Well, that's how it felt for me when you're dropping stuff like that in the middle of a debate.
Well, I can't. It can't be a setup for me, right? Because I didn't know about it till after I requested the debate. So there's no way I could have set it up. But yeah, felt like a setup. Sure. How would it not feel like you were set up if you're like, yeah, sure, absolutely, that sounds great. The guy agrees to it within fucking 30 minutes, and you're like, great, we got this debate. Then you find out immediately, there's a personal relationship going on there. How's that not a setup? Or how would that not feel like a setup?
But you didn't give a shit either way.
Well, because I went through with it, right? Because I can handle it doesn't mean you acted correctly. That doesn't mean that you did the right thing just because I did the right thing.
No, I knew I would do the right thing in the debate. Andrew, I already know how you feel about this in that instance, because my best friend of 18 years was in a debate against you, and you were perfectly fine with me modding that. And that's somebody I've been closer to than most teenagers have lived. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but I know what I'm walking into, right? That's the thing. It's like, you know what you're walking into. That doesn't feel like a setup. It doesn't feel like you're trying to hide something. In other words, you know what I mean? That seems like a very pertinent thing that you'd want to disclose. That's all I'm saying. Just seems like it's something pertinent you want to disclose if you didn't want the other person to think that there was a setup going on.
Well,
that's it. Now, I'm not accusing you. Now, I'm not saying that your intentions were to set me up, and you most certainly didn't act in a way as though you set me up. I'm just saying, of course, I'm going to walk into a debate like that feeling like it's a setup, right? How would I not?
And then when it all ended and it was all right, it clearly wasn't a setup.
And who brought it back up? You.
Well, I still don't think.
And who didn't bring it up? Hang on. Who didn't bring it up? Who didn't mention it? Who didn't say a word? Who is responding again to you? Me, right? I didn't say a fucking word about it. I thanked you very profusely. Said thank you for having me on the channel. Here's a little extra support your way. All right, enjoy this.
Yeah, you made a lot of money.
Have a great time, right? Hope you fucking get all the subs. Immediately remove the video and then send a link over to your channel, right? Made sure to do your channel right. And what do I get? Bunch of smack talking by the next day, right?
Well,
it's like, you could have just let it go like I did, but you didn't see it from my perspective. That's why.
Well, that's why there's me and that's why there's you. We both are in position in two different places. And
Yeah, but what you
I
could have
feel
done
like I was
before you
used.
ran your mouth, Sarah, you could have talked to me first, right?
Mm-hmm.
But nope, got to make it public. Got to go right out there. Got to
Well,
get it.
isn't
Got
that
to
how
get
you
in
did
there.
it?
Got to
Isn't that
get
how
in
you did
there
it?
immediately.
You
Got to
went
get in
out
there
there and
immediately.
publicly did it. So I felt like like, again, you asked me the question privately and I gave you my response. My response should have been pretty clear of how I felt about it, about how I would feel about telling anybody something of that nature by not even speaking to it. Nope, no conflict of interest. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, right. But instead of thinking,
Shouldn't that be
this guy probably felt like he was being set up, right? And then I was trying to keep this from him because now it's a setup. Happens that this backbiting guy who's been raging about him for fucking months, that's going to debate him. I just so happen to be, sleeping with the guy, right? It's not pertinent information though. I'm going to be totally unbiased about it. Don't even worry about it. And I don't even need to tell him, right? And then he finds out from a third source, yeah, that looks like a fucking setup. That looks like you're purposely trying to keep that from me because you set me up. Of course it would look like that. But instead of seeing it from my perspective, and you could have just talked to me about it afterwards, right? You went, I better go on my channel and do a video, right? Talk a bunch of shit.
That's pretty
cool. You better go make a video talking a bunch of shit instead. So it's like, I really don't feel like you got the moral high ground here.
That's okay. I don't have to have a moral high ground.
Yeah,
I don't have to be above anybody, but I have feelings, and that's how I feel. I feel like I got ran over.
I mean,
and not telling you information is because it's none of anybody's concern. Like, who are you banging? Like,
well, in this particular case, yeah, I think it was kind of my concern. I think it was. I think it was. I'm sorry, I think it was.
Here's how.
Hey, Andrew, I got a beef with Roxanne. Right? We're gonna debate. It's gonna be a fucking highlighted debate. You're a big let's do this, Andrew. Okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah, totally. Let me reach out to her 10 minutes later. Okay, Sarah, Roxanne is totally down. We're gonna do this in 2 days. How's that sound? Great, Andrew. That sounds awesome. And then Ashley calls you the next day and is like, oh yeah, do you know Andrew's fucking Roxanne? And he'd be like, oh yeah, well that's no problem. It's no big deal. Come on, it's no big deal. Like, what? No worries. Like, come on, what? Really? You believe that? Do you? If you put yourself in my shoes, doesn't kind of change things a little bit?
The way I thought of it, Andrew, at the end of the day was I don't think you've ever had issues with me treating you fairly on a debate. I don't think you've had any issues or anything to contest really in terms of whether I would be neutral or not. I don't think that was really your concern. And based on other things you've said to me, especially when you said that you had modded Rachel's debates before and we were on a conversation, you said, you think I can't do this fairly? You think I can't? I was like, no, I do. But it's just okay. And to me,
do you think that people don't know when I tell them that Rachel's my wife? I assume that they think I'm fucking her. I assume that they think that.
Andrew.
I don't think that. I don't think that they're like, oh well.
That's not the point at all. I hope you're.
Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? I'm totally upfront about the fact that I'm her husband, right? So I'm going to be moderating the debate. Yes, it's my wife.
I see that, but that is also in the public eye. That is something that's very much out there publicly. Everybody knows that's your wife, and it's reasonable, right? But to me, if there's something that is personal for me and it maintains that personal, private approach, then I have zero intentions of bringing it into the YouTube space or bringing it into debate. I have the ability to shut things off. That's why when I turn off the little screen, everybody disappears and I don't care anymore. And that's why when I turn on the screen, suddenly the personal life disappears and now I'm in the public eye and it's being mindful of that. So
yeah. Okay. Well, then the thing is like, then you shouldn't have them intersect, right? Then you shouldn't be, if you're going to be in the public light, there's going to be other public figures who you're involved with. You're both going to get criticized, especially if you're sleeping together. Ask me how I know.
Just really quick.
So like, yeah, it just seems to me like a really silly argument. And honestly, it's kind of backbiter-ish, Sarah. Not gonna lie, a little bit backbitey.
I don't think it's backbiting. I just think it's a fair assessment to say you could have made the argument without throwing me into it. You're a good enough debater. You could have made the argument without it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that that ultimately, so what? Who cares if I could have? Right. The point is that there's nothing untoward about me doing it. What was untoward is that you should have let me know this kind of pertinent piece of information that was really pertinent to it. That, you know, and then you didn't take any time, typical woman, to put yourself in my shoes. And even though all that happens, right, I still, at the end of the debate, right, sent tons of people over, was super cool to your channel, and didn't bring it up again. Didn't ever bring it up again. Didn't say a word about it. But Sarah, you had to say some shit. Had to. Couldn't help yourself. You know, I woke up this morning and I was like, you know, I just have to say some shit about it. I have to. It's like, nah, you really didn't. You just like let it go. No biggie. But here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are. So I think that all that's really gone on. Here's all I've learned from this whole conversation. Again, Andrew, I really need you to treat me differently than you treat the men in the space. That's all I hear. That's it.
Maybe.
I'm gonna roll through some of these super chats really quick. They kind of piled up.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's you know, some of them are a little tough on you, so
that's okay.
Buckle up. Sarah, tell Andrew you said you should ask his daughter who she's banging backbiter.
No, you gotta get the context right, people, because this is where you guys start stupid shit. I'm sorry, Grid.
Thanks for sending in the super chat for $5. Ghost 1978. You can go ahead now. I'm sorry.
My apologies. I'm so sorry, Grid. The actual thing I said was, would you ask, or I'm sorry, how would you feel if somebody asked your daughter that question? That was what was said. And that's to put it into perspective, because at the end of the day, no man would want anybody to ask their daughter a question like that. That's how I look at it.
Well, it depends. Is my daughter moderating their debate?
Well, my dad was watching that night. He was in the chat. Like, everybody knows my parents are very well involved.
Well, he must not have thought it was much of a big deal, because I didn't hear anything about it.
That's all right.
All right. Michael Rudko sends in $5. Thank you so much, sir. Grid, here's some grift money. Thank you very much. Andrew, tell Sarah that I am disappointed about the grift money I sent her. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Yeah, I know. We did the whole grift over there. We got all that grift money over there. We got all those subs over there. We got all those views on that channel over there. I know. We're pretty awful people. Doing awful things.
Mrs. Dye for Australian $7.99. The moderator is off limits, but another man's children isn't off limits, Sarah. It's not really a question there, just a statement, I guess. And finally, from Hawaiian CC, did you, Miss Tomato, have physical relations with an ostrich? Assuming he means based Oracle. That is the best BO joke I've heard so far. The ostrich thing. So I'm going to let that stand. That's fair. So yeah. Okay.
That was it. Oh.
That was all of the ones that came in that they were stacking up a little bit. There was a bunch of questions from people.
Fun. Come on now. You guys can do better than that. Send them in. Come on.
Rachel,
you gotta roast the tomato. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we don't. This is not much of a roast channel, Sarah. This is a little different than a lot of the other channels. Most people in here are very chill, and they're more about learning stuff than beating on people. They have Andrew. They can follow Andrew around and watch him just destroy people for being stupid. Rachel Wilson, it's amazing to me how Andrew can do really kind-hearted things for people who don't deserve it, and they still shit on him after. Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times. It's very interesting. I don't know.
Problem.
And then Glenn Lawrence, who could say this right now if he wanted to. At Rachel Wilson, do women have different understandings on what is ethical than men? Because I'm confused. Can you cover this by joining me on my panel and discuss women's understanding of ethics?
Yeah. So, well, right here, Glenn, let me just clear that up in 5 seconds. Women operate under the ethics of me, and men operate under the ethics of not me. So that's the difference in the ethical system. It's called solipsism. Women are naturally solipsistic. And yes, there's scientific study after scientific study proving this for all of you studies people out there.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because women have a different understanding of respect than men do.
That well. Too.
So I just didn't. I'm trying to. It's a serious question. Like, is there a different view set on ethics?
Did Sarah drop off? I think Sarah dropped off.
Well, just like, you know, how respect is different than men and women. Like, they do the Oprah Winfrey, you get respect, you get respect, you get respect. And then men's version of respect is merit-based, right? So I'm just wondering if they view ethics similarly, differently as men do. It wasn't a troll question. It was a legit question.
Yeah, and it is a legitimate question. It's a question which has been asked for 2,000 years. And the answer is yes. Yes, they do. Very, very different standards for ethics. Yes.
So Sarah had a call from her daughter. So she's going to be off. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So this is a really good point from this chatter grunge head. He says, you know, I think Flo didn't want to do the debate here because he wants the views and supers. I agree. So I think that he wants to set the debate up on the Crucible, and he wants me to stream it from the Crucible because he knows that if I have debates with people, I usually will try to move people over to their channel because I do enjoy growing other people's channels, and people who will host debates have done legwork. And I think that there should be some reward in that. I'm happy to do it. I'm like, man, you set this up. You know, thanks. You know, let me see if we can't send a little support your way. And the audience loves it too, right? They're like, hey, thanks for letting us come hang out. Thanks for letting us tangle. Thanks for allowing this type of content to happen. Everybody's enjoying themselves, right? You know, but the thing is like, I almost wonder if I shouldn't be at the point where I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll do the debate. We're just not going to do it on the Crucible. And I wonder if 90% of the inquiries from these fucking guys go away.
Or you should say that you're only going to do it on the Crucible, but you're not going to provide any information about their channel or allow them to dual stream.
Yeah, I think that that's a good point. I think that Flo just actually didn't want to do a debate because he wants access to the audience and then the rollover for supers and that kind of thing. Now they'll deny it, right? And there's no way for you to prove it. It's just a feeling I've got because it seems like, here's something you guys didn't know, right? Sarah actually, I couldn't believe this shit, right? This is mind-blowing to me. But she was like, since I'm hosting the debate, I would like it to exclusively be on my channel.
Interesting. It's a bold strategy.
I was like, what? What? That was kind of mind blowing to me, but yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why would it not be mind blowing to you? That's crazy.
And it probably wouldn't have gotten as many views if it was solely based on her channel, due to the fact that like her channel doesn't have the reach as Andrew's does. So Andrew's dual streaming it only spreads it out even more. I mean, she still gets the view count.
So this is a really good question from Athradia, right? Athradia, our resident not feminist. She says, between IPH, VO, Kirsch, etc., why aren't all the male content creators backbiters and never to be worked with again? So this is a good question, right? Because the theory here is like, it seems like most of the people who are backbiters, Andrew, are men, not women. Yeah, that's true, but not by percentage. That's the problem, right? Like most male creators that I work with overwhelmingly don't do this kind of shit. It's like a small percentage of them that do. It just so happens that there's so many more male creators that you're going to end up having a lot more males do the backbiting, but the overall amount's still going to be a smaller percentage. With the women, on the other hand, it's right around 99% of them that I've ever worked with. I almost always regret it. I almost always go back and go, you know, and then you even try to give them a second chance and you fucking regret it again. You know what I mean? You almost instantly regret it again. You're like, you know, I tried again. Maybe it was a one-off. And it's just like every single time. So that's why. It's a good question. I can understand why your mind goes there, but that's why.
Because you're not trying to judge everybody and hold it against all women. You're like, you know what? It might just be this one. Nope. Okay. This one's the same. All right, what about the next one? Maybe the next one's not going to be as bad.
Yeah, but you know what the wild, you know what the wild shit is? When I publicly said don't work with female content creators, it's just not a good idea. Almost every fucking female content creator I know DM me and was like, you're totally right. They're all a bunch of backbiting bitches.
Well, at least like the base one that I know that all agreed with you.
No, but the thing is like some of the ones who send those messages in themselves are backbiting bitches. And it's like, and they're the first ones on it, right? They're like, yeah, they're fucking awful. And I just like laughing my ass off.
Backbiters, you should only work with me.
Yeah, they're so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always interesting to me. And it's really interesting to me how that the most of the female content creators I've worked with, which aren't very many because I just choose not to work with them, they seem very insincere. It's what can you do for me mentality, where most of the dudes that I've worked with have just been like, yeah, come on, we'll just do whatever, you know, it's cool, don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, so like Joseph goes 99%, but you don't do it again, idiot. I mean, that's a fair criticism. You know what I mean? It's a fair criticism. The thing is like, I just don't want to believe it. You know what I mean? And I do genuinely, I try to be good to people genuinely. I just try to not cause people actual problems. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll poke fun at them a little bit, but not like causing people real problems. You know what I mean? But that is not the case the other way around. That is not the case the other direction.
So, Andrew, do you know that, or I mean, I'm sure you know, how does it feel to have at least 12, maybe 16 hours or more of I was bullied by Andrew Wilson content put out?
There's thousands of hours of that shit.
I mean, just this
week.
It's
like, yeah, well, I don't know. The thing is I don't know, man. I don't have time to pay attention to much of it. I only hear this shit because like I said, there's 2 chill streams I go on where I just like to blow off steam and talk to people because it's a really, and no offense.
Yeah.
But it reminds me of kind of the old days of the Crucible chat when I was first starting out, and it was a small chat, awesome. And I got to engage with people on a smaller level, right? Where the chat's kind of moving slow. You feel like you're kind of engaging individually one-on-one versus like now I just don't want to miss anybody, right? I'm at the point now where I'm just like, I just don't want to miss anything important somebody's saying. And that's all I can do. That's all I can do. You know what I mean? So I like going on I like going on kind of the smaller streams and hanging out. It's a nice way to decompress and actually talk to people. You know what I mean? In a much more kind of relaxed venue. You know what I mean? Where the stakes aren't as high for them or as high for you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on every single time, man. We weren't even we had actually decided we weren't really going to talk about Sarah or anything right about the time you came in. Yeah. And it was like, okay, well, I guess we're going to talk about it anyway. So, that was awesome. We were just
that's the only time I ever hear about any of this shit.
Yeah. Well, apparently there's been and they're getting a little smarter because they're hiding, or they're at least monetizing it so that they do it behind members only streams. So you know, kind of control the masses so people don't know what they're spewing in there. But that's cool because I don't want to know. Anyway.
I mean, that's kind of stupid though. That just shows you that they don't know what fair use is. So you can just buy a membership and download the fucking stream, and then you can rebroadcast it all you want. Just because it's behind a member wall doesn't mean it's not fair use.
Right.
That's like, I don't know where people got that assumption that if you put it behind a member wall that it's no longer fair use, because it's still quite very much fair use.
Yeah.
It's still very, very much fair use.
So I saw somebody earlier in the chat, help me out here. Somebody posted that the stream that she did today, which was all about Andrew being unfair and owing her $200 or something, that's now behind a member. You have to, it's behind a paywall, like it's $100 or something to view that stream. Is that accurate? Is that real? That doesn't seem real. So, but somebody will know. But yeah, I don't. 99.99. That's true. No shit. Wow, Andrew, you should be honored. It costs a lot of money for someone to see Sarah talking shit about you.
No, well, I hope they enjoy it.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I wouldn't do that. That's crazy.
I wouldn't pay 99 cents, but I mean,
right, yeah, well,
but that's just me, you know what I mean? But in any case, yeah. So I mean, that's why I like to do that. I like to go on. There's a couple of streams I like to go on in the evenings if I'm not doing something else, where it's good for me to decompress and just talk to a smaller audience and chat with them. It's just fun to do.
Well, I appreciate you coming on this one. Apparently there's a really big panel with Playing with Fire and some other guys tonight. So I honestly didn't expect to have hardly anybody in here. We were just gonna.
Yeah, but it's with what's her name, Thorpe.
No, well then that's
so actually panel. Somebody sent me a picture of that where
Michael Sartain's on there as well, I think.
So during that stream, Ben Thorpe actually came into the picture behind Grace during the stream. So he's probably going to go back to jail now.
Probably.
Somebody's going to report that.
Well, no, as long as he's not in the same state, not as long as they're not in the state of Rhode Island.
He comes into the picture behind her.
Yeah, but if he's not in Rhode Island, it's not going to.
Oh, not in Rhode Island. Yeah, I don't know where the hell they are. Maybe they're in like Kansas or somewhere.
If they're in a different state, they're not going to enforce that.
I'll give you guys some advice, right?
Yeah, don't care about the Thorpes. I don't.
Don't ever, never. There's two rules on the internet. The first rule is that Andrew Wilson's always right, and the second rule is never trust the Thorpe.
I like both of those rules. The first one's, it seems a little shaky, but I'll try it. And but the second one is legit, guaranteed. I don't want to have anything to do with those. I don't allow Grace on the stream at all anymore after her last debacle. So,
two rules.
Just like I don't let iFi on it. He's really bent that I don't let him on my stream anymore. Like he brings it up in like on every stream that he goes into. Oh, Sarah's back.
Oh,
there's
sorry.
Sarah.
Sorry.
That's okay. I thought you were done for the night.
She is good to go, but it always scares the crap out of me when she calls and something's going wrong, and I'm like, ugh. Anyways, but Andrew,
Sarah, do you have a $500 paywall for your members to see you talk shit to me?
No, that's based Oracle.
No, no, definitely, I would not expect that.
Mr. Boulay, this super chat is sponsored by Tactical Soap. Try our new scent, Glenn's Musk. An aroma will make you live stream all night long. Made with teak wood and Glenn's Yummy Mojo, you'll stand out like a boss. Tactical Soap.
Boss mode. Anyways, I don't hate you, Andrew. I never have, but you know, I like to.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you, Sarah.
You hate
I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give a
I
fuck
know
if you
you
did.
don't. I know
I don't give a fuck either way. I'm just saying to you ultimately that I'm 100% right and you're wrong. That's all.
And that's fine. That's
Yeah.
okay. I'm okay with being wrong in any instance. You know, we all learn lessons along the way, and that's part of.
Wait, yours is $100. Your membership?
No, I think that's like the highest tier. I think like $2.99 is a level, the bottom level. Or
$100?
It's $2.99 for one of them, and then I think it's $5.99, and I think it's $25, and then I think it's like the $99 one. I don't know. There's 4 different tiers. I went like based off of YouTube's most recommendated recommendations. Recommended. In any event, you know, I think we can throw our smoke at each other and still shake hands at the end of the day and be fine. And nobody's getting their feelings hurt. Nobody's butt hurt. And bygones are bygones. And
I don't know, Sarah. My feelings are kind of hurt.
Yeah, honestly, my feelings are kind of hurt.
And his feelings are kind of hurt too. Everybody's feelings are kind of hurt, Sarah.
All right, Andrew.
My top level membership's only $19.99 a month. My feelings are really hurt. You guys are like,
Then Andrew,
I
apologize, Andrew, for hurting your feelings and for talking shit about you.
Well, Sarah, I accept your apology.
You're very welcome. I'm glad we can do that and move on.
And Sarah, I'm sorry that you did that.
See, this is the benefit of being a woman. There's no ego or pride involved in it. We can happily say, you know what? That's okay.
Anyway, all right, guys. Well, look, I got to get out of here to go play some Trivial Pursuit with like this fucking guy who's.
That's the best game to grift at too.
This guy knew what the most famous piazza was. He knew what the most famous Who the fuck knows that? Nobody knows that. All right, I'm out. Have a good night. I'll talk to you.
Bye.
See you, Andrew.
Bye. Mike Piazza, right?
Huh?
No. Mike Piazza is the most famous Piazza. Baseball player. Played for the Dodgers.
I was thinking pizza.
I thought it was a building.
Mike Piazza is the most famous Piazza. Duh.
Okay, I don't know. I'll go with it. I have no idea.
Yeah, I thought he said pizza first, but that's okay.
It's all good.
Play the dumb card.
I could have been wrong. I thought he said Piazza.
Yeah.
Yeah, Head and Shoulders Mike Piazza. Duh. The Dodgers catcher that like broke my team's heart when he left us to go to the Padres. That Piazza? Yeah, fuck that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, my childhood baseball trauma.
Yeah. Apparently, you
needed to have a moment
in there.
Okay.
Coming out. My childhood baseball trauma was coming out. Remember that day? So bad. So bad.
So we were about to start. We were talking about your red pill buddies, and I guess they took issue with you and I, Glenn.
Of course they do.
Saying that basically red pill as a like pathway or doctrine or something like that nature is kind of fails. It falls apart. And they kind of went deep into this like descriptor versus prescriptor kind of deal, which
you lose.
I don't know that I care about.
If it's all about descriptors, right? And then that would have been fine if they just left that descriptions. But when they come out with their own individual prescriptions, like the 9 iron rules, well, then now you're giving advice. But when you say that the red pill is not about advice, best practices, or solutions, and you're only about the empirical data, right, or the absolute truth, well, then giving a prescription like 9 iron rules or go bang 50 bodies, you can't say you're not about prescriptions. Then just say that you're not about prescriptions when it comes to the issues that people are having when it comes to like saving marriages, guarding or protecting the nuclear family, the issues that a lot of people are complaining about. Say that. Don't say that, hey, we're not about prescriptions. See, we're not about those prescriptions. We're about getting laid prescriptions. And then that would be fine. Just say that in advance. Don't say that you're not about prescriptions altogether when many individuals in the space have given prescriptions. And I mean, even their courses that they offer are prescriptions.
Right. And so it seemed to me that the guys who were talking about the actually, Sarah, I was going to ask your opinion. So
I was just texting right now. No, please engage.
Yeah,
I didn't know if this was like just a YouTube.
No. We're just setting the stream. We're just setting the stage because we had we started this an hour and a half ago, and now we got to kind of catch back up, which is fine.
Okay. I'll stick if you want me to stick.
Yeah, please stay. Because it'll be interesting because we normally only have Glenn and I's opinion on the or other red pillars.
I mean, typically that's the only opinions that matter, but
I mean, I wasn't going to say that.
I don't know what you could gain from a female that's a degenerate, but hey, I'll try my best.
Well, a lot of it has to do with the perspective of red pill, to be honest with you, and look, the guys that are talking about this, I'm not really sure why they keep going this direction, and I tried to get them on. I tried to get one of them to come on, at least one of them to come on tonight, and he didn't respond when I sent him the link and everything.
Which red pill?
It's a channel. It's a very small channel. Yeah, so it's a very small channel called The Resurgence. They used to actually go on Glenn's panel quite a bit.
Yeah, I used to do streams with them all individually and as well as a group as well. And it's funny because it seems like they kind of diverged from where we originally were at and where I'm still at, where like the red pill is great at the descriptors that it provides, but the prescriptions that it provides, I don't necessarily agree with all of them. Now there's some of them that I find useful. The other ones, it's not that I don't find useful. I just don't find useful from my worldview to apply. That's where it crosses the line for me ethically or morally from my worldview. Not saying that they wouldn't be useful.
Like the prescriptors particularly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say it's like
50 women before
you
get
like
married. Okay.
Yeah, even though I can't say that I obeyed that, I didn't do something similar to that, right? I can't say that. No, I definitely have. But I'm looking back on it, like if I'm talking about giving advice to someone younger than me, I would tell them, avoid that part. Like that's not a good prescription to follow. You're opening yourself to a lot of unnecessary risk that you don't need to go through if you can avoid it.
Oh, sorry. Wouldn't the better advice be to provide the information and let them come up with their own prescriptions for themselves? And I say that by way of like we're each unique individuals and we gain experience, knowledge, information, and we apply it accordingly based off our own unique experiences. So there's no one size fits all. There's generalities, but could we really say?
Well,
that we should
I
get
look
out
at it like this way: like as long as you provide them all the information that they would need to make an informed decision, you know, but then you can still advise them after you give them all the information they need, your opinion on that. Like for instance, like, you know what, guys, banging 50 bodies may seem fun, and yeah, sleeping with women is definitely fun, and you know, but the risk that you do run into is that you do open yourself up, especially in this climate, to, you know, false accusations, or, you know, STDs, or unwanted children out of wedlock, right? Like, let them know all the risks that are entailed, and then you can say, I would advise against it, although it may seem like it's a lot of fun. It's definitely something I don't think it's worth the risk.
Well, here's the thing, and I was, you know, because they sent me a video to listen to where they had basically, they had you up on my panel, and then of course it talked about me as well, because I, you know, again, I'm fairly
they sent it to me too. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I'll send you the video link.
No, I got it. They sent it to me. I just haven't watched
it.
They
sent it to you. Yeah. So, and I haven't watched the whole thing because it's really bad. It's really, really bad. One of my problems I have with this particular group is that they seem to want to boil everything down into pills: black pill, red pill, blue pill. And the first, you know, hard categorization like that, I think fails every time. You know, like, which is why one of my problems, I guess, with calling it the red pill. And they were using, one of the things they kind of fell back on was Rollo Tomasi in a 30-minute blurb where he says, you know, he's getting a lot of push to change the name from red pill to something else, but he doesn't know what he would change it to, and some other nonsense that really doesn't have anything to do with the core values that are part of red pill. And
yeah, because I mean, the argument, and this is something I was mulling over for a while, when I heard some of the guys from the Christ pill saying that the red pill is just feminism for men.
Right.
And I was like, I disagree. I disagree. Right. But if in a way it does come out to the same, some of the advice that they give comes out to the same outcome, right? The feminism wanted to destroy traditional marriage and destroy the nuclear family. We got quotes on that. I mean, I could pull those quotes up. Well,
I think red pill takes advantage of feminism.
Well, that's what I said. It capitalizes on feminism.
Yeah,
it has no desire to eradicate it or get rid of it or, you know, suppress it. It benefits from it. So, because it benefits from it, what they provide is a workaround how to capitalize on feminism.
Well, it's like having your cake and eating it too in that instance. You know, you want men to marry young virgin women, but yet at the same time you want them to utilize women to gain experience, you know, either sexually or whatever. And it's like you can't really have them both. You can't be a virtuous person in just marriage, but then have this whole preliminary lifestyle that's completely opposite. I think if you're going to be reaching for an end goal,
I disagree with that.
I think if you're going to be reaching for a goal that is, you know, kind of viewed upon as like a traditional style marriage and so on and so forth, then you should be leading the path to get to that and constantly trying to end up there. And if you want a virgin wife or something, then you yourself should be living that lifestyle as well. And I don't think any father is going to give away his daughter's hand to some guy that's been banging around girls left and right at nightclubs for the last 5 years.
Well, I don't think today fathers really have a say so in whose hand they give their daughter away to these days. It's not like,
it's less and less for sure.
Yeah, well, like the amount of fathers input in modern females mate selection today.
But
I don't think
but a
it's
young
as,
lady though that is of like a Christian value, she's well
I
supported
would say
in a church community and all of those things is more likely going to be the young 20-year-old virgin. You know,
I think you're looking at more of maybe Orthodox or Catholic family at that. I
Yeah,
don't see that in
but
like
because of that
non-denominational
community,
evangelical churches.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, let me throw this out there, Sarah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to kind of, because you made a statement that I think is pretty important, and that's you think that or that the concept of red pill is that you go out and bang all these women, but you want to marry a virgin. And first of all, I don't think that that's actually the case.
That's
the premise is that you want a lower body count for higher statistical relationship.
And my thing is that you're not going to know. You're never going to know the
that's
truth.
a good point too. But here's the thing. So in my personal life, I actually did when I was not married I think I was 23, maybe 24, and I speak about this all the time. I annoy Glenn with it repeatedly,
all the fucking time,
because he doesn't particularly like it. But this is the way it is. I literally did not get married. I said, I need to build my life. I need to build my career. I don't have time. And one thing I noticed was that women distracted me from all of that. And they were and women over about 24, 25, they've become very disagreeable. They're hard to deal with. They've got baggage. A lot of them have been married. And they're just, it's like a train wreck waiting to happen. So I didn't do that. And I did exactly what you're talking about. I only dated very casually, basically just for sex. Is the only reason that I dated anybody. I didn't want deep relationships. I did not want
man whore.
I was a man whore. Yeah, basically. And when I had relationships, a lot of times I didn't even have time for relationships. But I didn't add body counts to wife material women. You understand what I'm saying?
You only fuck those 304s.
I really, I mean, if I got even a sense that the girl that, that I had met was a good girl, quote unquote, then I was out. Like I just check out. I had no interest in that. And I've never hit that fact.
I would go for the good girls and never mind.
Yeah, I know. I've never made any bones about this. I've never kept this. Not a secret in my past. Is not, there's no skeletons in the closet or anything like that. It just is what it is. Now, when I was 34, 10, 11 years later, I had a relationship where I was like, you know what? It's probably time for me to settle down. Within a year and a half, I was married. And I've been married for 19 years. So at the key part of that, and the woman I married, my wife, she had a very low body count when we met. And so I don't think the two things are mutually exclusive. I think the path is a little bit obscured because people always say something like, well, they want to add to all these girls' body counts. Well, that's only assuming that if you're going to go out and not date matter of fact, in my estimation, one of the places that red pill really misses is there's only two kinds of dating. There's sport fucking, where all you're doing is going out, you're having a good time, maybe you get laid, maybe you don't, and you go home. And you go home alone generally. Maybe the girl never even learns where you live, because that's not the point. You're just out having fun. And then there's dating for marriage. And there's really nothing in between. Like one of the two. And you need to pick which path you're on, and you need to stick with it.
That's why I think culturally we need to go back to courting. I think if we go back to
I like the idea of courting.
Yeah,
right?
I think that would be better, and allows the families to be involved. The buffer is the parents, right? And I think that will definitely help. Maybe like it'll help both male and the potential groom or bride since they're narrow-minded, right? All they see is their feelings, and they're not being able to see things objectively, and they could miss things. Having the family involved, they could probably see things that they're not seeing and being like, hey, I don't really think this person's a good person for you.
Right.
You know, and be able to help you navigate that. And I think that's part of the problem. You know, we don't enlist our families anymore in when it comes to making such a huge decision like marriage. And I think that's probably part of the reason why we see so many divorces as we do, is because we don't see, you know, we're blinded by love or lust or how we feel in our, you know, jellies about this individual, that we tend to overlook the red flags that come to bite us in the back side, you know, later on in life. And they were always there. You just chose to ignore them, or you were blinded by love, and that's why you couldn't see them.
Right. And so this is my problem with your buddies with their red pill, black pill, Christ pill, blue pill, whatever fucking pill, is that you just can't boil it down to that. And I think red pill, while it's a good set of guidelines, you know, and I've told I've mentioned this many times before. I think it's great. It tells you to get in shape, right? If you need a haircut, go get a haircut, dress well, you know, work really hard, succeed at your job, build yourself up, be a better human being. I like all of that.
Yeah,
where I kind of start diverging is the idea that where I was very brutally honest with myself about what my motivations were when I was out having, you know, when I was in my wild years, if you would, or I don't care years. Well, I was very honest about that. It seems like the red pill couches that in this, like it's a power move for a dude to be able to go do that. So go do that and be a man. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was.
No worries.
I feel like I have a little delay. So my question to you, because earlier, and this isn't like a got you or anything. It's just it's merely a question to a thought process. So earlier, as you were telling your story, you said, yeah, I was 23, 24, and I really just wanted to focus and get through my career and do all these other kind of things that you were focused on, right? Which I commend. I think that's great. And that women would be a distraction, like if you were getting in a relationship, but wouldn't it, I mean, I get it in the instance, I'm going to say it this way, a guy's got a nut, but wouldn't that still be a distraction too, in essence, of even chasing tail at a bar or chasing tail, you know, just to get a piece of rear end for a moment? Isn't that still a distraction too?
I can answer this. This is easy. I don't go to bars. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I've never done drugs. I've never gambled. None of that. I only actually met girls that either through friends or, you know, at the track when I was working, or at the odd time that I would go out with friends, and occasionally on dating websites. Now, I'm so old that we didn't have dating apps. Phones didn't have
they had plenty of fish or match.com.
Yeah, there was none of that shit, right? It was fucking Angel Fire Dating or fucking AOL. Whatever, you know? Like this is we're going way back.
Christian Mingle.
That didn't exist either, bro.
Damn.
What's the farmers one?
Farmers
only. Farmers? Or
there's like one just for farmers. I shit you not.
But that's the way that it has to, you know, that's the way it worked for me. And again, it was just all, you know, because so I almost got married twice before I was 23. I never really, and then after that, I was like, first of all, I actually honestly thought I wasn't ever going to get married. After that, I was like, you know what?
Aww.
Women suck. Like, you guys are,
we do.
You know, especially, you know, women in a specific age range are really toxic as fuck. And I didn't even, you know, just being really bluntly honest about it, I didn't even care that I was not having any relationships with these women. Now, I went out of my way to not, again, pick what I would consider good women, but I didn't even care because they're toxic. I mean, I'm not picking the cream of the crop here, right?
Well, you
I'm
weren't
picking-
trying to either.
Well,
were you?
you're not
I
vetting
wasn't.
out because you have
Yeah, I didn't care.
investment to care for, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I would, of course, there's always, anytime there are expensive cars, there are always women, and most of them are toxic as fuck. So, so it was a target-rich environment, so to speak. And sorry, I got distracted by one of the I don't actually pay attention much until somebody like beeps me, and then I've got to. But that was my technique, right? And so when I turned 34, or 35, when I got into that age range, and I dated this one girl, and she was okay, she was cool, but she had a kid. That wouldn't have been, that's not the deal breaker. The deal breaker was she was divorced. She had a lot of baggage, and it was just.
Hey, Grid, real quick. Look at Discord.
Yeah, I was trying to look at Discord, but I'm trying to talk to it. It's walking and chewing gum. And
I know.
This is actually worse.
I'm just helping you out.
I know. Let me see if I can just do this here. See if yeah, I got it. All right, done deal.
All right, there you go. See,
all right,
see,
so
Mr. I got your back.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. The problem is that Mr. Boulay is looking for Arthrodia, and her screen name is Melly, Melly in my Discord. That's why you can't find her, but it's okay. I got it. It's cool.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm ahead of the game. But when I was trying to date women in my age range, and matter of fact, we have a clip. Do I still have the clip up? Where's the clip? I think I closed the clip, but I can bring it back up. Give me one sec while I do that. But it's an interesting thing to me because there was a lot there's a lot of kind of toxicity even in not just toxicity, but there's just really a lot of interesting things that go on when a woman gets a little bit older, and they're crazy. They have a lot of baggage, a lot of things that you just would not expect. And I'm just gonna share the screen here. So this is.
I am not a widow. Okay, I am divorced. I'm an independent woman in the prime of my life.
You're 35 and alone. I train on chicks like you. Oh my God.
Bradley, I told you I am not a widow. Okay,
I'm sorry,
I am
I just had
divorced.
to do that. There you go.
And I don't even disagree with that. I mean, to me, like, I look at my scenario, my situation, and I wouldn't expect anybody to take me on as that's why I choose to try not to date. I don't go looking for it. I'm not trying for it because to me, I feel like, like if somebody really, really wants it, then they'll really, really have to work for it.
Right.
I just don't. I would feel kind of almost
They had to
guilty.
mute his mic. He's laughing so hard right now.
That's okay. That's okay. But in any
What? What am I laughing about?
You didn't see the video?
Oh no, I saw it.
It's funny. That's funny.
It is funny.
It's especially funny because the guy's eyes are all crossed and everything. It's funny. I don't know. It's hilarious to me. It's hilarious.
I laughed the first time. The second time, I didn't laugh as hard.
Were you here earlier? Oh,
yeah. Yes,
okay.
I was.
But I think that any woman, like over 30, if she's already been married, has kids, like it's hard sell. And I wouldn't recommend it for
even if they don't have kids, there's a reason that they're single. You know what I mean? Like,
I actually have a disagreement with that. And I don't think that they're single because nobody can get along with them. I think women, we've just been kind of.
I didn't say that. I said there's a reason they're single. There's always a reason that they're single.
Yeah.
Like Arthrodia, who is kind of with us.
Single, non-feminist, feminist.
Yeah. So Arthrodia is single, and she's in that 35-ish age range, I believe. And I don't think that she's particularly toxic. I don't think she's particularly a handful. She has no kids.
It might be a handful, but I mean, I basically did what Grid did, in that I spent 15 plus years of my life working on a career and not dating and getting married and having kids.
Right.
So there's
Now-
a reason
Yeah,
why-
you are and the difference is
The difference between what?
difference in Arthur Daya and I are, even though we did kind of the same thing.
Oh, you're talking about well, fertility, of course, is that I am on the tail end of fertility. At least where it becomes, more risky when you're, after age 35 and up to have a child, versus a man can certainly have children. There is some decline in sperm quality and testosterone, and a little bit higher risk of birth defects as the man ages as well. But it's definitely not to the degree of concern of a woman as they start to approach into their 40s.
All lies. There's nothing wrong with them soldiers. They march.
It's not many of them marching.
I mean, I did have a kid at 50. Just going to point that out.
Well, was it Robert De Niro? Like,
I thought it was no, it was
no, it was Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro just had one.
Was it Robert De Niro? I thought it was the other guy from Heat.
From what?
The movie Heat. Not Robert De Niro. Al Pacino is the one that had a kid at like 82 or something.
Everybody
like that.
gets those two guys mixed up. It's
Yeah.
okay. They're both Italian. They're both fabulous looking
I
men.
feel like it's both then, because
It was Al Pacino with his like 29-year-old girlfriend or something like that, 27-year-old girlfriend.
Either way, that's still whichever dude it was. Yeah, we all know the troops are marching, but again, it just might not be as many of them.
Yeah, I will say that from a medical perspective, that older fathers after age 40, there is your testosterone starts to decline. You do have an increased risk of male infertility after that age. Sperm quality declines, and your kids will have a higher risk of genetic problems.
Well, that's if they're not on a TRT therapy treatment now, isn't that correct? Because if they're on TRT, then their testosterone will not decline. And
I can't tell you that I've seen any data relating TRT to outcomes in terms of birth defects or fertility. It may be out there, but
I don't know. I'm just theorizing. I'm just assuming that if it has to do with declining of testosterone, if that plays a factor in it, well, if they're on TRT, their testosterone will not decline.
I mean, I would imagine your sperm counts might stay up with TRT, but a lot of the increase in genetic abnormalities is just that they're basically kind of like stem cells. That's not the right word for them. They're progenitor cells from which either sperm or eggs come from. And as those eggs or sperm age, you're going to have a higher risk of birth defects.
Fascinating as this is, this sounds like a conversation for Glenn Lawrence's show.
But I was going to come on because I was making the point in the chat that I don't know why in the red pill space they'll often divide women into kind of like the skinks and hoes that you just run through and screw around with, and then there's like the chaste, sweet virgin ones that you're going to marry. And if you're gonna,
well, that's an easy question to answer. That's what men do. We divide everything into good, bad.
I understand you do that, but as an example,
we're really simple about it too. We're really simple.
I stand corrected. It actually does lower your sperm count.
But as an example,
I ain't having no more kids anyway, so I don't care.
Yeah.
So as an example for Grid, like the women that you kind of just had fun with in your 20s, I highly doubt all of them are now 50-year-old cat ladies. I'm sure that many, and not most of them, have ended up getting married and becoming wives, and probably have harder time pair bonding and a higher risk of divorce, and probably
they already had that. They already had that. It wasn't like I was their 5th out of 10, and I'm not. See, that's a mistake that women always want to make, is that thinking that these women that dudes are picking these like women with like 3, 4, 5 bodies, like on the cusp, and you put her over, you bastard. No, I wasn't picking that. I was
It's not
picking
that you're
girls
putting
that
them
probably
over
had, like,
the edge, but you and everyone else
I'm not
doing
picking
this-
girls that have 5 bodies. I was, and of course, I wasn't actually picking them based on body count to begin with, but I would hazard a guess that if any of them had under 18 to 20 bodies, that would have been a very fortunate day for me. So, you know,
But if you and everyone else are just randomly having sex with all of them, as a group, it contributes to the problem. And there's certainly equal blame on the female end of agreeing to it. It's not like y'all were.
Don't absolve the women of the responsibility.
I said it takes 2 to tango. It's not like you guys were having your way with them without consent on their end, but
No, because that is a crime.
as well.
That is actually a crime.
Right?
That's against the law.
Female.
You guys argue for a minute. I got to step away for just 1
Oh,
minute.
of course, yeah. Just leave me having to.
He's like, oh no, I'm out. Women are emotional. Men are
rage
rational.
quitting. That's what I'm doing. I'll be right back.
No, so where were you guys at? Because he was about to yell at something.
If he's talking about, or you know, whether women are kind of responsible for the body counts or not, but you know, my thought process to that
Both
is
people are responsible, but you know, at the end of the day, where's personal responsibility at the end of the day? That's what really matters.
Right? It's like the argument of, is the drug dealer the problem, or is the drug user the problem? Well, they both are. They both doing something that's wrong.
For the individual, for her body count, for her to complain about my body count is high now because of all these guys. Well, you didn't have to sleep with all those guys.
I don't think any of those women are complaining though.
No, actually, they're complaining about the other thing. They're complaining that men are holding their body count against them, which is not right. And
well, I mean, I look at it this way. If men always say, oh, women are emotional, they only think on their emotions, yada, 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 and men are logical and reasonable, well, in that moment, wouldn't the man be the logic and reason to say, hey, look, like, this shouldn't happen, like XYZ, blah, 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 blah. She's all
no, because like, again, this is about, you know, both individuals being selfish, right? The man wants to get laid, and he doesn't care about the girl's body count, and he doesn't care about adding a body to her count because he doesn't care about her.
Cares, but then he cares
because he doesn't care
because
he doesn't care about her
when it's time to care about it. Right, but then he cares about it when it's time to care about it with another girl. It doesn't really. I mean, I get the idea that like he was just looking to smash, but if all of these men are going out there just with intentions to smash, then I mean, women are responding to that. We're responding to that in
and this is why I've said men have lied to women for years.
Yes.
Ever since the sexual revolution. I think I've even said it on your show, Sarah.
And this is why I say that emotional concept of a female, she's being told she's
been lied to for years.
Hearing what she wants to hear in that moment, and like she believes he's going to be there tomorrow because he tells her that.
Oh no!
I'm not absolving women of the responsibility.
Grid is basically saying no. He basically told them hoes, "Look, this is a one night thing. I'm going to dig you down. And I'm never going to see you again."
I'm literally I'm not going out after girls. I literally told you there was nothing that could make me less interested in a woman than her even planning a second date. I've got a good story for you.
Oh God, here we go.
I once lived, as a matter of fact, the house is literally like half a mile that way. It's maybe right at a mile. I used to
story time with Grid.
Yeah, story time with Grid one. So here's the thing. I have a friend of mine. He actually ran for mayor last year in the hometown. He's still here. And that dude ran through chicks, and he didn't care. I actually, I had some scruples, but he didn't care at all. And we had another roommate. So the guy that owned the house, he just ran through chicks. And as far as I know, he still does. And we had another roommate, this guy from Puerto Rico, who had cheated on his wife with this other married woman who was cheating on her husband. I have no idea what her deal was. Then he got back together with his wife, but he was also cheating on her again with someone else. So he was a piece of shit. And then there was me, who was the least degenerate of all the degenerates in the degenerate house. And all I did was just date a bunch of college girls that went to bars every night and got drunk and went out and fucked people. Not one of them ever wanted a relationship. They didn't call me, whatever. That's fine. If they want to act like men, that's cool. I'm good with that. The story kind of takes a weird turn in that one weekend, the maybe still married, not really sure what her status was at that point in time, but she had been married when she was fucking the guy, my other roommate. She comes in to, have a weekend with him. He gives her the cold shoulder the whole weekend because now he's got his wife. He's arguably getting back together with his wife, but he's also banging this other chick on the side that she doesn't know about, and neither does the girl he was cheating on his wife with to start with. It gets confusing. So I offer, out of the kindness of my heart, to give this stupid woman, not a girl, this woman a ride, and she was in the Guard. She was there for training or something. Give her a ride back to the National Guard, to the barracks at the National Guard where they were doing the training. It's maybe 20 minutes from here, if that. I had sex in a female barracks with the National Guard. I don't know how I got in or out without getting caught, but I did, because a stiff dick finds a way. And that's a degenerate thing to do. I'm a degenerate. It's what I did. But that girl had to have had 20, maybe 25 bodies. And it wasn't like she was a good person. I wasn't, literally the thing that turned me off the most was someone that wanted a relationship. Because I literally ran away from those people because they needed to find guys that wanted a relationship. And I didn't. Right? As a matter of fact, I could have cared less. I was building a business. Well, actually, I was learning how to build a business at that point. I didn't even have a business. I was working for other people. And there's nothing that would have changed it. There's not one thing.
Well, can I ask you then, like, why would you smash with a girl that you had zero interest in? Or, I mean, and here's how I think.
Well, because she was still hot enough to be.
Yeah, she was hot. She had boobs. You ever looked at a girl?
I look at it, because inevitably there's still a risk that you could knock her up. I mean, protection only goes so far, or whatever, XYZ. So if in the event something went down, right, and you ended up with a Grid 1 junior, then you're essentially stuck with that person, right? And if it's somebody that you don't even care to be around, but you're willing to take that risk to be stuck with them for the rest of your life.
I never said I was smart. I was a degenerate.
But this is kind of the concept that I bring it back to with these guys saying, go smash 50 girls, XYZ. And it's like, well, I would put yourself in that risk,
Well, I guess you could say
one of these women.
I think you could equate it to the same reason why women say that women intuition is always right, but then women never listen to their intuition. It's like women always say, our intuition is always correct. Well, then how did you not know that he was going to just fucking run? Why are you surprised that he fucking run?
Like, none of them were surprised.
No.
I'm just saying, surprised if I called him a second time. They're like, why are you calling me?
No, like when women go like, my intuition is always correct. Okay, cool. And then they find out like, you're a piece of shit. Well, what, your intuition didn't tell you that? Like, I thought your intuition was like always right. Like, so it's the same reason. Like, guys know, like, yeah, we probably shouldn't go fuck this chick. Like we wouldn't want to like be in a relationship with her, but she's pretty fucking hot, and the opportunities here and now, and
Right. Well, I mean, and I'm not a guy, so I don't know that perspective, right? So that's why
there's a level of cognitive dissonance in that
women
moment.
never listen to that perspective. This is always the problem when men start telling you this is how we think. We sort women into no fucking way, good for now, girlfriend material, marriage material.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
man,
you can
that's a
move
lot of
up and
categories.
down that box in many different ways.
Yeah,
And
like in the dating, like in the dating spirit, yeah, like when you're like spinning them as a plate. Sure, I see that.
Yeah. And there's even a book written about it that it does a better job of defining the boxes that men put women into and why women don't understand it. And we do it automatically. Like, we don't think about it. We look at a woman and go, okay, yeah, she's, if I can,
the first level is she fuckable?
That's right. Is she fuckable?
Now, if you are,
that's right. No, he's right. No, he's right. He's absolutely right. The second
okay, so what determines fuckability then? Like whether
it could be anything. It could be anything. I mean, physical.
Really, it's for guys with no standards. Is she has a pulse?
He's not wrong.
For guys with standards, it's I wouldn't mind being seen with them in public.
Okay.
Right. But see, most guys don't have standards. They don't like being called shallow. Me, I embrace my shallowness. It's one of my fine traits. But it's like, okay, so when guys don't have a standard, and they all like, and this is the problem actually, Grid, because guys do not put women in these categories. It's like, she touched my pee-pee, she's wifey. That's the only two boxes these guys today have, and then they get mad that they got with the wrong woman. Like, they don't make them earn or prove themselves to be worthy to move up, as in going from plate to girlfriend material to wifey material. It's like, I fucked her, she touched my pee-pee, it was fun, she's wifey.
Right.
So what I'm sorry. What gets her to move up from fuckability to, I don't know, I'm guessing the next step is like girlfriend material?
Girlfriend? Like, it would be more like, so the more time you spend with her, the more you learn about her personality, and you observe like her behavior and what she's like, and whether that you guys got, that personality, is compatible with yours and falls into your frame, like the things that you desire in a girlfriend, in a committed relationship with a girlfriend, that determines it. It's like,
but it's kind of hard to move from one box to the other for it. All right. So if a guy has options, right? Like,
no, I'm saying for the average guy, like for the average guy, it's really easy for women because they go from 0 to wifey.
Yeah, but 0. Yeah, they basically have two boxes: touch my pee-pee, wife. That's it. They got two boxes. I had
buffers, as in like different stages.
Yeah, different stages. But it was very hard from a girl to move from a good for now girl to girlfriend or wifey material girl. That's very difficult because I've already like put you in that box based on, initial conversations, looks, the way you hold yourself, the way you act, any number of things. It's very hard to move from one box to the other. To go from good to now to girlfriend material is like, that's a big leap. And only one ever made it to wifey material. So,
and that's typically how it should be, though. Honestly, right. Like it should be very hard to move up, and there should be only one that earns that title, like overall, right? It shouldn't be something achievable for all, because then you're marrying everybody,
right? But it's this thing where men have told women this for ages, and there's books written about it, and all of this stuff, and you still ask us the most basic questions, and women don't listen when men talk, and they just immediately just run right over it. Well, what about this low body count thing? Well, I'm not dating. I had no interest in girls with 4 or 5 body counts. We just didn't. Because they
how do you know their body counts?
Nobody knows their body counts.
Nobody knows their body counts, but
they just judge based off of
a great
behavior.
Indicator.
Yeah, like if she projects herself to be very sexual, or if she sexualizes herself,
I mean, let's just be honest. If she's gonna
that's
fuck me on the first night, then that's that's a good clue. You know what I'm saying?
I
It's
mean,
good. Not the best clue because
You mean like the first time you guys ever?
basically,
met?
if he's saying if he hasn't had to do anything to prove himself to her, and she's already like throwing
On
it
the
at him,
ground. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Right.
and-
Like you don't get it twisted. I wasn't going out with these girls for months before having sex with them. Basically, if I saw them more than twice, that was a record to start with.
You're basically saying if I didn't hit the first night, I am gonna call up.
But twice without sex was unheard of. But seeing a girl twice was unheard of just because I didn't have the time.
Well,
and that's the other thing that
my
women don't
question to
understand.
that is
Men
if-
don't have time. They don't have
What
time.
if you were dating her and she wasn't putting out? Like, you just drop her then?
That's a whole other subject. We're not
No.
talking about
See
dating.
see, here's the thing.
We just
A
more
woman doesn't have to put out. She just has to show that there's sexual interest, like
Right.
there's genuine sexual interest.
Right,
Like,
but he just said that he was, and I'm not, again, I'm
this
not,
is when he was being a man whore and not dating for
well, that's why I'm asking the
relationship.
question. So if he did take a girl out and she wasn't like letting him smash, but
that would
maybe
end my
she
man whore
was-
days.
No, he's only he didn't take a girl out that wasn't a whore already though. He was vetting them through the process of I only wanted whores right now.
From what he said, is he was very upfront with, I'm not looking to get married. I'm just looking to have a good time.
And that also was very true. I was very honest about, hey, there's no potential for relationship here. Don't try and
He's like, I only have
here.
one night stands. Get it? Next to the mattress,
Yeah.
there's only a one night stand. There's not two.
I don't know where you live. That's on purpose.
I don't know. I don't even know your last name. That's how it's supposed to be.
That's also on purpose.
Do you even remember my name? No, and that's on purpose.
I mean, I wasn't quite that bad, but it was really close. And look, we're joking about this now, but the reality is that I don't think women really understand how much time they take, especially a younger man who has to work really hard, has to put in a lot of hours, got to prove themselves, may have, and it's and all of the disagreeableness that women put off when they are not given their way. It's just terrible. And I just didn't want any part of it in that point in my life. As a matter of fact, I don't really remember any of the names. I could go through some.
There was Tiffany, Letitia, Latonda.
Well, no, I didn't. No. I know.
What about
I've
Felicia?
only ever dated one Tiffany, and that was
There was about 3 Kims.
Okay, what
Oh,
are
yeah.
the names? What are the names of
Number
women
one
you will
name for me
never
to-
like? It makes you cringe.
the number one name that I've dated.
I can't. If I can see an Amanda anytime soon.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about Kims. I had a thing for Kims.
There was about 3 of them, right? You had at least 3
There was at
Kims.
least 3. No, there was probably like 8, man. And I'm talking like it was spelled Kim, Kym, Kem.
He went through the alphabet, or he went through all the vowels.
I really did. I was like, what is with all the how many different ways can you spell your name? But
And
yeah,
I think this brings up a more legitimate point that even for a man who doesn't put as much emotional weight into sex and doesn't carry as much baggage from it, you do build up baggage from all of that activity that you're then going to bring into your marriage.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody refutes that. I think that what is different is that the baggage that women tend to bring due to the way that it affects their ability to pair bond seems to be more detrimental to the relationship long term, as in being able to pair bond long term with an individual, rather than the men tend to be able to compartmentalize these things better.
Yeah, that's accurate. I think that women certainly put a lot more emotional value on sex, even when they think they're just doing it for fun. Now, it's been interesting for me to watch on these OF girls is that the more they do it, the less emotions they put into it until they are able to compartmentalize it and separate out, where it's just an act. It has no real emotional.
Well, what tends to be sad is like,
and then they really can't pair bond over sex with their mate.
Yeah, and they have to find something else that's gonna be a substitute to act as the glue that holds the relationship together, right? And let's face it, sex is the one thing that separates a platonic relationship from a romantic relationship. Like you don't fuck your friends, right? You know, and that's a huge difference. And because of that, when they in a sense they devalue sex by, you know, selling sex, they have to now find a substitute that's going to be the glue that holds that relationship together, and nothing seems to naturally do it as well as intimacy and sex.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think one of the mistakes that people make is thinking that men have to have intimacy to have sex, and that's just not even close to the truth. Lol Paladins, $5 whole. Thank you so much. I don't want to belong to any club that will accept me as a member. A little Charlie Chaplin there. Women are very good at molding themselves into what you want to see from them. Yeah, I mean that's pretty true. That's pretty true.
To a degree,
that's if she's interested in you. If she's into you,
yeah, she's into you. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
100%.
She will.
Yeah, but
see,
I don't think
when you ask Sarah, like, what's the difference? Like, how, you know, what makes a girl move up from, like, you know, fuckable to girlfriend status or even wife status, is that ability to show the guy and make sure that she stands out of, you know, all the other women. Like, she is going above and beyond to make herself, you know, constantly an option. That it's not like she's like, oh, she's doing things that other women won't do. Yes and no, kind of the way. It's not the same way. It's like,
well,
oh no, she's not sleeping with him.
You want to make sure to vet out the idea that it could be a manipulative front.
And that's why it takes a long time. It should take a long time to vet out a woman. Like 6 months, nah. You know, do a couple years. Put her through 2 years of vetting and girlfriend status before you move her up to, you know, wifey status, right? Like, put her through, not saying put her through some shit, but you guys need to go through some shit, and you need to see how she responds and how you respond, and see if it stays consistent. If this level of agreeability or this behavior that you find extremely attractive is consistent when it's tested in, you know, difficult times. Because when everything is going right, yeah, everything seems good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you should see when things are going left, if the behavior is still going to be the same, or if it switches up. And if it switches up, now you have questions.
So how does it work for a man in the opposite direction, in terms of, like, how does he show that he is going to be the man that he, you know, should be in that aspect? Like, because there's a lot of weeding out that we have to do in a lot of aspects, you know, between the ones that just want to smash, the ones that are just saying what we want to hear. There's a lot of different scenarios we have to go through. But what would you say the ultimate test of a man
I would
be?
tell women the same thing. You know, the medium is the message. Don't listen to their words. Watch their actions. If their actions and their words do not align, have questions. And are they consistent? The men should be more consistent in their behavior and temperament than women should, because we know that, you know, women tend to be more emotional, so we could expect their behavior to be more reactive based on their emotions than men, right? But men should be more able to control their emotions and regulate their emotions better. So watch their behavior. Are they being consistent? Are they constantly inconsistent in these areas? And if they are constantly inconsistent in multiple, either following through with things or just the level of inconsistency should be a huge indicator whether or not this person is, if he's having a trouble being consistent in the things that he says he is, then he's probably putting on a front. It's probably a facade. And if it seems like I said, if it seems like it's a struggle to be consistent in his behavior, then it's definitely a facade.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go a little cross grain to that. So I don't think, first of all, that you can. I don't know that it's really truly necessary if you're. How am I trying to put this? I think men are very transparent about what they want and what their actions are. It's very, I mean, now some men, obviously you've got con artists out there and you need to be able to have some common sense,
I don't
but
think that applies to all.
Great. I think what you're saying is, what you're trying to say is, you think men who are upfront, or like at least guys that know they have options, are going to be more upfront. Because I don't think guys that have options are as upfront.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm. Right. So
basically, guys who fuck are going to be
right
more forthcoming with what they're in about, rather than guys who don't fuck.
I almost feel like it might be opposite of that. I'm not arguing it, but I feel like the guys with options like to keep their options open.
Yeah, but they're going to tell you that they have options. They're not afraid of losing you.
Well, what I'm saying is it's more like a hanging by a thread. They thread you along just enough.
But hold on. So here's the thing. Hold on. This is interesting. So here's the thing. If I have options and I don't need you, and you wake up every morning and I'm still there, that should be enough of an example for you to be okay and understand that I really actually want to be there. Because if I didn't want to be there, I wouldn't fucking be there. That's why men with options can just be more honest. Whereas men without options will lie to themselves to the point of getting fired from their jobs, ruining their lives, all because they feel the need to somehow prove to some woman somewhere that she is his world, when they probably don't even like the guy. And it's or a girl, and it's but it's the only girl they can get. So this is an interesting conversation that you have around people with options and people who don't have options. But for me, I don't necessarily disagree with what Glenn said, but I think most men are just really transparent and honest. They just don't bother. They generically don't bother lying. What happens is women don't trust them, and women keep superposing their insecurities, their frailties upon weak men or men that aren't strong enough. And the men get tired of dealing with that shit and leave. That's more what I see happening. Right. Like I constantly hear, and we all hear, right? Man, I did everything she wanted me to do. I just don't know what more I could have done. And, she's just so unhappy with me all the time. And, she kicked me out, said I was no good. And you're looking at a dude that just all he does is go to work and try and make this woman happy. And this is a problem that we have, is women constantly asking, but how do I know? But how do I know? But really now, how do I know?
Here's
is this real?
I look at it. I'm looking at like in the beginning of the stages, and I don't know if the men are necessarily being directly honest, but more like kind of feeding the buzzwords she wants to hear, but at the same time, you think
men are that smart? I mean, most men.
They want
I'm not talking about men like me. I'm talking about
guys
men,
become plum geniuses when you're trying to chase some tail. Let me tell you what. But I think that there's a way to say things that are just enough, but not directly
like what you're saying, like, oh, I don't want a relationship, I'm just gonna smash XY. Like, it's very when you do get it from those guys, if you're not a girl that looks to just smash, like, what you're gonna say back is like, no thank you, have a good day. And now they've just, and then they get mad at you and whatever. I've already been through like those DMs from dating sites before, and it's, you know, when they come at you with like, yo, I just want to smash, like, you down, and you're like, nope, have a good day, and then you end up with all these nasty messages. But if, you know, but then
Well,
there's
I mean,
the
come on,
one,
those are date. Come on,
No, see, like I
yes,
think
I'm
no,
no fool to the
dating.
platform. I'm no fool to the platform. But what I'm saying is, you know, then you get the other ones that are somewhat wise enough to not just go for the jugular on that one, and they'll ploy it for a while, and they'll say what they feel like you want to hear, and just to find out that was, you know, they just say just enough.
so.
Just
Look at
enough.
I categorize guys in 3 categories. Okay, you got the bad boys, which represents a very patriarchal framework where it's about them, they lead, you follow them, right? That's what they want. They're the bad boys, they're the ones kind of like the rebel, but it's their way or the highway. And that's what tends to be very attractive to women because, you know, I don't know, they like murder movies and shit and serial killers, so why not date the bad boy? But then what happens with the bad boy is, well, the bad boy lives up to his name. He's bad, right?
Oh yeah, I mean,
and you're like, all of a sudden, like, where the fuck did this? Why did he hurt me? Well, he was always a bad boy. He's that kind of like, he has a very the alpha kind of argument or archetype where it's kind of like it's all about him. You better, you know, shape up or ship out, right? And
yeah, but
he
you
got
got the
other
sneaky
chicks.
fucker.
Hold
You got
on,
the
don't worry. I'm
sneaky
gonna get to those
Okay.
ones because those are not the bad
All
boys.
right.
The bad boys are very overt in what they are communicating. They're very like, look,
I'd
I'm
much
about
rather
this.
they at least be upfront that they're
Then
more.
then you got the good guys. Now the good guys, right, are also very overt and very direct with what they want. And they still also too hold a patriarchal framework, right? But most women tend to overlook them. And I'll explain why in a minute. Then you got the nice guys or the safe guys, right? And see, those guys are the sneaky fuckers. Those guys are like, you know, they will sell you whatever dream you want. Oh, don't worry about your past, or, you know, oh, you know what? He's such an asshole. I can't believe he would. You guys feel safe around him. You know, he's not like saying like, oh, he's not complaining about your attire. Like, oh, girl, you know, you dress what makes you feel comfortable. If that makes you feel comfortable dressing like a 304, I support it. Do you, boo boo? But then 6 months later, you know, or a year into the relationship, when he kind of got you more hooked on and committed, all of a sudden he's trying to switch shit up. Like, you know what? I don't like this no more. I don't like that outfit. Well, wait a minute. You never had a problem with this outfit before? Yes, I did. I just never said anything about it. And they end up starting to kind of like put restrictions on you that were never laid out before, or build a frame of this relationship that was never what you guys agreed to before. And now you kind of are stuck. So the safe guy is actually the most dangerous, sneaky bastard in the world. He's the overt guys. They let you know exactly what they're about. Look, I want this. I expect this. If you're not about this, no problem. Have a good life. Wish you the best. Right? The sneaky fuckers sell you an illusion, a facade of who they are, and a facade of what they want. And really, they want to be the guy that they really want to be the shoulder that you could cry on, hoping that they will end up being the dick that you ride on.
You should make that a shirt.
I should.
That's
But that's really
hilarious.
the sneaky fuckers
Well,
game,
okay,
right?
so then as a female, all right, where do we find the balance? How do we know?
Well,
I
okay,
mean,
the
and I know
difference
you were
is
saying words and
I was
action,
saying words and shit.
words and action should be aligning. Yes, like that's my role as well. But the sneaky fuckers,
do exactly that. They do
No,
all
no,
of
no,
those
no. They
things.
project that they do. They don't actually really do. When you actually peel behind the curtain, you actually see who they are. And it's just like anything, even with guys, right? Like I tell guys, don't move a plate up to girlfriend status right away. Take some time with her. You know, wait till she's questioning what are we? When she starts asking you what the relationship status is, then start thinking about it, but first, guys should never be the one asking that question. So what are we? That's just a dumb thing. Assume that you guys are just non-exclusive and casually dating until she presents the what are we question. And then
Why
from
did she
there,
have to ask? Why can't he just tell her, "You're my girl. Now shut up"?
because he's still vetting her. When she says the what are we question,
I'm not saying when he's
she's
not ready for that, but I'm saying, like, why does she have to ask? What if she's the one that doesn't? I don't know. What if she's shy? Or I'm just.
This is
no.
my
There's never a woman. When a woman wants to know what the relationship status is, there's no shyness in the world that's going to keep her from asking him point blank. Where is this going?
Mm-hmm.
My take on this is that men tend to move to that point a little slower than women, whereas women like to very quickly say, "I love you," and let's be girlfriends.
Well, no, because women want the security.
Right? They like,
it's a security move.
So my advice to women is let the man be the first one to get to the point where he says, "Hey, can we be exclusive? Hey, or be the first one to say I love you."
A guy's not going to be that. A guy's not going to do that.
Yeah, you'll be waiting a long time.
Ask, but
let me read a couple of super chats here while everybody regroups. Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics, $5 whole. The Origin of Grid 2 Mini Sport by Grid 1 Stable Stud. I deserve that. That's fine. That's fine. Can we ask Arthrodaya if she is able to speak on residual DNA left inside a woman?
Oh, yes. Was it testology or
so
basically?
There was
you know what I'm talking about.
There was some study out, I don't know how many years ago now, where basically they found male cells inside
in
of
the burnt girl's brain.
In their brains. And they did not have a good explanation as to how male cells were found in the female brains. And we're not talking transgenderism here.
Because she swallowed it.
They call it microchimerism. And so the theory was that the sperm from various partners could somehow cross into the bloodstream and somehow get into the brain or something bizarre of that nature. When they studied it further, they found that women who had given birth to male children or who had had abortions, whether miscarriage or abortion of male children, had much higher presence of these male cells in their brain. And it does make sense that the cells of a fetus would be able to enter the mother's bloodstream and go migrate to somewhere. And certainly mothers' immune systems change so that the immune system does not attack the fetal cells, even though they're different from hers. Whereas any other cell, like say you do an organ transplant, you have to put them on profound levels of immune suppressants to prevent the mom's immune system from attacking or a patient's immune system from attacking an organ transplant in the mother. Even though you have foreign cells there, their immune systems are different where they don't attack the baby's cells. And so the belief currently is that because we don't know of any way that a single sperm, which only contains half the genetic material, could actually get into the bloodstream and then somehow merge with cells and be found in the brain. The theory is that it's either like a missed abortion or a missed miscarriage where you were pregnant with a male child.
But they're also finding this also in women that never got pregnant and never had an abortion.
They might have never known it.
I've not seen the studies, and I haven't looked into this in a long time.
I was talking about this, I want to say like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, we were diving in on this.
I don't know if there's studies that look specifically at virgins and found it in virgin women, just because it's hard to do these studies of their brain biopsies and
Yeah, and it's hard to
we
like,
do
well, how,
brain biopsies on dead people. So there's not a lot of like provably virgin.
Yeah, because it's self-reported, right? It's all based on self-reporting.
Yeah. So the theory is that it's, women have
wasn't a virgin.
spontaneous miscarriages and stuff all the time that could be of the male sex, and that would be how the cells got into their system. Basically, that's the data that I've seen.
And basically, like the theory is because of this like DNA that's still impressed upon the woman through sex, that features of your child could look not as much as like you or her, but the DNA could of some other man could also be in the baby, I guess.
Well, unless you're a cat and have several partners at the same time, where there's a random chance of one sperm or another getting into the egg and you don't really know who the dad is, there's really no way that genetic material from a third person could get into the egg.
Well, if it assimilates into the female's DNA and it alters hers.
We've not found them assimilated though into the oocytes of the female. This was in brain tissue.
Okay, because I know they were. Oh man, where's Farney at when we need him? Because Farney he pulled up all this data on this. We were reviewing it. It was really interesting.
I mean, but if you think about it, Glenn, it sounds a little far-fetched to think that.
Oh, I agree.
Right, that sperm entering, into her, that aren't pollinating any eggs, right? It just goes in and
I thought they die. I thought those little bastards die.
They do, but the theory would be that a sperm from a man you've slept with would actually fertilize one of your eggs, and unbeknownst to you, you would be pregnant briefly with that man's child, even though it resulted in a spontaneous abortion that you perhaps never knew you had, because women may occasionally miss a period and not really think anything of it, and then have a little blood loss and not realize that was a very early miscarriage.
Right.
And so in theory, if some of those cells could get into your bloodstream, then they could go live in parts of the body and cause microchimerism is the word, or the man cells living in your body permanently. I don't know of any way for those cells to get into the basically stem cells or progenitor cells in your ovaries that would then produce an egg, which only contains half the genetic material because the other half comes from the sperm.
Well, you know, like how like DNA tests
from the foreign man.
Well, you know how like paternity tests will come back like and say you are 95%, the father or whatever, like, or based off of the DNA that we could determine that we believe you are 95% the father, right? Where did that other 5% come from?
Well, isn't
whose
that
5% is that?
Whose
5% is that? Was that Fred's?
But isn't
Fred's from last week?
No, I mean,
but that your DNA is still going to be different because you're the child, so your DNA is unique still, but it still has similarity, I guess.
I mean, I think that's why it explains, like, like two people could have a baby, right? And the DNA matches both parents, but then the child looks like, two white people have a baby, but the baby comes out black, and they're like, the DNA test says I'm the father.
Well, but that's part of genetics, just the same as, you could have a blue-eyed mom and a brown-eyed dad, but if the dad, even though he has brown eyes, has a blue-eyed mother beyond that, then you're talking like recessive plus recessive and all these different variations. So genetics play a funny role, just like somebody being a redhead whose great-great-grandmother was a redhead, and then finally another redheaded baby came out. Like that's just part of genetics. I mean, the genetic line goes very far up. You can't just say, oh, mom is this and that, dad is that, therefore baby should look exactly half.
Yeah, it's also a bit of a touchy issue among like Black or even Latino families, where the child's skin color, especially when they're just born and haven't had sun exposure, is commonly different from the parents by some degree of shade. And it's really not a good indicator if mom or dad is really the parent of the child. It's based on genetics, one, and then sun exposure in the case of the skin color.
Well, we know that the mother is always the parent, right? The mother knows 100% that baby is hers. it's the father. I got a video here, Grid. I'm gonna share to kind of like briefly discuss
any
this.
test you do, because there's always some room for human error in terms of how the reagents were mixed or the specimen was handled, the temperature it was incubated at. You always have some room for human error that can make the test inaccurate. And that's just about any laboratory-based test that you do. It's not that there's like I think the paternity tests are like 99.9% effective or something. It's not because
Listen, I've watched enough House. I understand. I could diagnose lupus. Okay. But listen to this. I want to play this at like 1.5 just because.
Okay.
I'm not going to play the whole thing, but just listen to what they're saying.
We're talking about something really interesting today. You sent me this article that I think should have been taught a long time ago in sex education, in Sunday school, in like all over the place for young girls. Why don't you introduce it?
Well, it would have changed your whole life.
Absolutely. Would have changed many girls' lives, yes.
So a friend of mine sent me a link to an article that's titled "Women Absorb and Retain DNA from Every Man They Have Sex With."
Scary, right? So you're convinced.
Uh-oh.
Right, you're convinced. Well, you're not a woman, but I think most of us are going, uh-oh, right? Because you're convinced is why I keep tearing up the house, right? Now I'm pretty sure that I have never dated a Navy SEAL. I certainly haven't been married to one, so it doesn't explain like why I love fighting and all this stuff. Well, at least I don't think so. But yeah, it's really an interesting concept. My ex-husband was a contractor, so he's convinced this is why I keep tearing up our house, right? But explain what this article shows.
Well, this is actually a replication of another study, which is why it really blows my mind. I mean, the first time I read this, that whoever you have sex with, for women, you actually begin to incorporate the DNA of the man into your body. So it's very important to be thoughtful. I mean, you should be anyways, of who you have sex with. You should be thoughtful.
For many
and now
reasons.
this is saying, wow, if I have sex with someone who's abusive, with someone who's erratic, with that it may actually have an impact on the females, because, and it's different than males because females get a guy's sperm, and where women retain their own eggs.
Right.
So women are not giving their DNA, if you will, to men, but men are giving their genetic material to women.
So it's really interesting when you think of this idea, the two shall become one, or the five shall become one, right? So it's really kind of a scary concept, right? In Mamma Mia, the movie, right?
Mamma Mia. He said, no, I don't think it was 100.
Right, so let's hope it's not 100. But in sex education, when they teach this idea that when you sleep with someone, you're sleeping with everyone they've slept with, what they're referring to is STDs, right? But it really has a far more reaching impact than that. So I just think this is so interesting. I think if young girls really understood this, because modern society has thrown these values out the window because they think of them as old-fashioned values. And it's like, I get to think like a guy. I get to do whatever men do, right? And it's become sort of just old-fashioned thinking as opposed to scientifically and even morally, and even like why you should protect your body against, I mean, it's a scientific reason that supports all of the things we've been taught growing up for many years. And I think if we really approached it from not just the morals, right, not just the values, but we added the science to it, I think women would think about this completely differently.
Well, I sent it to a number of my friends who are females, and they're like, whoa, I have to share this with my sister.
Right. It got shared a lot.
it got shared a lot. But if you think about it, whoever you allow in your body, you are getting their energy. Right. And so energy psychology has been around for
even Native American Indians
for centuries, longer probably. And it just who you hang out with really does matter.
Right.
Who you become intimate with really does matter. And they actually found there's a term for it, microchimerism, which are particles of DNA that they found in the women's brains. So it just wasn't in their body, it was in the inner sanctum, if you will, into the part of you that makes you who you really are, which is
So I wonder if some women are more susceptible to like taking in more of this DNA, or if it has to do strictly with numbers. I know you've often said to me, the only time you scare me is when you act like a girl, right?
Well, because you didn't when we first dated.
Well, part of that's hormonal.
And you wanted to go to Laker games with me.
So some of it's hormonal. But at the same time, I wonder if some women, for whatever reason, tend to be more susceptible to it, or...
Well, I mean, part of it could be the blood-brain barrier.
Right.
And
Interesting.
how leaky your
how
blood-brain barrier are, and that goes with health, what kind of medications you're taking, the level of stress that you're under, the amount of alcohol.
So it really is that whole four-circle approach to understanding this, the biological reasons that this might be happening, what's going on in your body, the psychology, the sociology. I mean, all of this probably plays into it to some degree, correct? I mean, why some people might be more susceptible than others. So it's more complicated than just what's on the surface. And it's only one study, correct?
Well, no, it's a replication of another study. And this one was done at the University of Seattle and the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center.
Ah.
And the researchers were initially trying to determine if women who had boys were more susceptible to neurological diseases that males typically got, or not, compared to women who didn't have children or women who just had girls.
And it left a big gap.
It left this big question.
Right.
Was, do you really retain the energy of the people you spend time with intimately? And the answer seems to be yes. I don't think that's a huge surprise, but to actually get their DNA in your body and you retain it, it just should make you think twice,
right,
or 3 times or 5 times. And you know, one of the first persons I texted the study to was Chloe, who's our almost 14-year-old.
Are they gonna ask us our zodiac signs too?
Pretty much.
I cannot speak to the energy part, but I do not know of any biological way that's ever been described for a sperm cell, which has half the genetic material, to go and integrate into any cell other than a egg, which has half the genetic material.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's just,
and then
it's
somehow
crazy.
make it to the brain. So that's why the theory is that it has to actually fertilize an egg, become a fetus, and at some point those cells from the fetus move into the mother's body and then into brain, and they're probably in bone marrow and other tissues too, because that's where
I just think it's just another way for women to be like, pause for the cause.
It sounded
All
like a
that
scare
sperm you take-
tactic. It sounded
No, it
totally
does.
like a scare
It does.
tactic. It was totally woo-woo, as
It
Michelle put it.
does come off really woo-woo, but I mean, just the possibility. Let's say the probability of it's true. Let's just like hypothetically let's just give it
let's
the
pretend
credit for
it's
this
true.
hypothetical. All right.
If you can't get a girl or a guy to stop fucking around and sticking their stuff in other people's places and taking it in all sorts of places and sucking dick in
Well,
the
it's not
alleyways,
so much the guy has an issue with it.
What I'm saying is, if neither party has the ability to stop based on basic morality concepts and basic ideas of like, I don't want to be with this person, so I'm not going to let them enter my body or whatever, or I fear STDs. If you're not going to stop at any of those,
Yeah,
then
if
this
STDs are
woo-woo
not going to
shit-
scare
this
you away.
woo-woo shit
Yeah.
definitely isn't going to stop them either, Glenn.
Well, yeah,
Like,
it's
I
true,
see
but
the
it does
point.
point out what you're pointing out is the ultimate problem, right? It's the problem is the individual doesn't either value themselves, or they don't value the importance of sex. The sex is minimized to a fun thing or a thrill or you know what I'm saying? Like, there's not that much of a threshold in order to gain sex, and I think that would be the problem, right? Like, you know, they devalue it. They devalue it to the point where it means nothing. And I think that's part of the problem that we see with the culture that we're in now, is that both men and women have devalued sex and made it something less important than it really is.
I do have to read Bay Street Racer's comment. Not gonna lie, if it's true, this makes me happy. My terrible ex literally can't get me out of her head, and I live there rent free. I love that. But I mean, if this silly sperm thing is what does it for you to help you live a more moral
Well, it
lifestyle,
doesn't do anything for the guy. The guy is just going to use that as
Men
another
feel
thing.
better knowing that they've literally planted their seeds all over the earth.
I'd be like, look, you know,
It's just a cope.
I have infused in multiple people's DNA. Then I'm in a lot of people's brain.
I would think that the appeals to, you know, your risk of STDs, your risk of unwanted pregnancy, despite optimum condom use, your risk of divorce and less pair bonding later on, if, you know, you desire to get married, I would certainly think all of those would have a better argument against sleeping around.
Actually, if you think about this, if that's the case too, if all the sperm ends up in their brain, oh, Grid, you're the reason why there's so many crazy dumb
Probably
out here. You have
Could
made
be.
them mental. You gave them brain damage.
You guys are mad. We're all crazy. It's
our fault, Grid. We did this.
Really the problem.
You know, you always knew that they would be able to blame a man for it.
Damn it!
Exactly.
Logically, the dots connect now.
You always knew it couldn't possibly be their fault.
Well,
they have to find a way to blame a
their
man.
legs to begin with, you know.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Grid, I'm gonna jump. It's bedtime for me, but thanks for having me on and sending me the link.
Yeah, it's good. Thanks for coming up and being a good sport. You know, it's
I always am. I don't mind taking the lashings.
Yeah. Okay. Good deal.
All right. Well, bye, Glenn. Bye, Arthur.
Good evening. Have a
good
good
night.
night.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
All
Is it Arthrodea?
Yeah, I don't actually know how one would pronounce it. Arthrodea. Yeah.
Where's
the I? Where's the Aya? I see.
So,
EA,
so I'll
not
tell you
IA.
where the crazy name came from. Was this name was created when I was actually in my teens and wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon, and so arthro means joint, and then arthrodesis is the name for a joint. It's I think a Greek word. And so the last in dia though means like goddess, and so it was to be goddess of the joints. Was how that actually in my crazy little teenage brain came about. I've actually thought about changing it to athrodia because the word athro means teacher in Greece, and so or professor, teacher, something like that.
I like that,
which has more of a connotation that I would like, because doctor also means teacher in Latin. I think athro is the root word that means teacher in Greece.
Yeah. You're so smart. I like you. All right.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, everybody, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your stream. And don't stay up too late, Glenn.
Thank you, Sarah.
Don't tell me how to live my life.
Glenn never goes to sleep.
I am your YouTube wife. I can say those things. Don't leave me in bed all alone by myself. Bye, boys.
All right. See you, Sarah.
All right.
All right.
Are we
And
gonna go
then
back
there
to the
was-
conversation that we were having before about like the resurgency
Yeah.
versus our opinion? Because I think
Yeah, we can do that. We kind of started on it, and then we got sidetracked by asking why men want to have sex. You know what? I really find it interesting that so many women find it fascinating or hard to understand why men want to have sex. Like that just seems to be.
it's actually, you should expect it to be really hard because women tend to be, again, more solipsistic in nature.
Yeah.
Right. So they are going to see it through their worldview, and they're going to say, well, I like to have sex because of whatever reason they do. And they're going to assume that men do too, under the same reasoning.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So
I don't know why it's a mystery. I mean, it's a very, very primal drive in the brain and with hormone and physiology and everything to reproduce that's found in humans and
I
other
agree
animals.
with that.
Matter.
I think it is a very primal drive.
And it takes a lot of regulation by your frontal cortex and your higher parts of the brain that make you think through logic and reason as to why you wouldn't just run around smashing everything, and would hopefully choose more wisely.
I have
you do choose to smash.
Okay. You gotta at least be hot. I don't smash anything. You gotta at least be hot. And I'm a reformed man. I'm a married man. I don't do that no more.
Yeah, that's me.
I put those things away. Okay.
Yeah.
And I support that.
Yep. It's an interesting thing though, because I've noticed my entire life how much men will talk to women. Women always want men to talk to them, tell them what's up, how they're feeling, what they're thinking, all of this stuff. But then they don't listen.
Well, you were expecting them to listen?
I was actually. I was thinking, be great if they would just listen.
Why would you expect that?
I don't know.
See, that's setting yourself up for
failure, right?
Yeah.
And to be honest, that's exactly what's happened. Is that and kind of tying it back into the red pill thing and all of that. I've done the best I can really to try and understand the position of the Resurgence guys, and I wanted to have them on tonight, and I will have them on again, at least one or two of them, hopefully, maybe all three. I would like to have all three, but yeah, I'll take whatever I can get at this point. But the I think the reason I kind of get stuck on this from their point of view is that they seem to, what's the word I'm looking for here? They seem to be very pedantic in their idea that they are 100% right. Is that kind of fit?
Like stating what is the position of the Resurgence guys in general? I might have.
Well, they're hardline red.
I'm actually looking at the timestamp that they sent me.
They're hardline red pill.
Only 12 minutes. You want me to pull it up?
Yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
All right. I mean, it's only 12 minutes, so it's not that long.
Yeah, but it'll be dry, so get something to drink.
Well, no, this is their comment. This is what they sent me was talking about of us, that they were.
I got you. Yeah. The where they had the issue with what we said. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm wondering. I don't even know what the issue is, but I guess we'll find out, or what their opinion is on it.
Well, they just think that the red pill answers all the questions.
Oh, well, I don't know why they would think that, if that was the case.
Yeah, I don't know.
And there would
red
be
pill answers anything. It just describes the situation as is.
It does. Like, yeah, it gives you. If anything, the red pill gives you a description to the problem. Doesn't provide you a solution to the problem.
Yeah, and that's the best way, and that's the best description I've ever heard of it. To be honest with you, most of the time, the descriptions are not that good.
No, the prescriptions are not good. The descriptions are good in this case.
Yeah, they really want, the reality is I think that there's a lot of benefit in the descriptors. Like I said, go get in shape, get a better job, level up your career.
And a lot of these are very general.
They are all general. I have not seen one where it's like, you go, buy this, do that.
It's not a step by step, because everybody is an individual. So, a lot of the generalized, solutions are optimal for any man. I mean,
yeah, no, I agree with that.
Well, it's until you understand the problem and have your diagnosis, so to speak, you can't come up with any treatment plan. So all the red pill is just describing what is the problem.
Well, all the red pill is again, it's descriptions to the problem. It says, hey, this is the problem. We have, labeled the problem. We know what the problem is. This is the problem.
See, the problem comes in the implementation. And I think Glenn and I both agree that the way red pill has thus far been implemented, this is like when we talk about socialism, right? People always talk about, socialism has such great descriptors. It just hasn't been done right yet. Well, it hasn't been done right yet because you can't do it right. That's just the way that works. But, and the same thing I think holds true. I think holds true when we're talking about red pill, right? Like red pill ideally would probably work, but I just don't think you can get there from here.
Well, I don't think you could get there from the red pill. Gives you part of the solution. But it only gives you part of it. Like it fails to. It doesn't have all the answers, right? Because it doesn't acknowledge one like huge factor, and that is God and the biblical worldview, a Christian worldview.
Sure.
Now, since it doesn't acknowledge that, and it's a-religious and whatever,
and the implementation has been such that it took advantage of feminism.
Yeah.
So the implementation has been, even though the idea is to stop people from being degenerate, effectively it made people more degenerate. That's fair to say, right?
I think what happened was our culture became so overrun with feminism, where you've got the little boys being told that it's, they can't be more masculine in what they do. They have to tone police themselves. They can't, working out is now somehow racist. I mean, all this ridiculous stuff. All sex is GRAPE. And so these poor guys sit there and go, this is complete bullshit. I don't agree with any of this. And so they swing back the other way toward, what is a real man supposed to be? But if they do that outside of a biblical framework, they're going to go down sort of a crazy, degenerate, almost toxic masculinity pathway that doesn't really solve anything either.
Yeah, I mean that's possible as well. Are we getting there?
I already have the video queued up.
Oh, is that? Oh, I got it. I didn't see it there. Got to hit the button. Have the sway, I think, that people think he does. And he's certainly not going on panels talking about anything anymore. So that's, he's kind of largely irrelevant. And so this is why I think that Andrew Wilson refutes being red pill, and I hear quite often Glenn Lawrence refutes being red pill, and I've always, but these guys are like, they're like, red pill saves us, red pill's going to save this, and red pill's going to do that, and red pill, and as much as I would like it to be that easy and true, I just don't see how they reconcile it. And then of course he left, and now I will have to wait till next time. But go ahead, Glenn. I know that you're chomping at the bit.
Sorry.
Chomping. Maybe not.
Okay, class, are we ready? No, Glenn's here.
Oh boy.
This is the thing, class. The best thing I can say about Red Pill is this. Red Pill did a great job at the descriptors of the problem. They were able to point out the problem. They made light. They brought, the problem that men face out. And, we all can agree that, men are having problems with women when it comes to dating or, even marriage. They point out the flaws in our divorce court that many men are suffering from. And when they say that marriage is a trap, or they wouldn't advise men to get married, they base it on some pretty irrefutable facts, right? They take the information that is made readily aware through science, like Dr. Marty Hazelton, Dr. Buss, right? David Buss. And they say, hey, if women are behaving this way, and men are behaving this way, and these are the problems that we're seeing here, maybe it's because we have told guys that women are sweet and nice and everything, sugar and spice and all that stuff, and that's not the truth. So what they I really don't see the problem.
Yeah.
I actually, I was listening to their intro just now, and it's interesting. Here, I'm gonna pull that up because I didn't even know that they had a big beef with it, with anything that we said. Because Nick was on there and he didn't say anything. Like, you would think, like, if he had something in disagreement with it, he'd be like, he would, speak up on it. I don't know, but I'm sharing the screen now.
The little I know of them is that I think some of them have gone through pretty unfortunate divorces, and they've really had to deal with
they've all been divorced at least once.
The system and the unfairness of it, and the courts are not fair, and so it's very personal to them when they talk about some of those red pill concepts, because they've lived through some of it.
Well, see, this is the important thing. I'm not talking about anybody. This is not even about them. I'm saying you have to be able to reflect on your worldview, right? Or like in this sense, like maybe you're leaning heavily on, you're taking it from a praxeology into an ideology when you start making it a belief system, and you start saying like, you know, they're attacking the red pill, thinking the red pill is wrong. Well, are you objectively looking at the red pill and listening to everything that is being said and being like, okay, I agree or I disagree with this? Or can you find errors? Are you even looking for errors in your own, you know, argument to be able to test the validity of it, right? And
I mean, that's a great point. That's really a great point. And so look, I don't really know these guys that much, and you know, they've been on my show a couple of times, and I've been on their show, and you know, we were, you know, all that kind of thing. But here's the thing: they've all been divorced at least once. I think one of them has been divorced twice, which is terrible.
I think Steve has been divorced, I think, twice.
So here's the thing: there's a couple of things that I think apply here when we start talking, especially when divorced people start getting into red pill. You know,
are you about to lean into like the tainted like lenses?
Yeah, I think it's tainted, but it's not just tainted lenses. It's you know, if they, you know, it's this, the justification often is, and I'm not saying it is in this, I'm not using these guys, and I know nothing of their past relationships. I'm not using them as an example. Just one last time, I'm not using them as an example. I'm saying that a lot of people who lean heavily into red pill that have been divorced, they for some reason lean into this. Well, I did not know how to talk to women, or if I'd known how to talk to women better, I would have gotten a better wife and I wouldn't have gotten divorced. Or you know, red pill helps men learn how to you know, interact with women better, or any of these other things, which I think is very dangerous for people who have been divorced to lean into, and because it is the tainted lens that you're looking through. You're looking backwards through your life and trying to ascribe the reasons why your relationship failed to some doctrine, and that will always make you, because of the tainted lens, you will always find a way to make those pieces fit.
Well,
because
that's not being objective. You're not looking at things objectively.
Right, exactly.
And I think that's because they're stuck in that red pill rage, that anger phase.
I think a lot of people do get stuck in the red pill rage. And again, I'm not saying these guys are. I don't know them that well. I just find it really interesting that just the way that they kind of approach red pill, the way that they're kind of using it as kind of the new code for their life, when I don't necessarily believe that is. I don't believe the red pill is a good code for your life. I think it's about halfway there, and then half of it you'd have to kind of like, you really have to look at closely, because it will tend to make you view women in a very stupid way, and I don't agree with. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that that there aren't good things that can be learned from red pill or taken from the doctrine of red pill. What I am saying is that especially for people that have been through a divorce, I think it's very easy to take the red pill doctrine and look back through a relationship and pick that relationship apart, and use the tainted lens to make it all make sense to yourself. And
what they tend to do is they tend to absolve themselves of any wrongdoing and entire make it all entirely on the woman is just a modern day 304. You know, that's why you know it didn't work out. It had nothing to do with them.
I built this straight life, and my wife zeroed me out.
Yep. And so, and see, that's the problem is, and that's part of, that's why I say, if that's the case, the guys are not, they're still in that red pill rage phase, or they're in denial phase. Like once you get to the point where you could acknowledge, you know what, I kind of fucked up. I made some mistakes here as well. Like either I allowed this behavior, I ignored the red flags that I should have seen before.
Yeah.
And that's my fault. Or I chose to do the happy wife, happy life, you know, thing and really didn't assert my position. That's another thing. Or, you know, like there's so many areas where men could honestly take some ownership.
Which is why we should never look back. We should never look back for answers to the failure. If we don't already know,
you need to learn. You should look back to see where did you fuck up.
It's so easy to get into that tainted lens and misremember things. You need to be evaluating it as you go through it, come up with the answers, and then move on. That's just
I agree. But when you're looking back at like when you look back and go, okay, how can I avoid another heartbreaking relationship? Like I'm tired of getting into relationships and then them not working out.
Globally,
what am I need to do? Let me reassess myself.
Yeah.
And also the relationship and see where, besides I already know what she did wrong in my mind, but did I do anything wrong here?
I think that's a great point. That's actually probably the best point. It's a matter of self-reflection on what you did or did not do, trying to be as honest as you possibly can be with yourself, rather than assigning more and more blame and fault finding with your former partner.
And for me, like that's kind of where like the red pill like helped me out the most, was it helped me not to blame her for everything. I had to take accountability for certain things.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually. And it's very good. That's a very good doctrine, I think. Durham Iron Knuckles. No, the men are more upset with themselves and all of the time wasted. I actually don't get that, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know enough about these specific men to comment. I was talking more about globally. I think that men do that. Silvar Ogre, if you compare to the Matrix, picking red pill was only one step on the path. Neo didn't just take the pill and win instantly. That's a very accurate step, right? What the red pill space needs are real mentors, not fly-by-night grifters trying to make a buck. Now, see, that's something that I know that's like a close subject to Glenn's heart. And, you know, like I think Rollo's a great guy. I think that he kind of, I wouldn't say he's checked out of the red pill, but he seems less and less like, what's the word I'm looking for here, Glenn? He hasn't been doing as many panels. He's not, you know, he's just kind of like, he just does his show, and maybe it's, you know, that he's getting tired of fighting the TOS fight with YouTube and or whatever. I don't know. But
no,
Rollo,
I mean, Rollo has taken a lot of heat and has been screwed over by a lot of people. That I think
he might be
make him very,
back, man.
Very like hyper sensitive to things, and you know, maybe reactive, like, you know, just like reaction. He reacts out of like the possibility of being, you know, shitted on or screwed over. And when someone does that, they're like, or even he thinks that they are suspect of doing that, he kind of like attacks first.
Yeah.
So, and it ends up, it's a negative thing. It's a bad thing to have, because you're like, you're jumping the gun and you're burning good people instead
you're burning
of
bridges before you build them.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I think Rollo's kind of retreated into
at the same
himself.
time, I don't I can't necessarily fault that behavior.
So I think the biggest problem that I see with the red pill per se right now currently is that there is no actual red pill mentorship, and the guys out there talking about red pill for the most part either, I hate to use the term, don't get it, but they don't get it, and they're really just kind of sort of grifting along, actual grifting along, or they're like Rollo, and they're just, they want to put down the they want to put down the lances and go home, like they're tired of doing constant battle.
Well, like, I mean, like I said, when it comes to Rollo's work, I think Rollo's work is fascinating.
It's good. Yeah, I mean, his work's good.
When it comes to working with him personally, yeah, I got my personal issues with him. That's between me and him, right? But his work, his book, his podcasts have been very useful and have been very beneficial for men. I found great use in it. But like I said, personally, yeah, me and him have our differences. We have our issues.
Sure. Yeah,
that has nothing to do with his work.
Right.
I
But
do think
today,
it's
would you?
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I do think it's accurate though that young men are desperate for mentors. It's why you have them all over like TikTok and Instagram, and they're trying to find, how can I work out most effectively and gain muscle the most effectively? How can I talk to women? How can I pick up women? How can I invest? How can I make money? How can I build my career? How can I become an entrepreneur? Like all these different areas, you see young men desperately trying to find mentors of how to be better. And it makes them easy prey for the so-called fly-by-night grifters who...
Well, I think Iron Knuckles said it best in his last comment there. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I've actually called it, the Mike Sartain effect, but that's just me. I could be wrong by that,
But it
and I
makes
don't
it
blame
easy
Mike
prey
at all.
for
I think Mike is
people.
a great guy. I think for Rollo, it just, he changed a lot after Mike Sartain, like him and Mike Sartain started working together. His streams changed, his content changed. After Access Vegas got established, there was more references to the hot babes and bikinis at all these contests and all these things that he attends now, rather than it was before. He never talked about that before. He was always more critical of female behavior, and especially female behavior doing that. Now it's more.
Well, the reality is that sex sells, right? So if the whatever podcast puts the little strumpets up on their thumbnail, that's going to draw in viewers. If you've got a panel,
Yeah, but the show's actually about the strumpets. I mean, that's
Sure, but if
they
you
don't even hide what the show's about, right? Like the very, very obvious. Like if anybody's thinking that you're watching whatever podcast to get actionable information on how to navigate the dating and relationship world, then you're an idiot, because they don't even like pretend to give you that information. And that's no shade. That's no shade or no insult towards Brian at all. That's just not what he's there for.
Yeah, but even like on Michael Sartain or a Fresh and Fit, like they purposely bring on women who are kind of scantily clad and kind of hoed up, and like because they know that will attract viewers to see. Number one, I mean, get sexually attractive women.
Well, I think Myron and Walter, they're a little. To me, they're a little more corrupt than Rollo. I think Rollo actually believes the whole deal. He's not making any of this up. He's. I mean, he wrote the book. He's a good dude, and. But I think honestly, Glenn is right. I think that Rollo's kind of tired of carrying the cross, so to speak. I think that Iron Knuckles is accurate in that the mentors, the leadership in the red pill community, a lot of them have gotten corrupted or tired of it. And even if you show me a mentor, and I'll say that that's not my favorite mentor, right? And or that's not even a mentor. That guy's not even red pill. So
I think what it is, a part of it has a lot to do with there's no gatekeeping.
Yeah.
And I know people a lot of people in the red pill have an issue with gatekeeping. I have no problem with gatekeeping. I think there should be gatekeeping. That's how you keep those fucktards that are trying to be grifters or snake oil salesmen out of the loop or out of the sphere by pointing them out like, oh, that person right there, grifter, right?
Yeah.
That person right there, scam artist. Like
I mean,
we should be doing that because
I don't
if we're
think
really
you're
trying to
wrong.
help men,
I mean, honestly, I don't think you're wrong about that. I think
that's part of the problem. There was none of that.
Yeah, I think that's a solid point, and I think that my problem is that, well, it's not my problem. I think the problem with red pill currently is that it should no longer be. I don't think people should be looking for red pill mentors. I think that they should just take the descriptors, incorporate them into a good, description for their life, and just move on. I think that looking backwards through the red pill, you made a great point about how it worked out for you. I can't argue that. The only thing I can say is that I feel like that if it had been, I feel like that in your case, you were able through the people who were helping you to see that you were using a tainted lens and to look at it for your own self-improvement and ask what you did wrong rather than what the all of the evil things that the woman did, because honestly, who cares what the evil things woman did?
Well, it was a both. It was this and it wasn't just like
right.
It was it's both of us. Like I had to look and I saw both of our flaws and had to acknowledge, oh, I have some ownership here too. I'm partly responsible for
absolutely
this mess that I'm in.
Yeah. So Angel Berber's right here as well. The red pill gives you the tools, but it doesn't show you how to use the tools. Masters take on an apprentice, give the tools, explain what each tool is and how to use each. Yeah, if only that it were that easy. Again,
they don't want a responsibility. That's the problem.
And this is actually that actually ties right into the real issue with what Resurgence is kind of doing. Is they're kind of interpreting this on their own without a mentor or using each other as mentors. They formed an echo chamber to some degree. And what struck me about the tone of the videos that they're and basically all of their videos is we're right and you're wrong and here's why you're wrong and we're not going to listen to any real arguments about anything else. And it's I don't know. It's an interesting deal. I hopefully they'll come on to the show in the next.
Well, can I play this clip real quick? So
yeah.
Get an idea what the argument is?
I'm we're running.
I know you're getting ready to shut it down. So whatever
I'll just end up
starting the stream, and I'll just.
The rest of us don't have your stamina, Glenn. We can't stay up all night.
We're talking about you guys don't drink like 6 cups of coffee a day and 2 5-hour energy shots. No.
Yeah,
no. You guys don't live off of caffeine.
I could stay up later, but I have an issue with that. So, then that I have to get up tomorrow and get some things done. And if I don't, it'll be bad for me.
Well,
so.
I could hit this real quick. Hit play.
Play your clip. Roll the tape.
Internecine warfare amongst the red pill. Do you think that's going to drive disaffected men to the red pill or to the black pill?
No, because you sounded a little black pill there, Steve. Oh, you know, I have my black pill days.
I think everyone in the red pill does, but the black pill is a fundamentally different view of life. The red pill says, at least my understanding of it is, here is how you understand women so that you can actually interoperate with them. The black pill sort of takes a view of, nah, we're not even going to bother trying to work with them or understand them. They're all just completely beyond retrieve, and we're just going to go over here and take our marbles and go pout, basically. Strong men don't pout. That's what weak men do. So, but trashing the red pill isn't going to make strong men. It's just not. So, Steve.
Okay. Well, our first clip, we're going to play something from Glenn Lawrence. And this is about 10 minutes. I don't know if we'll play all of it, but it kind of illustrates that, well, this came from a stream with Grid One. And Grid One he doesn't disagree with a lot of the points of the red pill, but he adamantly disagrees with the red pill. So this is Glenn's response. You want to cue that one up?
And so this is why I think that Andrew Wilson refutes being red pill, and I hear quite often Lawrence refutes being red pill, and it just I've always, but these guys are like, they're like, red pill saves us, red pill's going to save this, and red pill's going to do that, and as much as I would like it to be that easy and true, I just don't see how they reconcile it. And then of course he left, and now I will have to wait till next time. But go ahead, Glenn. I know that you're chomping at the bit. Chomping. Maybe not.
Okay, class, are we ready? No, Glenn's
Oh
here.
boy.
This is the thing, class. The best thing I can say about red pill is this: red pill did a great job at the descriptors of the problem. They were able to point out the problem. They made light. They brought, the problem that men face out. And, we all can agree that, men are having problems with women when it comes to dating or, even marriage. They point out the flaws in our divorce court that many men are suffering from. And when they say that marriage is a trap, or they wouldn't advise men to get married, they base it on some pretty irrefutable facts, right? They take the information that is made readily aware through science, like Dr. Marty Hazelton, Dr. Buss, right? David Buss. And they say, hey, if women are behaving this way, and men are behaving this way, and these are the problems that we're seeing here, maybe it's because we have told guys that women are sweet and nice and everything, sugar and spice and all that stuff, and that's not the truth. So what they have done, what?
I'm kidding.
So what they have done is they have pointed out fundamentally what are the problems that our men are facing. And one of them is how feminism is, right? I don't hear any Christians, very rarely do I hear Christian pastors, and I can say this, I have never heard a Christian pastor before the red pill go out and say that feminism is the problem. Okay? So now we realize that feminism is the problem. The red pill did great at providing the descriptors to the problems men face.
You know what?
Where I have a problem with the red pill is not the descriptors.
I am That's enough. Let's cut it off there.
Okay.
I mean, he goes on. It's not that the rest of what he says is invalid, but I just realized he's already wrong about his take on things. They did a great job.
You're wrong,
with
Glenn.
the descriptors.
You're wrong.
He's going to go on to say, well, it's the prescriptions that are the problem. Well, that's perception. I think towards the end of the stream, I will point out that it's the descriptors that it's the problem. Not that the descriptors are wrong. No one wants to accept those harsh truths. So, we'll get into this and we'll explore everything that Glenn was going to say. But the point is, the other point of that stream was, there was pushback on the red pill, and Glenn countered that. So now let's play the one by Rollo. This was only like 25 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch tabs. So here we go. Where like Mike Sartain will be broadcasting Access Vegas Live, and I will be as well. But we are now going to our exclusive Rumble channel for those shows, and because we're under a lot of scrutiny right now, especially this the manosphere, the red pill, whatever we want to call it right now. I'm almost ready to move away from the term red pill, but I don't know how I would ever possibly be able to do something like that. I'm Rollo Tomasi. I am the author of The Rational Male. I am the
Okay. There's a lot of pressure to get away from red pill on like every front, isn't there?
Yeah.
There is. We felt it. Not a lot. Yeah.
We did, yeah. Oh, and we thought about it.
Nah, we said we'll own it.
Well, yeah, we looked at the alternatives.
Christians, yeah.
I don't really see what did I say wrong?
For my thinking was, okay, yeah, I can move away from red pill. but where else would I go? I couldn't answer that question. Well, where else am I going to go?
Steve, you need to go to the black
the
pill.
same thing. No, I still kind of like women. I just don't have a woman in my life right now.
So I'm wondering, are they trying to say that I'm making people go black pill?
I don't know why they're not seeing that the alternative you're providing is one of a religious perspective rather than just a pure red pill sort of agnostic perspective.
Which is what is funny is that this is what I'm doing. I'm taking the red pill descriptors that, again, I already said I agree with, and saying, okay, I agree with these, but I don't agree with your prescriptions, because your prescriptions are counter to the goal that we need to see happen, which is better families, nuclear families, right? Traditional marriage restored. If that's what we need to see in our society, the red pill does not produce that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Rollo even says in his own work that it's not what it does.
That's true.
I've definitely never heard you advocate black pill, like go be an incel, never interact with a woman. That's definitely not what you promote.
No, but what I do promote is what? Biblical patriarchy.
Yeah.
I say, okay, well, since the red pill doesn't have the prescriptions that align with my worldview, right? What does? Oh, biblical patriarchy does. Okay, so I take the descriptors of the red pill, the prescription of the biblical patriarchy, and go, here you go, right? And I always said, it's like what Pastor Michael Foster told me, the guy that wrote It's Good to Be a Man. He said the red pill tells you what is, and the Bible tells you what to do about what is. And it's like, there you go. This is the piece that the red pill is missing. The red pill is missing this biblical worldview and this understanding of the word. Without it, it only gets you only get halfway. You can't fix anything if you only have half the tools that you need. So you have the tools to identify the problem, but you can't do anything with the red pill based off of that, because the solutions do not bring you to the outcome, the end goal of the outcome that you desire. So you have to find the other tool for that, which is the Bible. So now you got both tools. And if you are understanding of both and how to use these tools, now you could actually address the problem and fix the problem that you're having. And it's funny because all three of those guys, Plutarch, background in church, but not in church. Nick, former pastor. So, and he would push biblical patriarchy, right? So I wouldn't think he would have a problem with anything that I'm saying. If anything, I would think that he would be the one that's most aligned with me,
right,
in that. And Steve here is, I think he converted to Catholicism, which is also very patriarchal. So I'm just like, I'm confused by their take.
They seem very salty, so I don't know. I just I think it's an interesting deal. Again, I can't wait to have them on the show to kind of figure it out. I'm not just a FFB grid. You're kind of enlightening us on what black pill is. No, I still don't know what black pill is.
I think black pill is like a very nihilistic. It's like a very nihilistic worldview that the red pill stuff sort of exists, and so women are all totally degenerate 304s. You should never try to interact with them. Marriage is way too risky to engage in. So become an incel. Don't have sex with anyone. Just stay in your home. Don't interact with women. Don't produce families. Certainly don't get married. All of that is far too risky.
I know guys that are very black pill, but they're saying like, no, all women are prostitutes. So don't try to date a woman. but just call a
I
pro
think it's
over if you want to
doomer.
have sex.
It's the doomer movement,
It's like
basically.
the extreme opposite of it would be the feminists who are sitting there going, all men are toxic masculinity, all men who want to have sex just want to, assault you essentially. Men are evil
That's the
no
funny
matter what.
thing is
It's just
that
a very, very like warped
Yeah, it's more like
view
Chief
of
Wahoo has it here. Black pill is like everything is shit and you cannot change it.
that's
So
a
just
good description of it. Yeah.
yeah.
what is crazy is that in a way that the outcome, although the red pill and the red pill and like feminism are not both the same in any degree, their outcome end result is still the same in the sense of they're both against marriage, which means they're both against the nuclear family. And I understand why they're against marriage. I think that they should, I think it's very important to give men all the information available to them before they make a decision as important as marriage. But if you're not providing tools or things that they could do to mitigate some of the problems, right, then you're not really helping them out. If all the tools that you're helping them out is to be able to get laid, right?
Well, I think just bottom line is that, red pill sounds like a really good idea. And it is, as we've talked about, a set of tenets, of descriptors, a path. When people apply it to their life as a code or a religion or whatever, that's when it becomes a problem. And realistically, I do believe that a lot of the red pill tenets, not all of them, but a fair number of them, take advantage of feminism. So without feminism, there is no red pill. And so red pill doesn't really have a vested interest in ending feminism.
I agree.
All. And so it's whereas the patriarchy obviously does, and all patriarchal based systems do. We've got black pill, which is just, I love the base street racer thing, the doom and gloom, but do not coom. So, it's, which is accurate, right? Like everything's bad, but I'm not going to get laid. And, I just think the whole pill thing is just overrated. I think you can take tenets from these different things and move on with other things. I'm
just curious though, why is there
don't understand
why is there no actual effort to go in and change some of the laws in the court system regarding marriage, no fault divorce, the way you split assets, alimony, all that? Like I'm not aware of any efforts to go in and change laws in that regard. And that seems to be one of the main complaints.
See, that's the thing, right? They don't think that it's almost like they're presenting we can't change anything. It's already out. The cat's already out of the bag. Feminism is already here. There's no, putting milk back in the container. It's already spilled,
Well, it is, but you've got to acknowledge that the left constantly works to change laws and promote their agenda and get into the schools and what's taught to kids. And they're constantly at work on it, but I don't see any efforts on the opposite end.
So I do believe that the idea behind the red pill being truth, blue pill being delusion, or working within or living and working within the system is, I think those are great parallels. But I really feel like that it's I don't know. It's just this really weird thing going on that people are actually trying to kind of justify it still, or not justify it, but actually just reboot Red Pill. And that's what I feel like this is it's a it's not a oh, sorry
I
guys.
don't even know how seriously a lot of people do take some of this stuff. I think a lot of them like watching Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast and whatnot because it's frankly funny to watch a bunch of sort of skankish women dressed half naked and sit there and come up with really ridiculous.
Well, here's the funny thing.
The question
Fresh and Fit just publicly announced that they're not going to be doing their after-hour show anymore.
Is that because of demonetization on YouTube or
no? They just
now, or
they're not. They are demonetized on YouTube, but they're like they want to go in a different direction. And there's already so many podcasts already trying to copy their template, right? They're like, we've already done this. We're ready to move on from this.
I think that'd be good because some of their shows, like there's a Financial Friday show or something.
Yeah, they're about to do some pretty neat shows.
They do that's a lot more constructive and helpful and trying to provide information on different topics for men, but anyone who wants to listen.
No, I think it's really good because I think it's interesting. I also wonder how much of Andrew's influence maybe could have been a factor into this this decision of them to maybe go down a different road, or maybe it's just the fact that there's already whatever, and then there's Access Vegas now as well as other panel shows similar to theirs, and it's just like, yes, they were the originators, but maybe they're like, okay, you know what, everybody's copying us. Let's look into doing something else. Let's evolve into the next phase of whatever Fresh and Fit is going to be, while these people are still trying to, perfect our design here. Let's move on to something else, which I think is smart.
I can tell that particularly Myron, I think, really respects Andrew, even though they don't agree on every single thing, of course, but I think he has a lot of respect for Andrew and the way Andrew's comported himself on the show, especially in front of frickin' Wes Watson and the things that Andrew has said and represents.
Yeah. No, I think like Andrew, me and Andrew see eye to eye on a lot of the problems with the prescriptors. And I think him and I also agreed with the descriptors. I think we may have, I don't know if there's much that we would not agree on. I think we both agree on a biblical worldview would be the best solution for both men and women. I don't think, maybe the only difference is orthodoxy versus,
everything else.
Protestantism, right? Like that's probably the only place that we don't agree on it. And it's not even that I disagree with orthodoxy. I just don't have enough knowledge or experience with it to, definitively make that statement.
I think its general principles are very sound. The differences between it and Protestantism get into a lot of very intricate theological detail that Andrew doesn't really care to discuss or debate.
Yeah. And it goes, I could say it goes kind of both ways. I think there's a lot of, I think even orthodoxy leaves a lot of room for question and concern that I would say I haven't quite yet heard a really good answer for yet. Mm-hmm. But also I haven't really tried looking into it. So I can't, blame anybody for that either. But I just think that there's the fact that we're both saying that, the way that the Bible tells us and instructs us to live our lives is the solution to our problems for women and for men. And if that was the way that we chose to live our lives, I don't think men and women would have the problems that we have today if we were, living our lives according to the way God instructs us to in the Bible.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that I think if we were really looking at it, and I'm really surprised Nick hasn't said something about this because he is a pastor, or he was a pastor. He should be. Did we lose somebody, or what happened?
I think just you took the clip away, so it put.
Oh, that's what it was.
I removed the clip. I just removed
the clip. Yeah, that's what. So I think the interesting thing is that Nick, who is or was a pastor, depending on how you look at it, he's not coming out and saying this is what we should really be more using our church and our religion as our basis, and the red pill kind of follows right along in line with what the church says. I mean, it maybe give a little bit different descriptors, but yeah. So, I don't know. I think that it's an interesting deal, and if we're honest about it, I think that I think the red pill tenets are harder for people who have been divorced to come to grips with, again, because of exactly what Glenn said, the tainted lens, looking back, and the predisposition of men especially to look back and not look at what we did wrong, but look at what the woman did wrong. And for women, it's even hard. It's got to be even harder, right? Because they never considered they did anything wrong at all. So it's got to be even worse. So it's an interesting deal. I think it's very interesting. And I had started out to talk about this because, again, he caught me this morning, and he basically just said, "Hey, would you look at this? We did this show, and what do you think? And we can be happy to discuss it." And it took me all day to get like 20 minutes worth of viewing in on it. So I didn't watch the entire show yet. But just the intro and the lead in and everything else was just really interesting. And so, it's a different worldview, different outlook. But I would, honestly, Wahoo actually said exactly what I was about to say. Just limiting or ending feminism will do so much more for society than red pill or any of the other nonsense. Just getting that noose off our necks is like amazing. It's an amazingly important thing to get done. So I'm not really sure how that adds in for everyone else, but for me, what that looks like is I just keep trying to help people, man. I just keep trying to tell people, to take a look at what what they're doing wrong or what they're doing right, and work on both, and all that kind of thing. So I think that it's a very interesting discussion to have. Yeah. All right. Well, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it there. I think that's a good stopping point. We've talked enough. We talked for almost an hour on this. Silvar Ogre, just will really quick.
I will say what I'm going to do tonight, thank you for this, is probably review the video, break it down, and do some commentary on it. Just kind of get a better understanding. And the title of my stream tonight will be "What is Wrong with the Red Pill?" Since that's the idea that they think that I hold a very negative view of the red pill. I do not. I don't think that it works for a Christian worldview.
Right.
Stop rolling your eyes at me. I see you doing the shaking the head thing.
I don't have a negative viewpoint of red pill in and of itself. I have a red pill I have a distrust and dislike, if you will, for the people who are enacting, who are the interpretation of the red pill, implementation of red pill.
Now, here's
Currently.
another thought, real quick, before we wrap it up. Good.
Yeah,
Real
man.
quick, my last final thoughts. What if this is just like a smart, strategic, like move by inserting our names here, right, to attract views on their new channel? I mean, it could be a very good marketing stream, like by interjecting. I'm not saying that we are like big dogs or anything in this space, but compared to their channel, we have quite more views and have more audience, a bigger audience. So kind of are like, you know, I mean, of course they wouldn't jump to go after like Rolo or Andrew, because that's
sure
obviously way beyond their reach, right? But our channels are not too far away from their reach, maybe. I mean, just as a thought. And it's like that, not even really they have a beef with us, but if they could point out that there is maybe a disagreement that could
I'm sorry, maybe I missed something. You want to have who on or go on where? I'm sorry, what?
No, I'm saying maybe them putting our names in this, like saying they have a problem with us, is not really a problem with us, but we are lower hanging fruit,
right? Yeah,
basically.
And they know that I'm willing to talk to them and all of that. You know, it's totally cool. And I think they feel the same way about you. I know. And I think
it does bring like attention to their channel, name dropping.
Yeah,
especially people that they could actually get on their channels. Just looking at it from a marketing standpoint.
Right. Yeah. So Durham, he's trying to drama farm is what I think he misspelled.
At least to at least give the impression that there's a beef.
Well,
yeah,
they also want to find.
I don't have a beef with them at all. I think that they're. I think they're kind of stuck in an echo chamber and in an endless loop, and that's you know, I don't know if I can help them, and I don't know if I mean, obviously it's very difficult to help somebody, but. Guys, I am going to end it here. I really appreciate everybody coming in tonight. I appreciate all of the donations and chats and memberships and everything else this evening. If you're not a member, please consider becoming one. We've got special emojis and some other stuff coming soon, and we're going to be doing a line of t-shirts and hats and all that kind of cool stuff. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream and send you over to Speakeasy, who is doing verbal combat tonight. And Glenn was a former champion at verbal combat, but I think he's doing something else tonight. But you guys go have fun and watch the verbal combat. And we'll see you tomorrow night, where we will probably not talk about Red Pill, but we might. So
we will definitely not talk about body odors.
We're not going to talk about body odors. We're not going to. I would really like Sarah to come back on tomorrow night if she's still in the chat or still around somewhere. She's welcome to come back on. It was a good time talking to her. And Michelle, if you're feeling better and you happen to still be in the chat, you're welcome to come on as well. We always like to have people with slightly different worldviews come on and help us understand who we are and where we're going. With that. You don't have to stay here. Don't have to go home. So get off my lawn and all the other cool stuff. Enjoy verbal combat, guys.